Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to watch Mtembei TV and your favorite program, Open Forum Political Discussion on what is latest on our political front. The campaigns are moving on and they seem to be top gear. Every group pulling in their own direction, pushing their candidate to be the best to occupy the State House come August 9th, 2022. Well, I don't know where you are and how you spend your day. Please let me know. And if you're able to get me loud and clear, let me know too. Thank you so much for those that are coming in fast and furious. We are glad that you have chosen to make Mtembei TV your channel of choice, and let us get down to business. Murkomen, former majority leader in the Jubilee Party in the Senate, said today in Kakamega that I pity President Uhuru. Why and what do you think about his statement? Is Uhuru Kenyatta to be pitied or to be congratulated? Is Uhuru Kenyatta on a mission that requires him to be pitied or to be congratulated? I want to hear your side of this story. I believe there is a difference between being a statesman and being a politician. And Uhuru Kenyatta, as president of late, he's been more of a statesman than a politician. Well, I want to hear what you think about that. The Azimio La Umoja Consolidates Busia and Malaba border today. It was all Azimio La Umoja, blue, and jeshi la baba linafanya kazi hata kama baba hayupo. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana kila mmoja, na wakaribisha. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio ile pale ambayo nameshare sasa kwa comments. Unaweza tumia kuingia studio. All you need to do is click on the link and allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you will be able to get into the studio and we get down to talking. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining. We are glad that you are doing so. We are happy that you have devoted yourself to continue following our broadcast and learning all you need to learn, and also us learning from you. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Margaret Achola, asante sana. Beatrice Mrasi, karibu kwa show. Alum, hi to you, thank you. Boni Ochieng, hello my friend, thank you so much. Kuna Malo Gaddafi, Malo watching from Garissa County. Thank you so much. I'm glad you are watching. Paul Ibaya says congratulated. Well, Murkomen thinks otherwise. We want to know why. Junior Samblan, evening to you. Thank you so much. Tunashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujiunga nasi. Alum anasema Azimio today locked in Meru, Kirinyaga, Homa Bay and Busia. Ya, imekuwa sehemu zote. Ili Azimio la Umoja liko ni challenge kubwa kwa pinzani, lakini tunatazamia kwamba kivumbi bado. Mili Adhiambo, karibu sana. I am fine, thank you so much for supporting and continuing to watch Mtembei TV and this open forum, a show that gives you the opportunity to share what is on your mind as far as Kenyan politics are concerned, and where you see the country headed, and whether it is the right direction or not. So we are here to see to it that that happens. And please keep coming in and keep inviting others to join, so that we can all have a great big global family whereby we are concerned and committed to seeing to it that Kenya is made what it's supposed to be, not what people want it to be. Devi Laxin, we appreciate you. Bethwell Yego, karibu sana. Johnson Kaigu, asante sana. Michael Opande, karibu kwa show. Mr. Jackton, you're welcome to the show. Victor Victoria's Vicky, following from Baharian, thank you so much. That is awesome. Jack Obondo, karibu kwa show. Grace Kaindo, asante sana. Esther Asiko, karibu kwa show. Kuna Grace Kaindo, yes, I've mentioned that. Omito Opwapo, wow. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. We salute you for making time to join Mtembe TV. The link is shared in the comments. Let me share it again for those who want to get into the studio. And let's get in and get down talking. There is a lot that we need to dissect and be able to appropriate what God wants us and wants of this great country, regardless of what politicians think and preach around the country. It is awesome to have you guys join me today as we continue with the discussion. Jerorot Cheriot, karibu sana. Esther Siko, thank you. Jack Kial, thank you so much. Tina, karibu kwa show. Alafu hapa niko na wenzangu. Asante sana kwa wote ambao umetujoin kwa studio. Naomba unaweka mic yako imekuwa mute kwanza mpaka time yako ya kuongea, na ikifika time yako ukiongea, ukienda kwa story mrefu tutakatisha, kwa sababu kuna wengi ambao wangependa kujiunga na watoe maoni yako. Kwa hivyo utaenda kwa kifupi kupeana maoni yako kuhusu IPT President Uhuru, a statement given by Murkomen in Kakamega during the Kenya Kwanza Alliance rally. And then also the Azimio being updated. It wasn't just in Busia and Malaba, it was also in Meru and other places. So there is a lot happening at the Azimio headquarters in ensuring that the country comes to know what they stand for. And this is interesting because the captain is not in the country, but the game is on, and everybody is pulling what needs to be pulled in order to see to it that victory is secured. I'm so glad that we have this opportunity. Please, let's make use of it. Bwana Murunga, wewe ndio utatufungulia. Vipi leo?
Sambamba kabisa. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Asante sana, Bernard.
Yes. Is the president to be pitied or to be congratulated? Talk to me.
The president is to be congratulated. And I wonder how people have actually, people abusing the presidents in this country. Listening to some of these leaders, you wonder if they were really elected. Sometimes we say politics brings out the worst in the society. And this is a clear definition of what it is. Look, for example, at the people now yapping, abusing the president. These are the same people that the president has actually raised up and actually has given them a chance to lead the country. Not through the electorate, but even the support that the president gave to them. Who would imagine somebody like Murkomen would get financing, would actually win a seat in Elgeyo Marakwet with the support of Uhuru Kenyatta? Yes, they may have disagreed and probably gone different directions, but this was the time to abuse the president or use insults against the president. It is very wrong. It's unfortunate that they do this at the podium when the deputy president is actually watching them and probably clapping for them. It is wrong. It is wrong. We have a country, and this country is going to be there tomorrow. Let's respect the head of state, regardless of his position, what the position he takes. Haja tukana mutu, yeye anapeana mwelekeo wake. And that is not putting, he is not forcing anyone to vote for his project or his candidate, as you may call it. But it's wrong. Tuende tuone kama president afanya makosa, wewe ngoja wakati ya kura, wewe kama unaona candidate yako akufai, wewe piga kura kwa yule wewe unajua ni muhimu kwako, atakusaidia wewe. But using insults against the presidency is wrong, because we are setting a bad precedent. Because even that one that you're going to vote in, kuna wale watu watamtukana pia. But I don't know, and I don't see any situation whereby William Ruto is the president of this country na unamtukana. My friend, we were here when President Moi was the president of Kenya. When the president was here, no one, and I think the only people who used, at times who would use unkind language to him were the likes of Kinorengo. But look at where Kinorengo were, they were forced to hide themselves because we could not do that. It is wrong. Now, turudi kwa mambo mengine ambayo yanafurahisha na ingine ya kukera. Jambo ambalo limenikera mimi leo, we have bloggers in this country who do not even, I don't know how they get their contents, but it's very wrong for somebody in the name of Allah is our friend, lakini mahali inaelekea anavuka mipaka. Attack to one of Paranya is an attack to the Luya community, and especially those who are in the attack to Azimio. It is wrong. It is wrong, and it is wrong. We must call him out. It is wrong, and he must be told that it's wrong for him to attack the person of Paranya. It is wrong. Yes. Tuko na issue ya mambo ya leo vile rally zimekuwa, na tumefurahi ya kwamba Azimio tumekuwa na rallies mingi, tumekuwa Busia, tumekuwa Busia Malaba. We've seen there were rallies in Meru. There were rallies in Kajiado as well. We had a rally. There was a rally headed by the deputy governor of this county in Kajiado. There was one by the governor in Loitoktok. And this is just to say that we're doing well, but we should continue upping the game. And we've seen it in Homa Bay as well. So let's say the teams are working very well, and we just need to build on what is going on so as to secure the win in August. Na hiyo vile tunasema hivi, yes, I know there are those here who are actually supporting the deputy president. Hata deputy president akishinda kura imaanishi ya kwamba is not going to be the president of us who are supporting Azimio. Atakuwa tu rais wetu, but what we are saying is sioni mahali atapata hiyo kura. Sioni hiyo kura itatoka wapi, because hata ukifanya namna gani, we see the country has already taken side, na hiyo tunaona ya kwamba kuna uongozi tayari unaelekea wapi, Lake Victoria. Bernard, that is my opening remarks.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mrunga, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na jinsi unavyotadisi siasa. Naomba tu tusonge mbele na nini Bruce.
Yes, Bernard, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good evening, team. You need to have a what?
You already have a question?
No, I'm not a question. I just want to make a contribution.
When you lift your hand, it means you want to ask a question or you want to make a point of order. So the member is out of order. So if it's submission, you wait. We are coming to you. Tunafuata mkururo fulani. Sawa.
All right.
Yeah, just relax. Keep your mic mute. We will arrive on you in a short while. Honorable Bundi, VP.
Mzuri sana Bernard. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Members wale mko hapa na wale mnasikiza kutoka nje pia nimewasalimu. Leo ni siku yangu ya Sabato, nimemaliza kanisa vizuri. I'm happy to see agenda hii Esther Asiko. Karibu sana madam. Ambia madam wenzako wakuchange. Tunataka agenda sana. We want to hear some soprano. We are not used to stay alone. Hii mapesi mingi hapa inatujokeza. So stay at the end. Now, today kidogo pia imekuwa sad, very sad day when some members use some toxic language in front of the second commander in the country. I wish our deputy president should restrain himself from those and even apologize to the country. When somebody stand next to you and sema yule Sabina Chege ni mtu wa kuteremusa tu, akienda kidogo anateremusa tu, I don't think that is improper. That is not fair. You know, wewe kama ni kiongozi ukisimama kuwachukua uongee jambo, yani lazima una divert minds za watu vibaya kwa njia ambayo si njia mzuri. Kingine ni kwamba I'm happy the way our ODM and Azimio Brigade are conducting their campaign. Even when Papa is not here, you can see Papa is loved. He is not around, but kulikuwa kumechacha kabisa, na hiyo wengi hawangekuja kwa sababu Papa yuko, lakini tayari ukiangalia mkutano ya Pandere na ya Pandei, you can tell. But hata wakikuwa Pandere wengi, I can assure you most people and a good number go to UDA meeting because of handouts, because wanakuanga wamepelekwa na maroli asubuhi na mabasi. That one we know. I'm happy Papa is coming. I think Wednesday next week. Today was holding a meeting with the Prime Minister of India. That one also saw me that the president already is trying to. Is already hand over hii kazi. Ruto Raila is on Riaso, feasting some high profile of guys, and we don't need whether kuna kazi ingine tunangocha Raila aanze. He is already on duty. One more thing I wanted to speak kidogo kwa hii opening remarks ni kwamba Asarida kuna mtu ameweka Achari ya Achari, sima nini yako mute ya.
Please, when you get in the studio, mute your mic. Keep it mute until it's your turn to speak. It echoes and brings a lot of noise if it's left on. And the people following using their earphone, it's very irritating. So please keep your mic off until it's your turn to speak. If not, we send you to the quarantine. And you know where the quarantine is. Thank you. Honorable, continue.
Yes. For those guys, when mchachukua kura, msiongoje kura. Ukienda kwa vituo ya APC, unaweza chukua kura. Kama unataka kubadilisha kura, unaweza enda bado kituo ya APC, unaruhusiwa kubadilisha kura. Pia kuna kucheki kura yako kama wewe ni mfuasi wa chama fulani, you can keep checking kabla uchangine ichafanywa. Uweka complaint yako mapema kabla ya registry. As a reader, when I get the platform, that's what I'm telling my people, because ukiona mtu anajipiga kifua sana, utaniipia mimi najua mimi ndio muisi, you never know. Naweza kuwa ametumia taxpayer money yetu, amefanya uchanja ambao hatujui. Let us be ahead of them and check our votes whether they belong. Kuna sababu kwa huko na kura hapa, kumbe inasoma Eldoret, na uwezi toka Nairobi ufike Eldoret uende kuvote, itakuwa hiyo kura itakuwa imepoteza. And we normally say 1 vote counts. So your vote is very important. Tell your friend to tell a friend to make sure that ameangalia kura yake mahali iko. My friend has said a very good thing, like if Ruto come a president of the Republic of Kenya, is going to be a president of me, of my brother, of my mother, and a president of Azimio people. It's not going to be a president of UDA people supporters. So apunguze hasira, kwa sababu yeye tangu kampeni yanza, this is the only campaign tumeona tear gas icharuswa. I think even police are very happy. Hii ndio kampeni tumeweka, achakaa kwa rami, ila alitusi Karonso ati msee mkubwa amekalisha karami. Apunguze hasira, mambo bado, akuwe na maji na chupa, akuwe na nunulie watu handkerchief, tiaga zinakuja, sisi tumesoea wengi wetu, hata tuna miss, we are even missing them. Hata hatujui kama wangekubali wakifungua kampeni waturushie kidogo. So yeye mambo bado is complaining, but this thing is going to be messy, and I can assure you is messy, but it's not going to be messy because I don't expect maandamano without the Aruya, without Tajarua, without Achisi. So I don't know who is going to bring any chaos in town. So as I know, Laida is going to be the first president to win more than 10 million votes. When you count your vote, the thing I say 1 vote counts. So let us check my vote is already made in mark. I'm going to come back to when Alex will be here so that kuna watu wakikosa hapa siwezi ongea vizuri. So I'm waiting for them. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Sawa bwana Honorable Bundi, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa mawaidha yako na maoni yako. Alafu hujatupatia procedure ya kucheki kama tumesajiliwa kwa vyama ambavyo tuamini ni vyama vyetu. Ulisema tutafanyaje?
Kwa hiyo nini ya ODM actually nitatuma in a very short time, kapro malisa nitakutumia message hapa, alafu utaweka hapo kwa screen kila mtu anaweza ona.
Okay.
If you are an ODM member, there is a way you check. I think it has something like, let me confirm to give something adequate.
Sawa.
But mimi najua ya chama yangu. Hiyo ngine unaweza mwenye akupandile ngine pia anaweza waambia. Hii ya ODM ndio mimi najua.
Okay, asante Honorable Bundi. Yego vipi? Unmute. Yego, you are mute. Unmute. I see you are a man of many faces.
I am a man of
many faces. What happened?
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard.
Yes.
I'm happy to meet colleagues there. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Go straight to your submissions.
So I think my submissions actually are going to be brief because I want to say what we had today actually. I personally, as a leader, I don't recommend them because they are not actually good to the Kenyans because it seems these leaders of ours are inciting wananchi against their own president. So you cannot actually stand in a podium and tell the president that you've stole much, now pack and go home. That one actually I want to condemn. And as a member of the UDA party, let me also take the position and say I want to apologize on behalf of the UDA. Whatever Sudi said today, it was actually one of the worst. Again, let me come back to what Bundi. There is something that Bundi said. Bundi said that the bado mapambano, sijui kuna tear gas, kuna nini. Kindly, my brother, don't prepare the minds of Kenyans into that scenario of kukimbia hapa na pale, because what we want to actually urge all Kenyans is to move into this election in a peaceful manner Hatutaki makasiriko, because we have got brothers, like I am in Eldoret, we have got brothers from other communities like Kisumu, central part of the Republic of Kenya, na tungependa tuendelee kukaa na wao. So if you tell me tear gas bado inakuja, now you are scaring me. How do you know? Because are you now forcing me to join Azimio ndio niepe tear gas? Na hata kama niko Azimio na niko Eldoret na tear gas wake how am I assured of my safety? Hii tear gas lazima nitakula basi, kwa sababu they are targeting the hotspots like Eldoret and the western part of the Republic of Kenya. So actually what I want to say is that wacha tupromote ndugu, tuachane na hii maneno mingi na tuendelee mbele. So I think for the introduction part, Bwana Bernard, I can start there on that point. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you Bwana Ego, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Na tear gas, Biblia inasema kama wewe unatii sheria uhitaji kuogopa askari, lakini kama unavunja sheria ogopa kabisa. So tear gas haitembezwi nyumba kwa nyumba. Tear gas inatumika ku restore law and order. So if you don't break the law, tear gas will not locate you. And if you don't disturb the peace of others, nobody is going to throw tear gas to you. But if you choose to disrupt the operations of the country, tear gas utaionja upende usipende. So ni muhimu tuelewe hivyo, and then it's part and parcel of our political process, and so nobody should be afraid to talk about what are the possibilities, because if you are you feel injured or unjustly treated through the electoral process, there are many avenues to address your grievances. One of it is picketing, demonstrating, and calling for boycotts. That's still within the framework of the Constitution. We can't ban that. Anybody trying to ban that, he's going against the Constitution. It's part and parcel of this Constitution and is well structured in there. But we don't have to get there. Let's just follow the due process. Go through the elections the right way. No transferring of voters, no manipulating people and intimidating people. Let people go and vote freely, make their choice, and let their choice be declared as winner. Everything will be all right. Well, thank you. Thank you, those of you in the comments. We appreciate you. Please keep civility and respect for one another.
Bro, I want to comment to Mr. Yego 1 second.
Use that second right now.
Mr. Yego Kipukogot, my brother, I want to comment that you speak very maturely. I love how you are putting your points. You are a reader and you are belonging to Azimio. That is how Azimio people speak. You are only in a, you are so smart in a wrong party. Kindly, na kutongoza hivi. Tafadhali, you deserve better, in a better place. Kindly, bro, tell me where you are. I can drive there. That's my work, to convince 1/4 per day. You are a brother and you are a good person. You don't deserve on that side. About the tear gas, bro, this is what I mean. Yale mambo ODM ilepitia, UDA ichapitia hata nusu kwota ya kwota. Sasa ikikuwa kwamba ni kukombraini, ni kunyanyaswa, ni kufanya nini, hayawachafanyiwa chochote. Kama itakucha, I don't know what they are doing. Hii kulia wanalia saa hii kuwachukua president amefanya, ndio nilikuambia aje mambo bado. So don't be afraid. For you, I'm really welcoming you back to ODM, bro. You can get a space somewhere. Thank you.
Yego, mtaonana nyuma ya tent, mkubaliane tafadhali. Asanteni sana, tuendelee mbele. Bwana Njiru, briefly please, tusonge mbio ili tuhakikishe kwamba kila mmoja Yes, Bwana Yego.
Niweke namba ya M-Pesa hapo ama umesema tent wapi?
Namba ya M-Pesa ndio unahitaji? Okay, hapo kwa private chat, ha? Hapa private chat. Hapo ndio kanda ya tent. Hiyo ndio nyuma ya tent. So mnaweka hapo, mnakubaliana, alafu mambo yanasonga mbele. Bwana Njiru, how are you?
Okay, fine, sir. Thank you. How is your morning today, or it's evening?
This is evening from Nairobi. Thank you so much. Welcome to the show. Give us your opening remarks as we move forward.
Okay, nashukuru vizuri. I'm happy. God is faithful. Ametupea health. Ndio maana tuko hapa, sababu kama tungekuwa na health hatungeweza kusema chochote. So mimi langu tu ni kusema, mimi tu naona baba ako kwa cruising speed sasa. Nilikuwa na wasiwasi pale kitambo kidogo ile wakati BBI ilianguka, lakini sasa naona baba ako kwa cruising speed vizuri sana. So mimi tu nataka tu as my introduction nataka tu kusema tu vitu mbili. I think naona hii siasa ya Kenya imedegrade kwa propaganda mingi sana, and it will be difficult for Kenyans to know the truth. Unajua propaganda, tuko na history ya propaganda. Ukiangalia kama Kenya, it is so unfortunate, tuko na watu, hata nilisikianga hiyo propaganda nikaambia jamaa mwingine wacha hiyo bwana. Kuna mapropaganda zimekuwa zikitembea Kenya mingi sana, to the extent hata unasikia ati watu wakisema hata Raila hajaenda shule. So naona kuna hiyo story ya mapropaganda tu zinaendelea, and I can see Ruto is a master of propaganda. Juu kama saa hii the moment unasikia kila saa akisimama pale hataki kutoa agenda yake, anaongea tu story ya he doesn't even want to refer to his opponents by the name. Kazi yake tu ni kuita watu majina, which to me it doesn't sound well. So and if people want us to trust them, hata huyu mtu kama huyu deputy president kama anasema watu wajaenda shule, ama he says that maybe, whereas kama sasa nimeangalia profile ya Raila Odinga, he has a masters in production engineering, and in fact yule mtu aliharibia Raila Odinga sana ni Moi. I'm double sure kama Raila Odinga angefungwa hiyo miaka 9, I'm double sure Raila Odinga hata angeweza kupata PhD, ama pengine hata angeweza ku advance masomo yake zaidi. Because you can imagine, hata ni kama mimi hapa, imagine ukamatwe at your productive time. Na unajua mostly for us human beings, our most productive time is between 30 and 45 years. Can you imagine hiyo wakati walikamata Raila Odinga, he was at around in the late 30s, almost early 40s. Hiyo wakati mtu anakuanga akifanya so much development in his life, wanakukamata wanakuweka huko ndani miaka 9, and you can still see the profile of that person along the way. So ile tu kitu tunajaribu kusema hapa ni kwamba there is so much we can read about these two personalities and we can separate them. Mimi sijaona Ruto in handship, like he has been in Moi government. Sijamuona akiwa in a handship zone the way he can operate. Actually hii ndio mara yake ya kwanza venye tunamuona akiwa kwa handship hiyo wakati wanajibizana na Uhuru, but I have not seen him in handship to see how we can do. I've never seen Ruto doing any mobilization. So this is his first mobilization. Raila Odinga has been the master of mobilization in Kenya as early 90s. He has been a master of mobilization. Mtu wa kwanza kujaza stadium, kujaza Nyayo Stadium, kujaza Uhuru Park. So up to now, nangojea kuona ile siku Ruto atajaza stadium moja vizuri Kenya. Sio hii kujaza na watu wa kubebwa. We know Raila Odinga amekuwa akijaza stadium. So I want to evaluate Ruto more in those. Na tusiseme ati hao watu ambao wanakuja kwa stadium saa zingine sio kura, they translate to votes. We have seen it. So the other thing I want to say some good news, vitu zimetendeka leo. Kama sasa mnajua sasa kuna watu wamedefect UDA leo. Kuna woman rep wa Isiolo Jaldesa amedefect UDA leo. Alafu na ndio nilikuwa hata nikidiscuss hapa siku nyingine, hata Mount Kenya, Uhuru hata ongelesha Mount Kenya sana. Vile tu Uhuru atafanya, he will talk with hao watu tu wanakaribia Mount Kenya hapo, and then Mount Kenya will just be forced by the heat. Wataona tu hakuna option, and they will see the winning direction by default. So even without even talking to Mount Kenya will start seeing na sasa kama sasa ukiona saa hii Isiolo hakuna mtu wa UDA saa hii, I can tell you for real, out of wale watu wakubwa kwa serikali. In Meru siwaoni, so unaona sasa vile tunateremka. So Isiolo in Northeastern and huko akina Mandera wapi sioni UDA mingi sana. Sasa Meru ni kama wamewekwa lock sasa. So the only place UDA wanaweza sema wako na watu kidogo kidogo ni Tharaka Nithi na Embu, and I can tell you soil erosion is coming. So hata huko watamomonyoka tu pole pole, because you know Waembu na Watharaka hakuna vile watataka kukaa kwa opposition peke yao. It is very so mimi ile kitu naona hapa, kuna vile naona DP ama the deputy president amekosa strategy ya kuretain. Unajua in politics tunasemanga unaweza kosa kupata mtu, but you have to retain. First of all you need to retain. Kutoka ile siku Raila Odinga amezindua azimio yake pale Kasarani, I think in some late October hapo, tunaona tu kazi yake tu ni kugain tu vile and again, and the new party is coming on board, and the different people coming on the party. Yani unaona, yani kuna ile environment inakuwa created. Kama sasa ukiangalia na nile kitota tulikuwa tunaongea hapa jana, Wakamba sasa all the three governors wameraba stamp pande yao ya Azimio. So hiyo hata bila kuongea story ya Kalonzo will be forced by the wave and the interest of the people kukuja tu pande ya Azimio. So hata story ya Kalonzo we should not even be talking here. Kalonzo ni mtu wa Azimio, we are just waiting for time, because there is no in which Kalonzo ataenda ile pande ingine, and already all the people in Ukambani wanasema now we are almost, and unaona sasa vile iko. So in brief tu kusema, mimi naona deputy president amefanya so many killer mistakes. Apart from ile story ya kutusi president na mambo ingine, hata strategy yake, he doesn't have good strategies. Na ningetaka yule mtu ana support deputy president hapa, nataka animentionie his campaign strategies. Nataka tu animentionie 5 people who are managing the campaign of deputy president, and anipea his profile yao watu, then we can discuss his politics from that direction. Because mimi sitaki kuongea story ya mtu hata hana strategy, mtu hana watu. Kama sasa ukiniuliza campaign strategies wakina Raila, mimi nawajua wote, people with reputation, wanajulikana, akina Makau Mutua the professor in Buffalo, kuna yule mama mwingine alikuwa pale UN ako kwa campaign ya Raila, kuna yule jamaa Mureithi, lakini wale watu wana manage campaign ya Ruto tu, wale najua ni akina Murkomen, akina Sudi, nikasikia yule jamaa anaitwa Hassan ndiye alikuja kapoa communication, akina Itumbi, watu wa kuende timapicha. So you can see, so mimi ningetaka kama tuko na mtu wa UDA hapa, please, you cannot win a campaign without a functional implementation team. Can you mention to us ile team inauza agenda yenu? I want to know your team. Team ya Raila tunaijua, and na maintain some of these people for the last 10-20 years. So please, watu wa UDA, kama kuna mtu wa UDA hapa, kindly defend your team, na usikuje kutuambia hapa team yenu yuko huko kwa marali huko, watu wanaenda kusimama kutusiana huko na kusema sijui ati bibi anani pia alikuwa for your information. I don't think hata hiyo ni kitu wa Kenya tu wanafaa kusikiliza. It is known, so many people have been girlfriends of whoever. So hata ukikuja hapa kuanzia kuniambia so and so amekuwa girlfriend yangu, so what? Kwani how many people in this life they had more than one girlfriend in their lives? So what are you trying to tell us? So hiyo story ya kuja kuanzia kutuambia hata maneno ya vitanda hapa, and the way you used to be a girlfriend of somebody or to be a boyfriend of somebody, that one is not politics. We want agenda. So hii inakuonesha how these guys have degraded. Uwezi simama kwa podium and the only thing ati mnaongea ni kama yule msichana wa Nairobi, yule msichana anavunja mboma za wenyewe, yule ati anakuja kusema tu anataka chuma. You can see now what these people are. They are only talking about sex, and how can sex be part of a functional campaign team? au huyu mwingine akina Omanga kazi yake tu anaongeanga tu hiyo maneno tu just see it is a worry. So please, watu wa UDA, can you tell us your strategy in a strategic manner? Lakini wacheni kuja kutuambia hapa story ya boyfriend na girlfriend. Hata mimi niko na girlfriend, niko I have a wife, so stop coming and to tell us about issues of issues ya vitanda hapa. That's why I'm a bit bitter to hear people talking about bed. Thank you.
Thank you Mr. Njiru, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele na majibu utapata. Kuna yule amesema kampeni ya deputy president inaongozwa na Mungu mwenyewe. Basi tutegee tuone kama itazaa matunda. Okay, sasa because of gender sensitivity, we're going to listen from Esther first, and then we will continue from WG as usual. Thank you very much. Dadangu, vipi Esther? Unmute alafu uongee, microphone ndio hii kando ya jina lako. Mara moja tu. Una unmute, umemute tena. Unmute. It is still mute. You unmute once and then leave it. Yes. It is muting again. Unatumia earphone. Bas ongea. Ukiunmute alafu naongea.
Mi nasema,
Yes.
I'm watching from Saudi Arabia. I've been following this group since then you started this group. The only thing that I can say, kitu cha kwanza, William Ruto akona mambio zingine nyingi na kifua na kusi watu. Ana mpangilio. Asema kwamba serikali ya Jubilee haijafanya chochote, ili hali yeye amekuwa kwa serikali ya Jubilee. William Ruto ni kama bibi ambaye amekuwa kwa ndoa ya miaka 10 na ameacha ndoa yake, ameona mume mwingine huko nje. Ni bibi mwenye amekuwa katika ndoa na ameacha mume wake, ameona mume mwingine kule nje mzuri. Sasa amekimbilia yule mume mzuri, ameacha yule ambaye amekuwa akiwork na yeye. Jambo lingine, sema kwamba serikali tangu handshake ikuje hakuna kitu chenye serikali imefanya, ili hali yeye mwenyewe amekuwa kwenye serikali.
Pole dada amerushwa nje na nafikiria ni net. WG karibu. Akija tutampatia nafasi nyingine.
Okay, Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. Kwani wewe WG? Are you in dog business?
Kwani you can hear?
Hii story ya ubwakali kututishatisha. Sisi hatutishwi kwa. Atutetemeshwa.
I have some beautiful daughters here, so indeed. Yeah. So yeah, thank you. I saw you guys, the Mutembei TV, bringing UDA live for the rest of them. I'm wondering how Mutembei is a staunch supporter of Baba, but gives all the full knee on the other side activities. But anyway, that is so good.
News is our business, and so we have to report everything that is taking place. That doesn't affect our political commitment.
It's okay. It's good. So now, like my fellow contributors here, I'm also very, glad by the building of things, especially in Western. Joho's rally started like a joke, but it's gathering momentum. It's gathering momentum day by day. It began like as a joke in Luanda area. It went to Vihiga the other day. So today it was full blast. I think it was also, energized by the presence of the cabinet secretary Eugene Wamalwa and the DAP, DAP leadership. It was good, but my observation is that the ODM brigade in Western are missing in action there. There are so many of the leaders there that have not shown up, and you see why I'm so much interested to know what they are doing there is because Western is going to be the main battlefield. Is a target of our opponents. So their participation is very important, because perception today is what will make people join the Azimio or go to the other side. Just the mere fact that there were those crowd in Kakamega today makes people of Western feel comfortable in UDA side, yet they shouldn't be there. That is a no-go zone. So by that, them showing that the crowd is following, there are people who would be like, okay, we are also having some hope on this other side. And that should not be the case. The way it should be, I thought that I was so glad Governor Wangamati was there, or Jamong was there, and the person who was committed, I think he was committed at the funeral of Juma, the Harambee Stars Shabik. So he could have been there, but I think he should be at the forefront of organizing those rallies in Western. And I would encourage, if they are listening to me, that they should continue that until Baba comes back, because that's the reason why. If you've seen the trend, William Ruto's trend, he's left Central. Nowadays, he goes elsewhere for some few days, and he goes back to Western to camp there. It means his interest is there. He's kind of losing hope in Central already. So we would encourage the likes of this Mbunge Raphael Wanjala, the guys, the brigade from where is this? Where they were last time? Vihiga County. You see, last time they were almost missing. Everyone was away from Vihiga. They were not there. So I would really like to encourage them that they be on the ground. First of all, it's even advantageous to them as area leaders. It's a campaign for them indirectly, so they stand to gain. Number two, my observation with the Oka team, I was so impressed. Especially with Martha Karua. Martha Karua is single-handedly, offering civil education to voters. He is in the tranquility and the quietness of the people, the few people who are there, which were not so few today. There was a sizable crowd today in Lugari. And his message was so clear and so important on how to make a decision on whom to choose for presidency. So Oka team, in their own isolation, they are playing a major role, very major role, in educating people who would otherwise be confused by UDA's propaganda, the way the other guy had just observed. There's too much propaganda. So when someone like Martha Karua goes there and speaks to them quietly like that, it sinks more than anyone would imagine. Number 3, we are so glad that the Ukambani today governors, although they've said that before, we knew that they were leaning towards Azimio, but they came out today and reasserted their willingness to work with Azimio. That was so important. The only thing I wasn't so much happy about was Governor Mutua's attack on Kalonzo Musyoka, which was misplaced. It was uncalled for. He should hold those friendly fires. They are unnecessary now. We need everyone on board because Kalonzo Musyoka, his role is so important. We cannot rule him out. We want everybody in Ukambani to join Azimio, and therefore, those unnecessary utterances should not be encouraged. Governor Mutua should hold his horses. The other thing is that where is the people from Central, the guys who are likely running mates of Raila Amolo Odinga? Where are they currently? Does it mean that when Raila Odinga goes away, now no one among those people who've been so much close to him, like Peter Kenneth, Maina Kamanda, the governors from those areas, we need to see them in action, especially when the general is away. There are people that we need to see working even more. I think that is all I have for today, Bernard, because I don't believe when you say that it is the introduction. So we will have another chance to talk. There are so many people here and many are still coming in. So I will hang around shortly and then leave the space for the others to come in.
Okay, thank you, WG. Just to respond to your call, the running mate are busy preparing for the Mranga meeting. And then the Jubilee NDC, there is a lot that is taking place on the ground. I believe that's why they are occupied. But Azimio is giving these elections a versatile approach, a mild approach, so that we are not concentrated in one place. I believe the election wherever the executive for elections have zoned the country and given responsibilities to various people to target various regions. So at the end of the day, we will all culminate in one place to declare our victory, but everybody will work in different regions, especially the western, and then the western region and the central region, and then of course the coast, and then the other parts. So it is UDA to work hard, since they can only hold one rally or chase after marketplaces. They will need to break their chest to catch up with what is happening, because before we are in Meru, we are in Kisii, we are in Kakamega, we are in the coast at the same time, at the very time they are having their own meeting. So I see Azimio is already having a front running, regardless of who thinks what. And then also the content. That provokes me to play this video. Just shortly before we move to the next person, who was Mr. Wangira. Let's listen to this first.
Wenye kiburi na madharau, ati wanaketi kwa mahoteli na maofisi, ati wao wanataka kutupanga, ati kutupangia nani ndio atakuwa kiongozi wa Kenya na nani atakuwa kiongozi wa wapi. Mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa Kakamega, wale watu wachache wako Nairobi kwa maofisi na hoteli, tunawaambia kutoka Kakamega, hata kama uko na pesa kiasi gani, hata kama uko na mabilioni, hata kama uko na uwezo kiasi gani, hata kama ni deep state ama system, kura yako ni moja my friend, kama kura ya mama mboga hapa Kakamega. Ninyi mnanielewa? Tunaelewana? Na mwaka huu tutawafundisha adabu hawa watu wa kiburi na madharau, ndio wajue wananchi ndio kusema. Mimi nawauliza watu wa Kakamega, wale wanakaa kwa mahoteli na maofisi ati wanatupangia, wao ndio wataamua ama nyinyi ndio mtaamua? Nani wataamua? Wale ndio kusema ama nyinyi ndio kusema? Nyinyi ndio kusema. So tunawaambia wale wako Nairobi, tafadhalini muheshimu wananchi wa Kenya. Mwaka huu hapa Kakamega na Kenya mzima tutapiga kura kuondoa kisirani ya ukabila na chuki na mikawanyiko na madharau na kiburi ya watu wachache, ndio tutengeneze Kenya ya usawa. Kakamega, mnakubali tutatembea pamoja? Kakamega, mnakubali tutatembea pamoja? Hawa watu wenye kiburi, wacha niwaambie watu wa Kakamega, hawa watu wa kiburi na madharau, tusipowakomesha ati tuwaruhusu ati watuchagulie viongozi Kenya, mwisho watakuja hapa watuambie tuwapatie bibi zetu watuzalie watoto. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Hawa watu tutawakomesha ama hatutawakomesha? Mtakomesha na kura zenu? Tutawaonyesha nyinyi ndio kusema. Ndio nimefika hapa na ndugu zangu hawa. Mimi nawauliza kwa unyenyekevu watu wa Kakamega, mnajua tuko na jeshi kubwa ya UDA, tuko na jeshi ya ANC, tuko na jeshi ya Ford Kenya. Tumekubaliana kwa sababu Waswahili wanasema umoja ni nini? Si umoja ni nguzo jameni? Tumekubaliana ya kwamba tunaunganisha ANC na Ford Kenya na UDA ndio tutengeneze Kenya yenye haina mipaka ya ukabila na dini na rangi na sehemu. Watu wa Kakamega, mnakubali tuunganishe? Mnakubali tuungane? Mnasema Manueta aungane na Hasla, mnasema Hasla aungane na Mudavadi, mnasema Mudavadi aungane na Gachagua, mnasema tuungane sisi wote. Hebu nione wale watu wa Kakamega wanasema tuungane.
Okay, partly that is what the Deputy President carried for the Kakamega people, and accusations, counter accusations, and then there are people who want to choose for Kenyans who should be the president. We will dive into that as time continues. Let's hear from Mr. Wangira. Karibu.
Asante Bernard, how are you? How are you, Bernard?
Order. What is it, Mr. Abundi?
I only wanted to add something once more to Mr. Tabruji. However, we clarify about the debut of these central debuts where they were not on action. However, umetaja what I wanted to add. But I want to inform my brother Tabruji that from State House meeting, those people were given mandate. What they are doing, they are preparing ground for the president. Actually, they are doing very big meetings. Even today, they were safari back behind the camera. Others what, in fact, they went to Kisumu from all the way to talk their own because they are preparing. They were given a certain mandate to do. In fact, the work they are doing is more bigger than what you see on camera. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the information. I believe we are all guided. Mr. Wangira, Karibu.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm fine. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. How are my colleagues? habari zenyu?
Wako salama, tafadhali endelea, songa mbele.
Asante. There's something running down your screen that reads, I pity President Uhuru Kenyatta, Murkomen in KKA rally, Kakamega. You know, these are some of the things that keep making me laugh. Yesterday, I told you that Kenya Kwanza Alliance is in a panic mood, and anybody who is watching them keenly can observe that they're in a panic mood because they have been put into a corner. You know, they never thought that it would reach here, where now even the voting block in which they had banked on, which is Mount Kenya, things are not adding up as they thought. Having been pushed to the corner, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, these people have totally lost the agenda and they have gone into what we call personal attacks. Look at what Murkomen was saying about His Excellency the President. Look at what Echesa was saying about Atwoli. Look at what this other guy called Sudi was saying about His Excellency the President. These are guys who are now in a panic mood, have lost their agenda. They don't know what to do, what to say, other than now going to personal attacks. And again, if you observe how their principals are conducting their campaign, their principals, I mean, Deputy President William Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, and Wetangula. Somehow, from their body language, they seem to have realized that Raila Amolo Odinga is going to be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. But their problem now seems only to be that Raila Odinga will be remote controlled. You know, they are not now telling us that Raila Odinga will not make it, but they're only telling us that if Raila Odinga becomes president, he's going to get remote controlled from somewhere. If they want him to jump, they remote control and he jumps. If they want him to sit, they remote control and he sits. You know, but to the larger majority of Kenyans who have their eyes on the prize being the election of Raila Odinga on the 9th of August, you know, some of those things don't bother them. And again, as they attack His Excellency the President, His Excellency the President also doesn't seem bothered. The guy is going on with his mission, as you saw today. Today he met a delegation from Isiolo, and he met another delegation from Mandera. And as I've always been telling you, it's now migration time. Those guys who had crossed River Mara to the other side of Serengeti are now crossing back to our side of Masai Mara. You know, they went to Serengeti kukula kwa Ruto. Now they are crossing back kutupatia kura 2022. If you look at one of the things that have made me happy is the way now the Kambas are consolidating themselves. Already we have Ngilu, Mutua, and Kibwana saying that they are going all the way to support Raila Odinga. And again, if you listen to One Kenya Alliance in their rally in Western Kenya, where they were hosted by Jirongo, they were very clear that they are negotiating with other like-minded political parties. But the only person they are not going to negotiate with is William Ruto. That automatically tells you that at the end of the day, they will go the Azimio way. They will go the Azimio way, as we already have Ngilu, Mutu, and Kibwana on our side. I've told you that it's migration period. And because it's migration period, we are going to see more people who many thought were going to stick with UDA now coming back to Jubilee. I think it's just this week where one of the Turkana MPs defected from UDA to, I think, ODM, I think it's ODM or one of the Azimio La Umoja political parties. And today we saw this very vocal lady. This lady was very vocal in UDA called Rehema Jaldesa, the women rep of Isiolo, telling President Uhuru Kenyatta State House Nairobi that rais hiyo ilikuwa tu ni hasira, lakini mimi nimerudi nyumbani. So we are likely to see many of such characters saying ilikuwa tu ni hasira and returning back to Jubilee, especially in Central Kenya. In Central Kenya, I see many MPs who had aligned themselves with UDA, rediscovering themselves, and now coming back to Azimio La Umoja through Jubilee or any other Azimio related party. Again, one of my colleagues has talked about prospective presidential deputy prospective Raila running mates not participating in Raila campaigns while he's outside the country. I tend to say that's not true, because if you observed today in Meru, Munya held a very big rally in Meru. If you watch, there was a very big rally, very well attended in Meru. As I close, I think Raila Odinga needs to do the 17th November 2017 return home, where we need to go and welcome him back home from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on that day, so that we'll tell him that Raila Odinga, while you are away, this and this happened. While you are away, that and that happened. And I'm happy that if such a thing happens, and I'm very happy that if such a plan is made, this time it will be minus tear gas. There will be no tear gas from airport to town. At least this time we are sure that there will be no tear gas. In 2017, some of us who participated in that journey from the airport to Nairobi, we know how much to Nairobi CBD, we know how much tear gas we had. But this time I believe that if such an organization is made, then we'll escort Raila Odinga from airport to Nairobi CBD, minus tear gas. And I think that one will be a very good, that one will be a very good opportunity for him also to market himself and also assert and affirm that he is in this war. And when I say in this battle, he's in this battle to win and become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. For now, let me leave it at that and allow the rest of my colleagues to also contribute. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Wangira. We are glad that you are here and making contribution to the shaping of our politics. There is a dark screen re-emerging very forcefully and very committedly. So Operation Fagia Wote inaanza sasa hivi. If you can't show us your camera, appear on camera, tuna huruma tafadhali. Our viewers are complaining they are watching dark screen. So tokezea uonekane tafadhali. Eric Mugambi, your gadget has issues. Who else? There was another one called Ajali. Your gadgets, the way you have configured your gadget is wrong. When you click on the link to enter the studio, StreamYard will ask you to control your camera and your audio. If you denied any of the questions, you will not be able to make your presentation. So please allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to take full control of your camera and your audio. That's the only way you will succeed to get here and be able to make your contribution. So Eric Mugambi, please observe that. Ajali. That was also the issue with your joining the studio. So please, let's make that happen. And then Operation Fagia Yote will be sustained. We want to have a bright screen because of the people that are viewing on a large screen. They want to follow the show and want to see who is contributing. So if you are camera shy, we will teach you how to be camera bold But all in all, we need to see you on camera for us to continue doing what we are doing. Otherwise, those of you on the comment section, please don't go personal. Relax, cool down. We don't eliminate somebody we don't block somebody except they are using obscene language and becoming language. Having a divergent political decision or political persuasion is not a reason to kick somebody from the studio. But if he begins to call names, wale ambao wanasema hii ni channel ya Wajaluo na hiyo masuala yote, sasa ukifikia hapo tutakung'atua hata kama utaki kung'atuka. Kwa hivyo ni lazima ukae kwa zamu yako kulingana na mikakati na sheria ambazo zinakubalika kwa public platform. Ukitaka kusema mambo yako personal, enda utumie Facebook account yako kwa jina lako, address your followers there, tell them every nonsense you want to say, but not on another person's platform. That is the law, and you must abide with that. That is not a threat. We have blocked so many people from here, and we have never made a follow-up on them because everybody is invited to join. But if you want to leave, you're free to leave at any time you feel like leaving, because it is important for us to keep our content right, because we believe this content is going to be on this channel for many years. Our great-grandchildren will view this and understand what you used to do when you are in Kenya. And that's why you need to take very serious every opportunity you have to share on this platform, so that your parents or your great-grandchildren, when they will rewatch this video, they should be able to remember you for something good, not for you to that you are on the platform and you insulted people, calling them Wajaluo, ama Waluya, ama nini. No tribal profiling, no group condemnation of anybody. If you have a difference with Raila Odinga, address Raila Odinga. If you have a difference with William Ruto, address William Ruto. Stop all this madness of trying to profile communities and calling people names. Thank you very much. Yes, Patriot.
Yes, how are you, the able speaker, my fellow panelists? It's always a pleasure to see you. Can I take a minute or two, Bernard, if you don't mind, because I'm rushing for another meeting that is very important. I thought I would share something with you. Am I in your indulgence, please?
Okay, the 2 minutes are granted.
Thank you. I thought you were saying the 2 minutes have been consumed. You know, I was worried. Okay, thank you, Bernard. Thank you so much. It's always good to have you here as the speaker of this great, discussion group. I'm happy to see WG. It's always a pleasure to see you. Mr. Wangira, Murungu, Henry Stanley, my namesake, Mr. Kamau Kimani, Wesley Sark. It's great to have you guys. I'm here just to give you a bit of good news before I go to another area. On a light note, Bernard, ukifukuza watu hapa wataenda chama nyingine. Sasa unajua ni party after party. So be careful, watu wasiame.
Mimi sifanyi party recruitment. Mimi nafanya tu party reporting. So
Ni sawa, Bernard. I'm just making people, feel good. So allow me to say this. When Jesus Christ was crucified, you remember, you'll back up my data in case I forget, Bernard, because you're a man from the world of theology and Bible studies. You'll back up. I hope you'll be my backup team on that one. So, if my memory serves me right, when Jesus Christ was crucified, there is a very, very memorable event that happened during the time of crucifixion. It was so mysterious, so significant that any serious person who has read the Bible must know about this incident. Kulikuwa na giza kwa masaa mangapi? Kutoka saa 6 mpaka saa 9.
when Jesus Christ was crucified. And a sound came from heaven that said, "This is my son, my son." He was given confirmation not from heaven that truly those who doubted that he was a savior for mankind, that was the reckoning moment. I want to use that analogy to tell you today that the moment of reckoning that we remember in the crucifixion of Jesus Christ happened today. For those who watched and who know what that crucifixion meant, they knew that was the Son of God and he was going to resurrect. They didn't need to wait to see that he would resurrect again, but that gave the total gospel of what was going to happen ahead. So today, I want to report to you that the very, very significant event that happened that day of crucifixion happened today. And here is the point. The Oka group today were in Western. The UDA and Kenya Kwisha were in Western. The Azimio La Umoja plus the DAP fertilizer was in Western. That was where crucifixion happened. And let me tell you what happened today. The most clearest indication of who is going to be the president of this country was seen today for those who understand crucifixion significance before he died and he was resurrected on a Sunday or the first day of the week. Let me tell you, to put it in simple terms, the Oka group, the speech that was given by Jirongo and the son of the late president, second president of the Republic of Kenya, Arap Moi, it was revealing. It was revealing. It meant clearly that these are surely the messengers that are sent for the mission of saving mankind. They said it. Jirongo said, tunaendelea kuongea na Azimio. He didn't mince his words. He said, na Azimio, tunaendelea kuongea, tunamaliza, na tutakuja hapa tukiwa wote. Then the son of Moi said, mnajua hiyo maneno, wacha tuendeleshe tu, tuelewane vizuri, lakini mnajua mahali hatuwezi kuenda. You get? So there is no other thing that you need to know, that the crucifixion of mankind is meant for salvation. You don't need to wait for the day of resurrection for you to know. Today, the 3 hours of reckoning have revealed for the keen observers, and the sound came from the highest land. The president of this republic had very serious meetings with people from the northern part of this country. And you know the person who defected. I saw one of my brother, that was one of our brother alluded to that. There's that lady was for UDA. For some of you, I don't know whether you saw it. And she said, just like Peter, when he realized that he had denied Jesus Christ, na jogo inaenda kuwika. You remember what Peter said? This lady comes and she said, please, sir, ilikuwa ni hasira. What does that mean? Where she comes from or where she went, the ingredient that runs the order of their ranting is hasira. So when we tell them ni chama ya hasira, that confirms it. Ametoka kwa hasira, sasa anasema tafadhali hasira imeisha, nimekuja nyumbani. I went there because of hasira. So my end good news to you is this. The next president of the Republic of Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga. Don't waste your time. You know, from crucifixion, death, 3 days, resurrection, and you'll see. So some of you, I know you'll wait to say, oh, Jesus, show us you are whatever, able to guze mbavu, ni wewe na nini. We know, but the truth is, majority who know the signs of times, the people who know how to read the significance of such moments, we know. In fact, Bernard, I want this TV to be spending 1 hour to be speaking, ili watu wawe wanalala, because that story is over. Raila Amolo Odinga is the president in waiting, and the many things that we are waiting of the great things that have happened is the incident that is going to happen before the end of the month. And I said this yesterday here. We're going to have a serious NDC like no any other. The ODM will be at Bomas of Kenya. The Mountain Red, you know what I mean, the Mountain Red. The Mountain Red will be at KICC. On the same day, they will do a half day. Then the ODM will come from Bomas. We will meet at a stadium. You need to know that. Nyayo Stadium. What's wrong with you, Bernard? Unajaza? Nyayo Stadium. So yes, from there, Nyayo Stadium. From there, tutaunganisha machungwa, tuunganishe na njiwa, you know, na alafu watu watapewa hiyo vaccine ya Azimio kila mtu in that stadium unatoka na hiyo injection ya Azimio and everything shall be free. Remember, Oka will also be there. Kalonzo Musyoka, I bet, is going to be there, and I told people yesterday he is going to be part of that. So I want to end by saying, my brother, that is the news. You will deduce it, you will discuss the way you want, because we speak differently. That's what God has told us. But allow me to end by saying this. Don't stop me to celebrate when I know when I want to celebrate. It's not your business to tell me when to celebrate, because you are my opponent. If I smile to the last teeth, that's none of your business. If you are waiting to smile with your losing, you wait to do that. So I want to stand by saying,
well, Patriot. It is well, Patriot. Your 2 minutes ended. Thank you very much for your submission and updates.
Thank you so much, Bernard. May God bless you so much. Na ujue ya kwamba sisi tuko na patience, usikuwe na makasiriko. Thank you so much.
It has been long, my brother. Good to hear from you.
Asante sana, Bwana Patriot. We look forward to linking again later on in the day or on another show. Thank you very much for your continued support and continued contribution on this platform. It makes a huge difference. Now, there is a question that is being posed to me on the comment section, and I'm being forced to answer a question. Now, for all heaven's sake and all earth, I beg, please, it doesn't work that way in my world. Okay, the world where I live, things don't work like that. So if you want to make that an issue of public platform, I will not be sucked into it. I don't believe in that. It is this is not my first time online and on TV. So relaxini mahali mlipo, hii show itaendelea, itafunga na ingine itafunga. I don't respond to people on the public platform on personal matters. That is against the ethics of my vocation, as well as the ethics of my journalistic training. So if you want something personal, talk to me personally. You don't talk to me through the public. Thank you. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani huyu. Henry Stanley alikuja kwanza, alafu tuende kwa Wesley, sorry. Wesley, and then ndio tumsikilize Mkenya. Wengine umedrop off. Mr. Kamau nilikuona mapema. Okay, rudi kwa studio. Haya bwana Henry, unmute, alafu talk to us. Sure.
Amjambo.
Hatujambo, vipi huko?
Safi sana bwana, mimi naona watu wanakazana huko.
Wanakazana wapi?
Enyewe ni mzuri. So I'm happy with the show all the time, as I say. Not only me. For those who enjoy what we're doing, I'm also joining hands with them. Let me comment on some few issues, what I've just observed today, and from what my colleagues have been talking about. I listened clearly to what Mutua said with his counter governors about those guys who want to go and get something from wherever they're going. So we cannot work it out to improve the economy or whatever they're saying, whether it's the bottom up to buy people so that you don't see what you have contributed to the development of the country, and then you say give people money, and you tell us now we are the ones who are going to improve the economy. Look at their speeches. Those who like now have loosened grip on what they are fighting for. So let us do something which can make us proud, even to other countries or to the other to the outside of the world. So watu waone sisi ni watu wa kujipanga, sio kujipanga ni kuiba. Alafu on the other side, I like the way the president is coming out. Look at the points he's giving out. Whenever he comes out to say something, look at what he says. It becomes a topic. So the UDA, they are waiting for the Azimio. It's like they are giving them agenda every day. They don't tell people what they're gonna do, but they want to tell them what Azimio is doing. So what is the implication to that? Doesn't help us nothing. There's nothing we gain from telling us who is going to be the president on the other side, instead of saying he's going to be the president. Other members are going to do this so that we improve. Don't tell us wamepanga kwenda kujipatia vyeo, wamepanga hivi kutuibia kura. So is that a manifesto ya kwenda kusaidia Kenya? Wish wa kura umekuweko. Now when you are on this side of the coin, you say it's a tail. But when you come to the head, you don't accept that there's a tail. You only want people to be telling you the coin has only one side. That's the head. So let us be open and do something. Let us not like for the sake of talking. Look at that's why I say when we are talking, when we are giving advisors, or when we are talking of leaders who are prospective, when you wanasaidia Kenya, look at what they say. Usianze kuambia Uhuru amefanya hivi, Raila amefanya hivi, Sabina Cheka amefanya hivi. Sasa hii itatusaidia nini? Tuambie wewe unaenda kutufanya mbolea kuje chini, watoto wetu vile watasoma, barabara vile zitatengenezwa, hospitali hatuna madawa. Don't tell us juu ya wanasiasa wengine. Tell us what we're gonna do. Tell us kama kuna wizi kwa serikali, useme mimi nikiingia kuna wizi saa hii, lakini nikiingia hiyo wizi nitakomesa. But let us not like unaongea juu ya all the time, unaongea kiongozi mwingine aseme hivi, next rally wewe ulikuwa wapi? Ulikuwa wapi? That thing haiwezi kusaidia Kenya yetu. So let us as leaders, hata mimi najua pengine wanasikiza, maybe kuna wale wanasikiza because they know about them today, they just listen. Some of them are like right now they are listening, and maybe they get some ideas, if they are getting some ideas from what, because we are the wananchi. Sasa mtu mmoja akitoka, people are defecting, yeye ndiye amedefect. Mmoja alichaguliwa na watu wengi, lakini ameenda mmoja. Wao wamepaki nyuma, watafanya nini? Wewe umeenda, walikuchagua ukae mahali ulikuwa, sasa umetoroka hapo. Sasa wataweka mwingine mahali umetoka. So wasisahau hivyo. They remember mahali wako waliwekwa huko sababu walionekana watafanya huko. Sasa kama wametoka, mwingine ataweka huko, wao waende huko mahali wamejua wale wengine watasikiana na wao kuingia pale, ndio watawapatia kura. Lakini kwa mahali waliweka na wamewacha, sawa. That's why some of the MPs, senators, they don't want to defect. Na walisema mchana wakiwa na kiongozi wao kwamba kifikia tarehe hii sasa sisi tuta defect. Kwa nini mjatoka? If they are, sio kama like nikitoka they are 50-50. Hapa mimi naona kuna njia pande hii. Hapa inaenda hata kuna njia lakini inaenda kufika mwisho. That's why they don't want to defect. Kweli usemwe, Kenya sisi hatutaki kufanyia mchezo kama Sikarangi. Sasa leo unaruka hapa, unasema fulani ni mbaya, fulani ni mwizi, fulani ni mchawi, fulani ametuibia hii, fulani hajafanya hii. The next day uko na yeye. Sasa tutakuamini kweli? Umesema look at those who have joined the other side. Look at let me talk say their names. Look at what Galwale, Mudavadi, what Wetangula, before they joined. What they saying about the deputy president? Sai nini imebadilika? Walipatisa yeye ama wao ndio walipatiswa? Let us not play with the minds of Kenyans. Let us not play with the economy of the Kenyans. Let us not play with the lives of Kenyans. That's what they are doing. Now, kama mtu akili timamu, umeona tu, this is what has been said. Sasa, how can we know? Tunatoka wapi na tunaenda wapi? If this is what they can, this is the kind of politics. They don't want to care about the welfare of the common mwananchi. Common mwananchi ni kusema tu wakati wa kura saa hii ndio unasikia wanaimba. Hata wanaenda tu mpaka kwa chikoni ya common mwananchi huyo mama mboga. After the election, kuanzia tarehe 10. Hawezi kusikia hata sauti mtu akitaja mama mboga ama mgwiri paro, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So let us not, we have had these stories before. Tangu tuanze kusikia juu ya campaign, they have promised, hata Azimio wamepromise, hata UDA wamepromise. There's nothing. Let us see somebody who has done something, at least something small. Tufuatilie hapo. Mtu kama mimi kwa Azimio, because sio kwa kuongea, action speaks louder than words. Bernard. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yes, I thank the listeners. Yeah, I thank the listeners and the participants to endelea. I see something is coming up. So like before, they don't listen. What wa mlengo huu wa UDA hawasikizi hata wherever. Lakini sasa tumewafundisha, wameanza kufuatilia vile vitu inaenda. Na nawaambia waendelee kushikilia hivyo. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Henry Stanley. We appreciate your observations and perspectives. Tuendelee kuongea. On the comment section, please let's keep civility. Don't go personal on anyone or on any matter. It is that important. Wesley, sema mambo lakini.
Thank you, Bernard, so much for this opportunity. So my submission will be short. Number one, we are about to witness the weakest opposition in the history of Kenya come August 9th. And that is the facts are laid bare from the way you can see the confusion in the yellow team, the yellow and green team. I think whatever Uhuru did on Saturday, yesterday, by formally endorsing Raila, though he didn't mention the name Raila, but formally endorsing Jubilee Coalition joining Azimio really shook the UDA team to the core. And one thing I know about Uhuru Kenyatta is a political strategist, is a master tactician. It's very difficult to beat Uhuru Kenyatta in terms of strategy and in terms of timing. And that is what Raila Odinga lacked in his previous presidential bids. Raila had the masses, Raila had the voters, he had money, he had everything, but he lacked that political strategy and will to be able to wield power. And you know, power in Africa is not given. We call it democracy, but it's not given on a silver platter. So by Uhuru doing that, I'm very sure there is no way he can be able to risk endorsing Raila in public if he has not yet set up a plan and a machinery and a way in which he will be able to give Raila Odinga's bid the full support. So I'm very sure by 9th August we'll be witnessing a very weak opposition, because one thing I'm sure is Dr. William Ruto can never make a strong opposition there. Dr. William Ruto has never been outside of power for a long period of time, other than the time when they were campaigning after the 07 and something of the sort. But I'm very sure his heart is always He always wants to have that power to be able to yield and to get whatever he desires out of the system. So most likely, when that time comes, I don't know what will happen to him, but I'm sure the two brothers of mine who are following him, who are holding his court, will be the biggest losers come August 9th. Then I had someone mention about the running mates not being seen in the field of campaign. I believe that's also a strategy from the Azimio side, and I really like that strategy. I really like the team, that the young Turks, the team that is coming up, like in Joho and Sabina Chege, Kanini Kega, all those Azimio young team. They are really stepping up. And for now, we know for once, even if Baba is not around, Azimio campaigns will still be strong, and we'll be able to get much out of whatever we desire. Let's wait and see, even as they move to other parts of the country, possibly before Baba returns, we see the kind of reception they'll be able to get, and then we'll be able to judge. But for now, you could even see the reception, Joho, the way Joho was literally forced to speak by the crowd at Busia. They were like chanting. They really just want Joho to speak. So you can see, if you pit Joho, Ruto, Weta, and Mudavadi in Western Kenya right now, like for example in Busia, Joho, I'm confident to say Joho can beat all the other three in Busia and emerge as the top. So you can see how much Baba has really yielded a very strong hand in terms of being able to capture the parts of Western Kenya. So, and I'll conclude by giving a word of statement to my brother Musalia Mudavadi, because we come from our villages and near each other. I think Musalia made a big mistake by making a decision out of anger. And even the Bible says, when you are angry, you don't make a decision out of anger. You make a decision when you are sober-minded. That's when you make the right decision. So his decision was just based on, I want to get back to Raila. I want to get back to UHURU, what they've done to me. So he didn't think about it. He didn't have time to retreat, and even just so he sought the easiest way. He thought he would get back to them through Oka, and then he saw that Oka won't really was just a created machinery just to kill time. So that's why he jumped ship over to the deputy president side, just to hurt UHURU and to hurt Raila. But Musalia doesn't know the kind of people he's dealing with. When you team up UHURU Kenyatta, who is the political master strategist, and Raila Odinga, who is the father of the masses of Kenya, there is nothing you're expecting less than a major election victory landslide come August 9th. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Wesley kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru kwa kuchangia na tunaomba tuendelee mbele kwa pamoja. Mr. Kamau.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nashukuru sana the panelists and the ideas and their support, and we are happy on what is happening. There is a saying that goes like this, that if the United States coughs or sneezes, I think other countries get a cold, anapata homa. So Uhuru amekohoa for the last 2 days, amepata na ni kama imeambukiza UDA and Kenya Kwanza Alliance homa, because you know when you play chess, you first of all set the board, and then you have to know when to make a move. What we have seen is that the agenda of Kenya Kwanza is slowly disappearing. In fact, we are no longer listening or hearing about Mama Mboga. Very, very rarely we hear Mama Mboga. Very rarely we hear about bottom up, pesa mfukoni. These things are disappearing. Hustlers and dynasty is disappearing. We also seen that the wheelbarrow is also disappearing, because right now the agenda is Uhuru. Because Uhuru has coughed, and because of his cough, several individuals have gotten a cold, and it is really giving him a problem. It has the same symptoms like corona. It's severely affecting their coordination, severely affecting their harmony, and they seem to have forgotten they were to make the government with the Mama Mboga. Therefore, I'm really happy that Uhuru has now decided to play the game, and I am so happy that now we can now see there is a direction that Uhuru is taking us, so that we can know what we need, the decisions we need to make in the near future. You see, if this was football, I don't think now I think Azimio team is playing the Champions League, and there is a team that has qualified in the Champions League, but it is in the lower division, because it seems there is lack of attack, lack of coordination and teamwork. For me, I'm happy on what is happening. I'm sure with the time, because you can tell, if you could see today, the rallies that were in Azimio were everywhere in the country. They were in Meru, they were in Busia, they were in Ukambani, they were in Nairobi, but our friends of Kenya Kwanza, they have to move together for them to have an impact. In fact, they are giving trouble to Mr. Mudavadi a lot, because he has to keep on waking up very early in the morning so that he can start now moving together. You can imagine a rally that is being followed by about 100 MPs, because they cannot work alone. That is interesting, and I think this is it's a forgotten issue. I think in the next few months, they will have really been, as Uhuru says, there will be, this is marathon. Their energy will have depleted, and they will now know that hii mambo ya kuimba kila saa haupangwingwi, watapangwa kipole sana, and they will be shocked on what will have happened. Personally, I'm happy, because we will not allow, and we cannot allow, as Kenyans who have gone to school, to be controlled by people who have actually have no agenda, they have no vision for this country, and when you listen to them, you see, I saw a movie of Pablo Escobar, and when I see Pablo Escobar, his character is just like Mr. Samoy. And you know, Pablo Escobar almost became the president of Colombia. Almost. Because he used what we call reverse psychology. Because he had a lot of money through his drug business, he could hire a crowd, he could help the poor, he could build churches and mosques, he could be here and there. And everybody, because you know, reverse psychology means you are trying to help one person, and then everybody feels like, now this is a good man, he will help all of us. And it was almost coming to a point that people could have elected Pablo Escobar. That country could have been a cartel country, it could have been a drug nation country, but we thank God Colombia did not get into that trap. We are not Colombia. We know that this group of Wakinechesa, who have now turned to attacking other people's wives, they are now frustrated, they are now tired, and we are not going to allow them to be sitting at the coffers or managing the coffers of this country. For me, I'm happy because Uhuru has seen the light. Not seen the light, he has known this. I think Uhuru has just been quiet, but now he has now come out and told us, I know this and this and this. I have an IS report about this and this and this. Because it is true, it seems that all contracts that were made between 2013 and 2017 were discussed and negotiated in somebody's office. And that is where the problem is. Somebody had to blackmail the president because he thought he's a drunkard and negotiated so many things. And if we allow those kind of people to be the leaders of this country, then we are lost. But I know once Baba becomes the president, then we can now set the economic agenda, which is now the biggest thing. And then the country can go to higher areas and places so that we can at least solve the many problems that engulfs the people of Kenya. That is my submission, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. Naamini hapa hakuna swali tena. Tumsikilize Mkenya alafu tuende kwa Jared. Then we can get James Blue alafu Hosea. Mkenya?
Yes, sir.
Hali vipi?
Poa sana. Mmefanyia nini? Anaitwa aje huyu wakili Amos wako? Busia ground haiko kwa mzuri sana kwake.
Yeye anakaa Nairobi, anasahau kufieka compound ya nyumbani. Sasa itakuwa vipi? Nyasi itamea alafu nyoka waingie.
Okay, sawa. So let me make my submission first and foremost. There are some members who are always in the chatting platform, are always very active and following the conversation. I will just acknowledge some, but a few: Millie Adhiambo, Michael Murunga, and Princess Amy. I really appreciate your contribution and sober discussion on the platform. Asanteni sana. Then we have a colleague here who just spoken, who has spoken my mind. There is some time where I said Pablo Escobar, his lifestyle. This guy built a lot of churches. Go and watch the story of Pablo Escobar mwenyewe. So first, you've noticed that of late, UDA has been rotating around Western na Nakuru. Ni kama Mudavadi ameambukiza Ruto hii ugonjwa ya kurotate within Western. Western, Nakuru. But maybe there could be a reason for that. Maybe Nakuru, maybe the deputy president thought it was locked. And Raila Fore is there with Governor Lee. Maybe has started shuffling a lot of feathers there. So maybe that's the reason why he's in Nakuru. So he thought this was locked. And when he had Mudavadi and Wetangula, he thought that Western chunk, a larger chunk, would come to it. But that was not the case. Alikuwa anafikiria amepata buffet, kumbe tu amepata ugali na ugali sosa peke yake. Kumbe hizo zingine bado. So, first I will talk of the president's chess game. Today, the president met some northeastern leaders, notably Jaldesa. Woi, kama umejua venye Jaldesa ameattack, mpaka kwa anaambia president hawakuja hapa na wadanganye. If Jaldesa of all the people today in State House alisema sisi rais tunasupport Jubilee mpaka mwisho. Vitu tofauti kwa ground. Then of course the governor Muhammad Ali, I stand to be corrected, of Marsabit. He pledged his loyalty to Jubilee. And this sometimes back he had bolted to UDA. Reason, he suspected that Ukuru Yatani, upon resignation, will be favored by the president's team. So I think Uhuru played a card, told or requested that Ukuru Yatani, wewe maneno yako tutasota hapa kwa serikali, waachia Muhammad Ali aendelee. So that was well sorted. The same thing, I think the same card, Governor Kiraitu Murungi alikuwa ameanza kukua pendulum. Then maybe Uhuru noticed this. Then Munya remained in government and Kiraitu anaenda. So these are simple things which cannot be taken for granted. There is some chess game which are being played. Today we saw campaign teams. In fact, if I were to count the one pro Azimio, I think I counted over, 7 in Busia, in Homa Bay, Lenku led Kajiado, Munya was in Meru. We had the 3 governors in Ukambani. Then we have, of course, the Northeastern meeting at State House. We had a Central having a lot of activity being rejuvenated there. We had Oka, because presumably they are friendly to Azimio. So 7. Then, hapa ndo penye Ruto ataumia. He's the only choir master. Yeye peke yake. Yeye ndio anataka lead kila kitu. Then alikuwa anategemewa kina Mudavadi. Umejua kuna mtu alikuwa anasema Mudavadi amezoea kulala mpaka saa 5. Na hiyo saa 5 Ruto amepiga campaign kama 5. Sasa hata ukiona Mudavadi anakuwa pushed. This guy is not used to this kind of lifestyle. So kuamka mapema na kuchapa hii. But the question is, can Weta the fifth child hold his own campaign and help Ruto? That is the question. Can Mudavadi on himself hold? I doubt. Then I think that when Baba comes back, there is no need of joining this Azimio campaign team. Let that team be campaign on their own. Let Baba form its own campaign team, maybe the governors, to move with that. So we have like President Uhuru moving with his own team, Raila moving with his own team. Then this current team maybe to be branded as Azimio Mashinani. Let it move like that. Then there is a saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with people. So Ruto alianza kwenda pake yake. Akaona anaenda mbio. But ni kama sasa watu wameanza kuchoka. Imeanza kurudi chini. I can even tell you, maybe UDA supporters would deny this. Sometimes back ndio walikuwa wanaongoza, but sasa hata ukiwaambia utaambia kumanza kwa kubaya. There was a cave where was a place very staunch supporters of UDA. Nikasikia kiulizana, na yeye Azimio imekuja vibaya. Unaona huyu mtoto akishinda. So even them ndani ya moyo wameanza kuuliza hilo swali. So it's a conversation. Na if you want to know, utaona makasiriko in the replies. Then of course there is a Sudi where he answered Uhuru akisema sijui mtu ako kwa Johnny Walker na kila kitu. The president responded to that. Akamwambia yeye ako na maisha mbili. Kuna ile ya kanisa na kuna ingine. Anaweza enda kanisa Sunday na hiyo ingine ikifika Friday na Saturday anaweza jibamba. So he also asked youth, leo ni Friday, that was yesterday. Mko na form? Amesema nimewapea form and understand that they are well treated. So this is the language that the youths also want to hear. So maybe the president is also countering the major chunk of the youth who call themselves hustlers. So president is also countering this. Then lastly, this is going to be a very crucial point when it comes to campaign. Raila Odinga was in India. Now, today he met the India Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. Now, if you see Raila Molo Odinga, almost every president ako kwa WhatsApp group na Raila. This guy has a lot of serious connection. And many Kenyans, I know even in this platform, some are in different countries. And when you have presidents who are friends, then the international relations grow. Just apart from the commitment that because we are nation A, we are nation B, we have to connect. That bond becomes so strong if the presidents are friends. And go to South Africa, Raila is a friend to the president. Go to Congo, Raila is a friend to the president. Aya, kazi kwenu na wapea homework. Mention for me friends, president friends of William Ruto. That's hiyo ni homework na tumemaliza.
Museveni.
Anasaidia wa Kenya na Bernard.
Vipi umemaliza?
Bernard,
silikuwa nimesoma hiyo mkururo ukimaliza Jared alafu Hosea.
Asante Bernard.
Wache uongo Bernard.
Somebody's talking. Okay. Anyway, thanks the panel. As my panelists have already said,
to me, I think one of the missteps which the deputy president did is actually incorporating the Wetangula and Mudavadi, because I think these other packing dogs, akina Baraza, akina those guys who are from Western, at least they were doing some things. Now they have been put into backstage and giving the limelight to Wetangula and Mudavadi, who sometimes I don't know what purpose they are bringing there. Until he realized that these people might not be bringing anything unless they go themselves and campaign, it's becoming a talent to the deputy president. And also, it's like of late they have lost the form. You remember the mantle was bottom-ups, as my friend was saying. Now they are forced to respond to Savina Chege. They respond to this. And we have a lot of us new people. How are you going to be able to respond to all this? I wish they cannot. They can continue with their own rather than responding to what is coming from the side of Azimio, because the more is going to come. You know, if you are able to respond right now when Raila is not even there, what happens when he comes back? How are you gonna do with that? So that is the biggest challenge. This Azimio. Sometimes I'm left to ask myself: is really Ruto in for this election, or is he in for something else? I've opined before that sometimes I've asked myself, if you all know, Jubilee got a lot of votes during the last election. So in these 5 years where we have had that Jubilee is dead, what happened to the money, the political parties' money which Jubilee got? Where did the money go? What if that money is somewhere and now they start using it? That is telling me that the reason behind Ruto was insisting on UDA to be a national party was not even for the winning of the election, but he realized that there is money, because Ruto, everything is business. He realized that if he could have rallied people behind UDA and he can get enough numbers, then the next could have been to get money for political money, and then he would be okay, whether he wins or not. I do think that that should surprise people. What will Jubilee be able to do with the billions of money it got if it started branding itself? Because that money can be only be used for political activities. If we start now financing the candidates, it would be able to sweep all the Mount Kenya. That is the worry where we have to worry about it. Also, I saw, as we said, Azimio is having campaigns everywhere. They are having a sizable crowd everywhere, which is now competing with Ruto as a person himself with these principles, his so-called principles. I don't know what is his plan. I wish somebody could tell him that you might even maybe dislink yourself with these guys. You might be doing better. He was doing better without them. I think these guys are bringing him down. Look at the confusion it has brought in their campaigns. Sometimes now, either the aspirants are not able to say Ruto Tosa, or we're going for Ruto. They have to say now Kenya Kwanza. Now the name Ruto is fancying away. It's bringing a lot of confusion. And I remember this was the same confusion which has been dragging Raila during this code during NASA time, when you remember Ruto would go and say, those people, they cannot even decide who is their presidential candidate. And it was, it was a fact that these people, they don't know who is going to be. And for us, we know the form, we know who is the presidential candidate. Now it has come to bite Ruto that in this campaign, Kenya Kwanza, he cannot outrightly go out and say, I'm the presidential candidate, more especially when he's in Western. He has to give those people hope that Mudavadi would have something. So that brings a lot of confusion, and it's going to be a talent to him. I don't think that this coalition has brought any much to a positive to Ruto than bringing a negative. I think that's what is something you need to decide very quickly and try to declare that, hey, this is Ruto and Ruto alone, and that these other guys will get something small. That's what I saw some speculations, trying to run around that this governor, the governor of Kakamega, is joining them. All of that is because when they realize that the governor has the ground, they try to bring those propagandas so that when they go to the ground might be somehow receptive to them, because they might be having some dealings with the governor. How will Oparanya join where Mudavadi already is? There is nothing like that. So the only reason they do that, remember there is a time when Ruto was received well in Kisumu and all this, when they started propaganda that he might join hands with Raila. The crowd try to, the locals, when they hear that one of their own is joining, then they are very receptive. I think that was a propaganda because they were going to go to Kakamega so that they would have a good receptive, because people might think that Oparanya is coming, but we know that there is no way Oparanya can go there, more especially when already Mudavadi is there. That's all I have. I see Wekesa, welcome back for a long time. You've not been around. Kenya, Spain, welcome always. You are welcome to Nyamira. Thank you. That's my submission.
Okay, Asante Jared, we appreciate your submission and continued support. Let's keep the conversation going. I am grateful. Those of you on the comment section, please, let's keep civility and continue talking one to another, not at one and at each other, so that the conversation can be deep. Oparanya joining UDA is an impossibility. As at now, there is no such a consideration, and spinning that kind of propaganda is only to, like Jared has ably put it, to look for entry because of the hostility they made in Huisero and they made in Trans Nzoia. They needed to have something to use to get back this weekend, so probably they spinned that for their own benefit. But all in all, it is becoming interesting with every passing day, and let's look where all this is going to end. But Kenya is going to a better place by reason of ventilation and being able to articulate the same. Jose Amtai.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you guys hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much. I knew this race is going to be a long journey. I know Ruto started this campaign 5 years ago, and right now he was the only one on the field. That's why you saw him getting all those crowds and all those. Right now he has competitors. Even if you listen to their to what they are talking now, is bitterness, because they don't like to have anybody who oppose their ideas. People are exposing them, and they don't like that. I like to caution. To make it clear, I support OTM, so that I'm Nico Azimio La Umoja. And which I want to caution is that let's not celebrate who are my fellow supporters. Let's not celebrate yet. We still have a long way to go. Let's just focus on the trophy, because sometimes we may celebrate and then we lose focus to think that we have already won. We have not won yet. We still need to campaign. We still need to campaign. The thing which I like is I'm so glad that Mutapati and Wentangula went to UTA. It's a blessing in disguise, because they have become liability. Those people are confused now, even though nobody is messing with them, but they are confused. They are confused, and I'm glad that they are doing that. I mean, most of my Kalenjin forums, man, the bitterness there is so something else. I guess it is hard, they are passing the stages of acceptance. They cannot believe it, but, they are trying to put a good face to see how things are going. But right now, there's a lot of bitterness. They didn't expect. They are bitter to UHURU. They are bitter to anybody who oppose. Who oppose. They say that they were promised this thing. It is something else. But does not mean whenever you guys hear that it is Kalenjin. Not all Kalenjins support Ruto. Like in Kisumu, not all Luo people support Raila. So we are here. Some of us, we don't support Ruto. So so let us and I'm glad that way. So the thing about this forum, I'm so grateful for this forum. I hope soon and as time goes, we can get more people who have different views. We can have people from UTA too. They are welcome to come and discuss and sell their ideas. I'm glad majority which we are discussing. I have never had anybody calling anybody names. Discuss your ideas. You may convince me, I may convince you, but we live as Kenyans. So the thing which I say, let's continue with this. I hope other Kenyans can open other forums too, so that they can have a sober discussion like this. That's why that's a great thing to do, so that we can share ideas. You can sell your candidate, I can sell mine. If you think that yours is better than mine, maybe I may come to you if yours is better than mine. So let's continue like that, and I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante Bwana Hosea. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee na mazungumzo. Bwana Wekesa, vipi leo?
Niko poa Bernard.
Naona uko sawa kabisa. Wewe ndio umekuwa amalemba nini?
I think I asked someone a question. Where are the troops that used to say Ruto is unstoppable, Baba anachezwa, mbona Uhuru hawezi campaign na Raila, mbona hajapeleka brother yake Mount Kenya? So the reality is sinking. I think there are also people that Bernard, even the church has different courts. There is the outer court, the inner court, the porch. I told people that as much as you trust someone called Robert Alai, is not the inner court in Uhuru's secrets. So whatever he says, I don't take it as gospel truth. Since he's just a blogger like any other, he might want a story that trends and gives him views and likes. Yeah, but that story of Oparanya defecting, it was far-fetched. First of all, it could not make sense. Oparanya is one man who is celebrating the failure and the death and burial of the two Serilaks, Mudavadi and Weta. In fact, in quoting my own governor, W.W. Wangamati, he said that we are congratulating one man called William Ruto for taking away these two guys. They have been a burden to the Luya nation. And so when you are, he knows very well that the role Uhuru and Raila and Atwoli has played to give them space to be spokespersons is not a small role, and he cannot waste his chances. And one, I have seen him strategically. You see, when people start throwing stones at you, they know you are making some fingerprints in the sand of history. So they have seen the way Oparanya has well organized part of the Kakamega vehicle to join ODM, and then Eugene organizing the other group to join DAP. So part of it is that Weta was to attack seriously DAP, and then Davati to hatch strategy to attack Oparanya, because they are the threat. As much as they are competing, Uhuru are not Raila versus Ruto, but for Weta and Mudavadi, their competition is not even there. Their competition is local. They are seeing these two as a threat. They have come to displace them. They are the ones who have shrunk the oxygen they have been enjoying in Western. Now they are gasping for air. So they for them to go back and have a meaningful debate, rally, as someone has alluded, they had to create some tension and some confusion. So people to think that, or attention, so that people could see what is going to happen in Amalemba. If Oparanya is crossing to this side, then what is going on? So they wanted to create attention and have people alert. And they saw the best way maybe to communicate this message is to confuse some of people who are Azimio leaning. And that's why I'm saying that as much as we receive information, you need to know the source. Right now, there's a lot of propaganda. There's nothing wrong if you double click the message before you share. Some people, me, when I see their message, I have to see it somewhere else first before I comment on it. I remember I shared, there's a group that someone asked me, what is going on? But I told him from the day Ali started speaking about weakening Raila, I started doubting his closeness to Raila. I started realizing he's very far away from the strategies that are going on. And so I begin to read his message twice, analyze it before I comment on it. So not everybody that is supporting Azimio is the inner circle of Baba. So even I, Eric, can come up with my own postulation, analysis of what I think. I'm a Baba supporter, yes, but it doesn't have to be necessarily true because I'm limited to the information I'm receiving. I'm not in the inner circles of Uhuru or Raila. You have also seen on the side of Uhuru, there are those who are kieleweke but confused. And there are those who are, if you look at the team like Kinakanini Keka, there are people who speak with authority because they understand the mind of Uhuru. But there are those who are kieleweke but in between, not knowing exactly what is going on. And so in the field of politics, they don't share information so much, and then they don't share information to everyone. That's why in the ODM for us, when we hear people like Junet talk, we know that's the mind of Baba. But others, we have to wait and see whether it's the true message. Let me just comment one or two things shortly. So I had someone, I think it's WG, who said that he was missing some luminaries in Busia. Maybe my question could be, what did he miss in Busia? Because we had a very successful rally. Should we rundika? Should we put all our resources? Should you put, if you have a team with 25 players, should you put 25 players in the field when every other team is playing with 11? Or should you put all your best players when you know that even Team C can do what Team A can do? So what I'm saying is that I think it's good to see that there are other people who are even doing it better. So we had a rally in we had a function in Kirinyaka. It may not be a rally, but at least a Red Army. It's called Red Army. It was in Kirinyaka, and it featured so well. We had a function in Busia. We had a function led by one of those guys. He says the aspiring DPs, PM Peter Munyo at Meru, and it had a very huge turnout. There was also a rally in Mombasa. So for me, it is well. They worked out well. Oparanya explained yesterday on his Facebook that he has a function in Nairobi. And some of these guys are the ones, when you go out and see a meeting is so successful, there are people behind the scene working. Sometimes you see people like Peter Kenneth and huyu mwingine anasema alikuwa anaitwa nani, the former Starehe MP anaitwa Maina Kamanda. Sometimes when they disappear, you should not complain. By the way, their meeting was says from Kirinyaga, their meeting was says from Nakuru. By the time you see a successful function in Nakuru, there were people behind the scene mobilizing that. So if they are always in the rally, then who will mobilize? Because the goodness of and success of a meeting, because Baba has been doing more of plenary meetings. Plenary meetings are structured. You are looking for maybe representative. If I'm going to Kirinyaga and do a plenary meeting, I need representative from each ward, each constituency. So there must be a team, people working behind the scene. But if you just want the UDA rallies where you can call here, you are pitched and you call the other side, you can always carry all your trips to, to whichever side you want to go. So I thought I should clarify that so that people should not just see like when Baba disappears, the other army disappears. No, there's something they are working on, and you will see as it continues to manifest. Otherwise, the team that was left to function, it also did a good job, and we need to congratulate them. I think I will stop there. If any other thing pops up, I will contribute as we continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wekesa. That's a good one, and I would want to hand over the mantle to you to proceed for the rest of the show. I believe that we are safe in your hands, and everybody is, even as we continue with the discussion. Otherwise, UDA, ANC, and Ford Kenya, we wish them well, but they need to go back and draw out the plan of what exactly they want to achieve, because they are too much on their feet before their brains and their hearts are kind of in agreement. And so they should stop the haste, relax fast, get their act together, and go out and look for what exactly they want. Right now, it's very confusing, and the more they do that, they are causing a lot of confusion, which is going to work against them. I was just wondering, why did they avoid Buhungu and went to Amalemba? To counter Buhungu 2, you go to Buhungu itself and fill it up. It's like they don't want to be exposed, and then You check the picture they posted on the multitudes that were gathered in Kakamega to listen to the baby president. The picture is not what was got in Kakamega. They're exaggerating it, multiplying the number of the crowds and all that. These lies will not take them anywhere as far as presidency is concerned. You can't build your campaign on lies all through. Kenyans will read through and then let you know that wamekujua, wamekukundua na watakuacha kwa mataa. Especially now when the mountain is now waking up to realize that Jubilee is not dead. When you have preached to them that Jubilee is dead. With the resurrection of Jubilee and revamping of Jubilee, there's going to be a lot of shaking. The earthquake they promised may just be a surprise for them again. And they are camping in Western, no problem. But Western people are resolute people. They know who is their leader, and anybody purporting to speak on their behalf, they will tell him off whenever and wherever. So let's keep the conversation going. Thank you very much. Wekesa, you can take charge. The following people have not yet said anything since they came. Tutaanza na Mkenya Spain apewe priority, alafu kuna Kelly na KCD na Alex, hao hawajaongea. Alafu Murunga ndo alikuwa wa kwanza kuongea, kwa hivyo hao wakimaliza tuende kwa Murunga kwanza. Na hiyo sio kupangwingwi ama kupangwa, ni kuintroduce tu ka order ili tusikuwe na watu wanawekwa kwa line wakati tuna exchange only between the two of us. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'll see you later on in the tomorrow in another show. God bless you. I'll talk to you. Wekesa, go ahead. Mkenya, Spain.
Hello. Good
Yes.
evening.
Karibu Spain, eh?
Hope mko poa.
Tuko poa kabisa.
Okay. What I can say I think our politicians, instead of abusing and talking about one another, what they should do with when they are going to do their campaigns is to lay down what agendas are they campaigning for? What are they presenting to Kenyans? Politics si mambo na matusi, si mambo na kwenda watu. You talk about the other politicians. Well, you are campaigning, you are saying this is what I want to do for Kenyans. This, but show us what is the manifesto, as we call them. What are your ideas? What do you have for Kenyans? What are you planning to do for those 5 years? For Kenyans, for those 5 years, when you want to become a leader. So I think instead of what kwenda like today, kama Murkomen alisema ataipiti President Uhuru, but sisi hao tumewazoea. Murkomen anaongeanga mbaya sana because you should sometimes listen to what they say when they doing their campaigns. But I think instead of doing that, they should steal some mind from here in Europe. When they do campaigns like today, they have campaigns. I think when they do their campaigns, they should tell people what are they planning. What are they planning so that our economy can at least grow? What will they do to those people who are living in poverty? What are their plans for the youths? What are their plans for the unborn? Because before we count the born, we have, so that the country can continue, we have also to know their unborns. What are their plans for those who are not yet born? And also, what are their plans for like for example, I think sometimes we talk a lot and we forget some basic things, which as like Kenyans we need them. Yeah, they have
constructed roads, but those roads are being constructed only urban areas. But what about the interior area? There are places where I think when someone gets sick at night, that's the hope ends there. Why? Because maybe the transport is poor. Those people, even they don't have roads to get to where they stay. If you have to transport someone, you have to. It's a lot of difficulties. So I think those are things which, instead of abusing one another, instead of talking this and this, badala ya kuongea matope, wanapaswa watuambie sisi hii na hii na hii, it's what we want for Kenyans. That of abusing one another, it's like creating violence within Kenyans, and that's not what we want. We want a peaceful country. Tunataka at least elections za amani. We want at least Kenya to be somewhere in Africa. Si ati mambo when we count countries instead to stand from top, we stand from bottom to see where our country is. One country at least being at least sometimes maybe like 40 years, I think, as I can count. Maybe we would like a better Kenya. We would like somewhere where we can call home, somewhere where we can say at least this is what our leaders did for us. Because I know where Mr. Kibaki is, hata akipitia Thika Road akiwa na the PM of that time, they just say this is what we did. Sasa instandia tunaanza kukuhesabu kwa waizi wenye wameimbia wa Kenya. Why don't our leaders at least think of doing something for us Kenyans, badala ya kuwa tunawahesabu tu kwa wenye watu wametuimbia. They have rooted with our economy, they have done everything bad the Kenyans they can recall of them. Please, being a leader, when somebody elects you, it's like he puts faith on you. So why don't they show us that faith we gave them using our votes? They can at least work for us. They can at least, you see what hatuwezi tukatoshea parliament, the few we choose, the few they present us. So can they at least, instead ya kutusiana na huko tena mtu anatusi president of the Republic of Kenya, huyu president amemaliza term yake, anangojea aone at least the successor, will he do something for Kenya? Ataenda kulala tu State House. Thank you for those minutes.
Thank you so much, Spain, for your candid contribution. Niliambiwa the next should be Kelly or who? Kelly, and then there's Alex, huh?
Okay.
Kelly, you are on mute.
Habari. Okay. Nimute. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, proceed. Yeah, we can now hear you.
Habari zenu ndugu zangu.
Tuko chonjo.
Naona mubweri afya kabisa.
Yes.
Mungu ni mwema. Katika usiku wa leo yale yanazungumzia ni kuhusu hii nchi yetu ya Kenya, vile kuko na siasa kidogo ambazo nitatupa ndani, ambapo tutaanza na vile tunataka nchi yetu ya Kenya ikuwe. Kenya yetu ni nchi nzuri sana, iko na madini, iko na nini, iko na mabuga za wanyama na iko na resources ambazo sisi wa Kenya tunazivunia wakati huu. Na pia tukiangalia vile serikali saizi inaendelezwa kwa kishindo tangu mkono wa buriani upatiwe rais kutoka kwa mzee wetu Raila Amolo Odinga, na tumeona a lot of change in Kenya. People are happy. Just some few people who are not happy. But my prayer is tungetaka Kenya yetu iendelee vile saizi tunaona ikiendelea, hususan tukiangalia upande wa rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ambaye anajaribu jitihada zote katika kuiongoza hii Kenya kulingana na vile Mungu anataka. Naweza mpatia mkono wa kongole. Tukiangalia juzi alipokuwa na mkutano wa Marsabit, mkutano mwingine akakuwa nao Mombasa, mkutano mwingine akaita vijana State House. Kwa kweli rais wetu anataka nchi yetu endelee kushikana vile saizi imeshikana. Isipokuwa nawaombea watu wa Garissa na Marsabit kwa sababu ya zile shida wanazipata huku na kule. Na pia some few parts of Kenya ambapo kuna ukame ambapo pia serikali yetu inaendelea kushughulikia. Tungependa Kenya ambayo inaendelezwa vile Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta anaendeleza, akiwa anasaidiwa na baba tangu handshake. Hiyo ni ile serikali ambayo tunaitaka sahi. Isipokuwa katika nchi lazima changamoto zikue, hususan upande wa bidhaa ndio zimepanda, lakini amani ni muhimu sana katika kila nchi na katika kila pembe yote ya nchi. Ningependa kuhimiza Wakenya wenzangu waendelee kushikilia amani ambayo tunajivunia wakati huu. Unachukulia jirani yako kama ndugu yako, unachukulia kila mmoja, kila kabila unachukulia kama, tukue na umoja katika nchi ili tuweze tukaona nchi ambayo iko na amani. Amani ni kila kitu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na ningeomba kwa Wakenya wote ambao wananisikiza na pia wale wananiona wakati huu, kama kuna mtu akona kinyongo ndani ya moyo wake ama akona kinyongo na kabila yeyote, iwe ni Mgikuyu akona kinyongo na Mjaluo, either ni Mjaluo awe na kinyongo na Mkamba, ama Mkamba awe na kinyongo na Mkalenjin, ama Mijikenda kuwe na kinyongo na Mrabai, tungependa tusafishe mioyo yetu kama Wakenya, tuchukuliane kama mandugu, heshima idumu katika kwa yule mkubwa wako, yani mtu ambaye amekuzidi na umri, ili tuweze tukaileta nchi yetu ya Kenya katika ulingo ambao Mungu anautaka. Naongea hivi kwa sababu kuna mambo kadha wa kadha ambayo nimeiona upande wa Huda. Those people are speaking, are just selling aid, heresy to common mwananchi of Kenya, of Republic of Kenya. Like Murkomen vile aliongea, hauwezi ikafikia mahali hata kama uko na kiu ya uongozi namna gani, ufikie mahali utusi mheshimiwa rais ama uanze kumkejeli. Tujue kwamba mheshimiwa rais Muigai Uhuru wa Kenyatta amewekwa hapo na Mungu, hata kama alichaguliwa kwa njia gani yoyote ile. Ningeomba Wakenya, ningeomba viongozi wa mheshimu mtukufu rais, kwa sababu hajamaliza tamu yake, anaendelea na tamu yake sawia na kufanya kazi na kuchapa kazi. Na ninakumbuka kuna wakati alimwambia William Samoei Ruto, ndugu yangu tulia, wacha siasa, tushikane mikono kwa ajili ya hawa wananchi wa Kenya, tuchape kazi pamoja. Siasa itakapokuja, yeye mwenyewe ni kama alikuwa anasema, ni kama alikuwa anaongea kwa kinaya, akitaka kumuonyesha kwamba utakapotulia nyuma yangu bila siasa na kujiingiza katika siasa, tujenge nchi yetu ya Kenya vema, nitakuja kukusupport, nitakuja kukushika mkono kama msaidizi wangu wa karibu. But what happened? Deputy President wa Kenya alianza kujiingiza katika siasa ambazo tumeona zimeingia watu wanaenda mpaka Central wanapanda chuki. Wanajua President Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta ametoka Central, lakini wanaenda huko ili wapande chuki ndani yake. Na ni kijana ametoka huko, rais wetu ametoka huko, ambayo imefikia mahali kila Mkenya saizi anaona kile kinaendelea, kila kabila saizi inaona kile kinaendelea, hawajafungwa macho, wanaona kile kinaendelea. Ningependa ulingo wa Huda ujiite kando kidogo katika mafikra yao, ili waweze at least wajue hii ni Kenya, na Kenya inapaswa kuelezewa wananchi wake kuhusu mambo ya amani, na pia kuuza sera zao, ila si kuuza sera za chuki. Wakati nasikia na anaitwa Gachagua akiongea, unasikia kwa kweli ako na chuki ndani yake, chuki mingi sana kwa mzee rais na kwa mzee Raila Amolo Odinga. Hao saizi katika Kenya ndio vigogo ambao wako na, naweza sema wako na nia mzuri katika Kenya yetu, kwa sababu mahali baba amefikia, Bwana Wekesa, ukiangalia mahali baba amefikia, huyo si mtu wa kuingia kwa serikali tumchague apate akuwe rais wa Kenya, na alafu atusikie baba ameanza kuiba rasilimali ya Kenya. Baba amepita hapo. Maoni na mawazo ya mzee rais ni maoni na mafunzo, kusikia siasa zake za kuleta wananchi pamoja. Atoke kwa kiti, aache kiti ambacho kitakuwa katika mikono ambayo ni sawia na mikono ambayo itaweza kusaidia wananchi wote wa Kenya bila kubagua kabila yote. Ningependa sisi wa Kenya, my conclusion now, ningependa sisi wa Kenya tuungane kwa kimoja bila kuchukia kabila fulani, bila kuchukia kabila fulani, na tafadhali tusikuwe na ile kasumba ya kusema nitasapoti Bwana Ruto kwa sababu ni kabila langu, ama nitasapoti Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga kwa sababu ni kabila langu, ama nitasapoti Kalonzo Musyoka kwa sababu ni kabila langu, ama Musalia Mudavadi kama kabila langu. Lakini tujiite chemba sisi wenyewe na mawazo yetu kwa ajili ya watoto wetu, kwa ajili ya nchi yetu. Tuangalie sera, uangalie huyu mtu akiingia pale ndani ataweza kufanya jambo gani. Tuangalie huyu mtu akishachukua uongozi, watoto wangu kabla ya miaka 2 watakuwa wapi? Huyu mtu ambaye nitamchagua na kura yangu kabla ya miaka 5, kabla ya miaka 4, je, kutakuwa hii nchi yetu ya Kenya itakuwa namna gani? Bila kusema kwamba huyu ni mtu wangu, nitakufa na yeye, nitampigia kura, nitakaa na yeye, sitaki akiambiwa, akikosolewa na mtu. Tutoe ukabila ndani yetu sisi wa Kenya. Na kuna nchi ambayo Bwana Wekesa inaitwa Tanzania. Tanzania ni nchi ambayo ukiangalia vile katika uchaguzi wao na vile on side of making their decision as a country, they usually involve every person, every leader in that land. Na ni watu ambao hawana ukabila. Kwa kunukuu, kuna wakati president wa Tanzania Mwalimu Julius Nyerere alisema, alikuwa ameitwa katika ukumbi Marekani, na wakakutana viongozi wa Afrika, na kwa kunukuu alisema hivi: katika karne hii ya sasa wana wa Afrika wanaongea kuhusu ukabila kwa karne hii. Na ni miaka mingi ambayo iliyopita tangu Nyerere aende, lakini nairudia hapa, na ningependa kusema vile Nyerere alisema, kwa hawa ndugu zangu ambao wako hapa na Wakenya wote ambao watanisikiliza, tafadhali Wakenya ndugu zanguni, kwa karne hii tafadhali tutoe ukabila ndani ya mioyo yetu. Tuangalie yule mtu ambaye ako na mawazo mema na anawazia hii nchi yetu ya Kenya mawazo mema ambayo inaweza nufaisha hii nchi miaka kadha ambayo inayokuja. Na tukishatoa ukabila katika mioyo yetu, na tukishatoa matusi katika viongozi wetu, kama wananisikia mahali wako, kwa sababu hao viongozi ambao tunawachagua hao ndio uwanga wanarudi tena kwa wananchi na kuanza kupanda chuki katika makabila. Tusikue wakabila wa Kenya. Ukiona mtu amekuja na ameanza kuongea mambo ya ukabila, msimfuate. Huyo ni mtu ambaye ana nia njema na nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tuangalie tu sera, tuangalie sera peke yake. Je, watoto watasoma namna gani? Je, nchi yetu ya Kenya itaendelezwa namna gani? Je, nikipata mamlaka nitafanya jambo gani? Je, nikishapata wafuasi na nikishakuwa na umaarufu katika nchi ya Kenya, nitatangaza nini na nitasaidia Kenya namna gani ili nchi yetu ya Kenya iweze kaendelea? Hayo ndio yale mambo ambayo sisi wa Kenya tunapaswa kuangalia. Tusiangalie kabila. Bwana Wekesa. Na ningependa kukomea hapo ili nibishe watu 3 4 ili waweze wakachangia pia. Mungu abariki sana. Naendelea kuzidishia Bwana Wekesa na kazi mzuri ya Mtembei ambayo inafanya, na we will still want to support you, na tutaendelea kuwa support, na tutaendelea kujoin katika hizi link ambazo mnatupatia mafunzo ya jinsi sisi wa Kenya tunapaswa kuishi. Asanteni, shukran.
Thank you. Maybe just one question. Unajua, they normally say that nature hates a vacuum. Huh? So yeah. Tukitoa ukabila tuna replace na nini?
Tukitoa ukabila tuna replace na love. Love is the fruit of everything. If you welcome love in your heart, it will build this land. Yeah? Love is the fruit of everything.
Let me ask you. Because I've been listening even to politicians call, to radio stations, TV. They are discussing development agenda. And part of what they think is their mandate, unasikia mtu anasema, mimi wakati nimekuwa MP, nimekuwa speaker, nimekuwa governor, nimekuwa senator, this is what I've done for my people. Nilipewa nafasi 40 nikapeleka watoto kwa jeshi. Unajua when he say nimepewa nafasi 40 nikapeleka watoto kwa jeshi, he's trying to tell you that tukikuwa on the national scene tunakawana cake. Wananiuliza, Eric, umeleta upe nafasi fulani. Kelly, pewa nimekupatia nafasi fulani. So unaenda kwako, unatafuta watu wako, unaweka hapo. Ndio ukirudi tena huko nasema wakati nilikuwa MP nilicreate nafasi ya watu wetu wakaingia serikalini. So how do we solve that? How do we solve that? Because we are plowing it back. Even us as a electorate as voters, we expect. Tunasema ukiingia saizi kwa ofisi, for example, wewe labda ni Mkisii, ukiingia kwa ofisi nasema huyu hata hajaemploy Mkisii hata mmoja. Ukiingia nilisikia time wanauliza Mkisa kitu yako ameemploy Waluya wote. You see, how do we deal with that? In 1 minute and then we go to Alex.
Bwana Wekesa, hayo mambo yote ambayo umeongea nimeyaona na nimeyashuhudia. nimeyaona, nimewashuhudia, na kile kinaadhiri Kenya wakati huu ni hiki kitu kimoja tu. Mtu wangu, Wakikuyu wanasemanga modo wa nyumba, Wakamba tunasemanga mundu wa musi, na hii ndiyo chanzo cha ukabila na chanzo cha chuki na chanzo cha ubinafsi ambacho all leaders of Kenya wako nacho. Leave along the leader of Kenya, everybody. Unakuta ukiingia mahali katika kampuni unataka kuvuta mtu wa kwenu, unaacha mtu ambaye ako na masomo hapa, unaleta mtu ambaye hana masomo hapa, ambaye utakaa miaka karibu 2 ukimtrain hiyo kazi na analipwa, instead ya kuleta mtu ambaye amesomea hiyo kitu ungemchukua anufaishe kampuni. Tutakimaliza namna gani? Tutakimaliza kwa kuleta mafunzo kama haya ambayo Mtembei TV inaleta, MT inaleta. Mafunzo inatakikana katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kama hii sasa hii. Tukiendelea na mafunzo kama haya, kutuita na kucreate group kama vile mmefanya kama TV ya MT, itasaidia sana. Kenya will lack education. Yes.
Asante. Yeah, I think I'll come back to you to endelea na hiyo debate. Alex, how are you?
Asante sana. Nashukuru.
Alex, how are you? Kama melala. How are you, my brother?
I'm very fine.
It's not by coincidence. When I see you in attire, I remember it is Saturday today. Yeah?
It's about, yeah. How are you guys? I'm just listening.
I'm good. Let me begin by asking you, Alex.
No, I'm just listening. You know, I will comment later. Nasikiza tu. Yeah.
Ni nani mwingine yako ameongea kwa hii team?
Mkenya Spain, habari yako?
Salama sana. Maybe nyinyi.
Asante sana, tunakuona hapa you are representing the ladies. Thank you.
Hiyo lazima.
Naona naongea lugha hapa, sijui ni Alex peke yake anaweza interpret kwa inbox.
Ni Spanish.
Alex, Mkenya anarepresent Nyamira. Anarepresent Nyamira.
Hii ni msichana wa Nyamira. Hii tumempea green card ya Nyamira straight up and after 1 year citizenship.
Oh, so nitakuja unifunze Kispanish.
Vale, okay.
I think Mr. Makau ulikuwa umeongea kama you have done, we go to 254. Ndio nisikae nimeruka mtu.
Anasema Makau ama Kamau?
Imeandikwa Mr. Makau. Kamau.
Ya, nilikuwa nimeongea lakini nilikuwa nataka kusaidia ule Mumo kwamba hii mambo ya ukabila kuisha, kwa sababu hatuwezi enda the Tanzanian way which has a foundation. It is just resources. If we can build resources to the counties and of course to everybody, when at least Kenyans have something to do, they have jobs, they have money, then it is very difficult to think about who is in power. For example, if your county can sufficiently employ your people and provide food and everything, it is so difficult to kufikiria. We think about power because of insufficiency. Kwa sababu ukiwa na mtu wako hata kwa MP unajua utapata bursary, utapata opportunities za nini za jeshi hizo unasema. But if everybody was busy with business, not busy without business, then ukabila inaisha. Iwezi isha bila tukua na ukosefu na kuwa na kuadimika kwa resources. Nilikuwa namsaidia tu kwa sababu najua
education is good, information. Kila mtu anajua ukabila ni mbaya. Kwanza negative ethnicity. But hata ukimwambia una education bila kumpatia chakula, bado anaamini mtu wake akiwa hapo anaweza kuishi maisha mazuri kuliko yale ambao anaishi saa hii. Kwa hivyo tukikuwa mahali, ukienda nchi nyingi hata za ng'ambo, unakutanga kama Netherlands, prime minister anaweza kuwa anaendesha baskeli na hata hakuna mtu anashughulika naye because yeye maisha yake Canada wako na matibabu ya bure, so hata akiambiwa kuna prime minister anakuja, anashangaa anakuja kufanya nini. Kwa hivyo tukifika kwa hiyo kiwango ambacho kila mtu ako na kitu ya kufanya na watu wako na kazi, itakuwa vingumu sana kufikiria mambo ya ukabila.
Asante. John, how are you?
Yeah, I guess I'm doing good, but my camera, my mic, niletei whatever you are saying. Nawasikia ni kama mmejinyonga kidogo. Naongea kama watoto.
You have a problem with the gadget?
You say?
But mimi nakusikia vizuri.
Okay, basi I'll make my submission. Kama nyinyi mnanipata vizuri. So
yeah,
like,
you can make let me ask you a question even as you make your submission. Huh?
So you want to see me? Ninakusikia kutoka mbali. Okay. I guess now
unanisikia?
Nakusikia but unaongea kama mtoto.
Hey,
It's like you are nice.
Niko na soprano ama? Niko na soprano ama?
Soprano fulani hapo.
Okay. Anyway, as long as you hear me, let me just ask you a question and then you make a contribution. Huh?
Yeah, I make some...
When politicians are campaigning, you hear they go different places and then unasikia you guys mjitahidi msiachwe nje ya serikali. So my question is, kwani serikali inakuanga wapi ndio unasikia hao wameachwa nje ya serikali na hao wako ndani ya serikali? I want to know, hao jamaa mwenye mmewahi kuwa kwa serikali, how do you feel? Sisi wenye tumeachwa nje ya serikali for quite a long period of time, we don't even know how it feels to be in serikali.
Okay, so umenipea nafasi?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much. Nimesikiza watu wengi. I've had the positive minds that I want Kenya to have. Tungekuwa half of us tuko na the same ideas, saa hii tungekuwa mbali. So thanks so much kwa wenye wameongea mbele yangu. Naona Bernard alikuwa ametoka. Kama kuna kitu huwa ninafurahia na Mapio, Jared kama ako hapa. Kama kuna mtu amechange kama Jared, I feel like there is an impact that we are creating outside there. And another thing, let me make my submission. Sako hizo refuse nimetoka. Now I'm 100% sure kama Azimio tuko na government. Na kama hii government inastahili ikae effective, hizi vitu tumepromise kama wanaazimio kuwa tukifika kwa hiyo cheo utafanya hivi na hivi. There are some places we need to really, hiyo ni advice ningetoa, we need to look at. There are these hizi offices ndogo ndogo za serikali, especially like zinatoa human resource, zinakuwa kama human resource management hizo. So we need to focus on those offices more especially. Our banks, educational institutions. Now, like that, the reason as to why nimeleta hiyo point is if kutoka huko juu tume elect people who are genuine, kama on the ground hatujapata, tumeacha ule mmoja mwenye ako na ile tabia mbaya ya kupewa anaficha, so it means bado we be at the same place. Tunapeana kutoka huko, anakuja anaficha hapa chini, ifikii mwenye tulikuwa tunataka. So like hiyo ni submission ningemake after we have like cringed to power. Baba kitu angeanzia kwanza. I know some governors of some banks who have been involved in money laundering. Like there is a suggestion that I saw somewhere that is like it's true, because you can't explain where your riches are coming from. So it means Kenya wanasema is like the reality. So like those governors, we tuwaweke into question. Like president akichagua baba, achague panel ya CIA, watu wa intelligence kabisa wenye wanafanya investigation, wa pull all those files za corruption zenye zimeendelea money laundering, so that we can deal with this thing we call corruption once and for all. And another thing, I think Mr. President came out clearly. Like government deals were done in Deputy President's office. So I guess let me refer you to a case that confirms that. Echesa and some guys, I don't know what they talk about.
There is someone who is not mute. I hear the back.
Are you at work? You say?
Kuna mtu anaongea.
Okay. I'm with my working mate, so let me go to another place. Okay. I'll move. So there is a deal that was going on in between kununua vitu za security for Kenya. Are you getting me now?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a deal that was going on in between Chesa, the deputy president's office, and some foreign guys who wanted to come to Kenya and do that deal. And when Mr. Kene had and went through and he knew that there is something that is going on, Kenya will lose some billions again, he tried to let that thing out. Like, ninajua kuna deal inafanywa hivi na ilifanywa hapa. So it means it ended up like the same person who gave that information out to be killed. So you see, that confirms that this is something that has been going on. Kenya president that is sema mimi deals the government hazifanywa kama nisi yuko zinafanywa in somebody's office. So like kumtenga, aliona ni vizuri amtenge. And another thing, I've seen Azimio wamekuwa na more than, so far zenye nimeangalia mimi juzi yuko Kenya, I saw like 5 rallies. Hizo zingine sikuziona. That strategy that Baba ameka, he started by going to the ground, akaona the way what people need, what they supposed to be told. Sasa amefika to a stage whereby the strategies za kampeni yake ni subdivide these people so that once wako mahali fulani wana campaign with a single rally, we are in more than 4 places campaigning for the same agenda. So it means they're expanding their boundaries, in that hata tuseme kura zingepigwa hata leo baba angekuwa president. So that's a good strategy that the campaigning team ya baba plus baba included wame a positive step ahead. Another thing, if you don't have friends and you are in the same class and you don't have friends, it means hata kukaa hiyo class ni ngumu. You only have somebody munakaa na yeye hapo kando ndo unaita your friend. The rest of these people who are surrounding you, your enemy. So you are not you can't be chosen maybe to be a leader. Take a good example. Baba is a friend to like more than 100 heads of state, including Biden himself. Biden amempea tick. That is why there is something that you need to know. Uhuru was here in a couple of months ago and they visited Biden, and whatever they discussed, si yenye mliambiwa ilikuwa in quotes. Na you mark it well, ilikuwa in quotes. Kenya mliambiwa ni kile Kenya ilikuwa general. But Kenya waliongea about Kenya mtakiona after some months. Sasa venye mmeanza kuona what Uhuru is doing. That is why unajua huwa mna consult, na kama mko na rafiki yako mnatosha naye unamuuliza bana, unaona nikichukua hii mawe nirushe huko si wale watanishika? Atakwambia hapana, usifanye hivyo. Akikwambia wewe rusha tu. That's the same thing. Aliambiwa unaona nikisupport this person now all Ricky. Kabambiza okay, go ahead. You see Baba going to India anakaa India received by no.
Tumeanza kukulusi. Hebu tulia mahali pamoja. We have started losing you.
Okay. Okay. Let me try and be prevent short. Kenya ningesema like you see Baba going to India naka received like somebody who is in the government. Yet Baba for now ni civilian. So it means there is some respect that even these other countries wabempea. They see him like a president. They don't see him like a civilian, like a Kenyan, any Kenyan. So that can even give a headlight kuwa this is a leader who is even accepted with the international body. Hello? Are you getting me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you.
Continue.
Is he being received because he's a presidential candidate, or is he being received with respect because he is the AU infrastructure and development, whatever, and former PM?
Yeah. Let me explain that one to my understanding and knowledge. Is like for now, Baba tukimweka in a class of other Kenyans, ni opposition leader, of course. He's in the government in a way like he's supporting the government, but in the real sense, hana any office in the government. So it means that's a civilian. Going there, anaka received in that way is because akona good relationship na other countries. That is why. Even if you, let me take an example. Your friend atoke Nairobi, mwenye mnaongea naye kila siku na unasikia na facilitate in this one. Na somebody akuja from somewhere umjui, who will you receive well? It's the same friend of yours amekuja na unajua matendo yake ni mazuri. The same thing other countries are doing to Baba.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I'll come back to you. You will explain to us tumesikia William Ruto amechukua naitwa nani? Ababu na Mwamba to be the head of international relations.
Yeah.
Whether that will match with Baba's own international relationship, we'll come back to that to explain here. I see you are interested in that area. Murunga, how are you? Okay, before I bring back Murunga, let's have someone has come in. Ruben. How are you, Ruben? Are you the one having a noisy background? Kelly, kindly mute your mic. Kelly, mute your mic unless you're speaking, mute your mic. We don't want
Yeah,
this echo. Yeah, kindly.
let me mute.
And Murunga, how are you? Murunga is on mute and is not available. So let's have the other guy has disappeared. How are you, Selina?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just coming in. Hata sijaona dunia ya Kenya imeendelea aje leo. Isipokuwa
Okay,
nimeona Busia, nimeona grupu ya Safina Cheke, Joe. Naona Western wanafanya vizuri sana. Nikasikia Murkomen tena sijui anauliza nini rais. Jameni, hii hasira ya hii watu ina wause sera sao. Watu wause sera sao na wawache kusumbua rais. Rais anaondoka na yeye ni Mkenya na ako right kufanya chochote. Badala waambie watu bottom up na hizo pesa yao inakuja mfuko. So the agenda ni kutusi Raila. Wanasema amekuwa mzee, watu waachie. Sasa yani hii kitu nashindwa.
Before I end the general, let me be very specific. Murkomen said that the president should not use the State House to campaign for Raila Odinga. Based on what you have been seeing at current premises for the deputy president, can you comment on that?
Yes, kwa sababu Karen for the last 4 years imekuwa inakuwa na watu zaidi ya mamilioni. Huko ndio mahali watu wamekula pesa yote. Unaona hiyo campaign ilikuwa ya Kibira. Hii watu wote wanaendanga hiyo Karen. So kusema rais asitumie State House, hakuna kitu wametuambia hapo. Watu wako na ruhusa kuvisit State House, hapo ni kwao wakati wowote na ni mara moja. Ile kitu inanishangaza. Ile Ruto amechukua Musalia na amechukua Wetangula. Kwa nini asiritike ako na viongozi wataenda State House pamoja? Hii ni kumaanisha wameokopa rais. Hii wamemuita machina. Mara wanasema ni rais yetu wanamupenda. Saa zingine wanasema asiongee. Rais aliwaambia vizuri, niko na kura moja na watu 2 3 nitawaambia wasaidie tupikie Raila. So hata watu wengi Kenya hawakuamini Uhuru wamesimama na Raila. Watu wengi walikuwa nafikiria wanamudanganya, lakini sasa wakati ametoka na kusema anafanya campaign Murkomen na hiyo na sasa hakuna mtu wamewanyima kukuwa na Musalia na kurubi yao. So sijui kwa nini wanasikia wivu na rais. Na rais ako na ruhusa na watu wote wako na ruhusa. Kwanza State House Mombasa, State House Nakuru, Karatina, hiyo yote inastahili delegation. Hata rais ni mtu amefanya kazi. Wakati ya Moi watu walikuwa wanaendanga State House every day vile watu wanaendanga Karen. So kama Ruto angekuwa naona watu yake Sugoi, si Karen nyumba ya serikali, tungechua na swali. Lakini sasa Karen ni nyumba ya serikali kama State House mdogo. These people Wekesa, naona hao watu wamekosa na wameisiwa mambo. Ile kitu wanafanya, wacha wapike kelele, mwezi wa pili, hii ya 3 wanapika kelele. Sasa wataona kipuri. Kama sasa ukiona Joe, unafikiria baba ako Kenya. Naona Ngilu, naona Wakamba yote professionals, watu wamekutana leo na 3 governors. Sasa wakati siasa inaanza, Central watu wanafanya, Nyanza wanafanya, sijui hata huyu mtu kwa sababu Mudavadi saa hii na Wetangula hawastahili wakuja wafuatane na principal mwingine. Wangekuwa wanamsaidia kwenda Kikuyuni, kwenda Mombasa. Sasa ni kamba, ni mkia. Sasa hata hiyo watu wanafanya nini? Ona saa hii siasa ya Azimio, wamama wamejitokesha na wakitoa Mkutano ni mkutano ya maana. Mkutano ile wameshika ni mkutano ya maana. Eugene Wamalwa, hii group yote ya baba sasa, hata UDA wanacheza. Watu ama watembee tu wapate vitu kidogo ya councillors, waone kama watapata members of parliament. Na leo wameambiwa, niliona aliambiwa mnaokopa vile Sabina Cheka aliongea. Then na mimi nilisema jana, ukiona mtu unatania ni mwisi, wewe ni lazima unakuwa mwisi kwanza. So mimi nataka kuambia group ya baba, wacha baba relax, afanya mambo yake, anafanya atutafutie mali huko mahali ameenda. Akirudi anakuja kama ako ready kuingia State House. Wacha vijana wafanye kazi. Joe alimwambia yeye ni saisi yao. Baba ni yako huko juu. Sasa na baba na baba Uhuru Kenyatta, bas Central tukipata 4 million votes, hata hiyo ni mingi sana. Hata baba akipata milioni 2 peke yake, of which nina hakika 100% kura za Central yote itaenda kwa baba. Vijana wanatembea ni kukula pesa wanakula. Ukiona siasa ya watu wasima, vijana wasima wamesoma, watu wako na kura, unatofautisha hiyo siasa. Ukiona hiyo siasa ilikuwa Teso, Busia, unaona ni watu wametulia, wamefurahia chenye wanaona. Hivyo Wekesa tunasema wacha tuombe, tungetaka Agosti ifika haraka. Kama mimi sasa nafikiria ingekuwa tu kesho tumalizane na hii mambo, lakini kwa sababu hatuwezi, wacha tuende polepole. Na nashukuru watu wanaamuka, watu walali, watu wanataka kujua ile kitu ya muhimu ni tuwe na amani. Tukipata hiyo amani hatuna maneno. It's only peace that we want. Kura imeenda, baba amechukua, so tunangoja tu hata sisi twende tuabishe baba vile walikuwa natuambia samani. Tumese wembe. Sasa nafikiri kumbe hii wembe ni mzuri. Leo unaambia mwenzako mesa wembe. Sasa na sisi tunawaambia pia hawa wachipange kumesa wembe. Tumeambiwa sana. Ya pili, tulikuwa tunaambia baba unaenda barabara kukaa chini kwa Uhuru Park. Sasa mimi nataka kuambia kina Murkomen, kina Ndindi Nyoro, kina Alice Waome, wasoe hiyo mambo ya tear gas, na wasoe pia kukaa kwa barabara. Ovuja hawatatoka. Kura ikiisha imeisha, hakuna mtu anatoka. Hii watu ya baba tunashukuru, tumekuwa kwa barabara, watu wameamuka. So ni hayo tu kwa sasa, wacha niwachie watu wengine. Nilikuwa nafurahia kusikia vile watu wanasema. Saa zingine ukiongea ujui chenye unaongea, lakini ukisikia wenzako unafurahi ukiona Kenya kumbe tuko na wababa, wamama, vijana, wasichana wako kangari kinoma. Hayo tu.
And I see no problem in enjoying my music and also being a Catholic. Shida iko wapi jamani? Kama mimi napenda muziki wangu na ngoma yangu, na mimi sikuulizi ukitaka kuimba hallelujah from morning to evening, mimi nakupigia makofi. Mimi nikigawanya nafasi yangu niseme hallelujah, nitafanya Monday na Sunday lakini Friday na Saturday nataka kusikia ingine. Sasa shida iko wapi?
Okay, who is the best analyst? Atuambie ni nini Uhuru anajaribu kumaanisha. What is Uhuru trying to tell us?
Bwana Wekesa, inaitwa mwanzo wa ngoma milele.
Kamau, what do you want
Yes,
to tell?
yes, I was just saying, there are people criticizing reggae that that they were playing reggae at the State House, and they are saying that why is the president bringing reggae back? And then I think the president was answering them that he has time for everything, just like the way they worship the Lord and them at the same time still, you know, they are wannabes. Ni watu ambao wameokoka kuliko hata Angel Gabriel. Lakini hata kama umeokoka kuliko Angel Gabriel, bado tunasikia kwamba shamba ilipotea. Tunasikia kwamba kulikuwa na room 350. So tunashindwa hii wokovu. Kwani unasoma Biblia ukuwa ikuwa upside down? Kwa sababu it is not bad to be a Christian and also to balance your life for family, for your leisure, and for whatever you do. I think that's what the president was just saying, because there was a lot of confusion in the rallies of Udaku, where they were saying the president is bringing reggae, they are singing reggae, as if reggae is a sin. Yeah, reggae is good music. You can listen to music. I go to church, I also listen to good music like love songs. I listen to reggae myself. I like Buju Banton. I like Donny Carlos. I like UB40. That is what the president was saying. But there are people who want to micromanage what the president does, and they want to do it themselves. So for me, I think that is what Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta wanted to tell people, that he is also happy. And again, he was targeting the young people. He was sharing them that enjoy life. When you are young, enjoy life. That is what I think he meant, unless there is anybody else with another interpretation.
Why do you think this statement has gone? We have the people and God from UDA. Kelly, you want to respond to that? I also saw the hand of ilikuwa ya Mkenya ama nani?
I want to respond na
Can I
kusema
respond?
mambo machache kuhusu. Hello?
Yeah, one person at a time, thank you.
Wacha ni excuse kidogo.
Can I respond?
No, you wait. You have
Hello,
just
can I
come
respond?
in. I'll give you time. I'll give you time to amend wapi tena. I think he has a network problem. Okay, finish Kelly. When he comes back, I'll give him chance.
Kulingana na maudhui ya president wetu Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kuna kitu anajaribu kuinsinuate hapo, kusema kama unapenda hii wimbo, anamaanisha kwamba hiyo ndio inaitwa kinaya kwa Kiswahili, kuongea kwa kinaya, yani njia fiche, yani kuongea na vumbo. Kama mimi rais nimeamua ya kwamba nitapigia kura Raila Amolo Odinga, mbone na wauma katika roho zenu? Angesema hivyo direct, but alitumia vumbo kusema ya kwamba kama mziki wangu ni rege, napenda rege, napenda hizo vitu zote alisema, isiwaume, huyo ni mimi. Je, wewe? Sasa hapo akaacha watu. Ni kama vile Yesu vile alikuwa anaongelesha wana wa Israeli, na alikuwa anaongelesha watoto wanafunzi wake. Hakuwa anaongelesha direct, alikuwa anatumia njia mkato, na ukisikiliza vile alikuwa anahubiri mahubiri yake katika sinagogi na kila mahali alikuwa anaenda, alikuwa anaacha watu na maswali. Hivyo sasa ndio rais wetu saizi yako anaongea na mavumbo, kwa sababu Waswahili husema vumbo ivumbiaye mjinga hawezi akalijua, lakini mwerevu, yule mwerevu kabisa swa ataling'amua. Kwa hivyo tukua pole na tuangalie njia ya rais mtukufu mahali anatuelekeza. Hawezi akatuuza, hiyo ni kitu najua. Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hawezi akatuuza. Akisema right nayo, akisema left nayo, na saizi amesema ni baba nayo, hakuna kitu kingine baba. Nawashukuru sana. Mwingine anaweza ongea.
Okay, let's have Njiru. Njiru, you wanted to respond. You can respond and make your submission because you had not made your submission.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy of the discussion and nimesikia mambo mazuri
The rest,
mnaongea.
let's remain mute.
Sorry?
The rest, let's remain mute.
Okay. So I was saying nimefurahia sana ile mambo tunaongea hapa. Unajua mimi kuna vitu nasikia ile wakati watu wako kwa majukwaa na huko na huko juu ya magari wakiongea hii story ya what and what. I think for the last 10 years kuna mambo mabaya imekuwa ikitendeka hapa, especially vile Mr. Ruto alianzia kila, hata sijaisikia hata nani akisema hiyo maneno, vile Mr. Ruto alianzianga kuitanga Raila Odinga kitendawili na history ingine ya kumuita mganga. Kuna kitu nataka kuelezea hapa about Kenya. Unajua Kenya we are very unique and multidimensional country. Yes, we cannot say that we are 100% Christian country, or we cannot describe ourselves as a Muslim country. Sisi sio kama Iran ama zile countries zingine unasikianga ati zikiitwa Islamic State of this. So saa zingine hata wakati wa mashujaa tunakuanga na Wamasai wanakuja kurepresent old religious traditions hapo. So mimi kuna kitu inanishangaza hapa. I think ile wakati mtu anadescribe Mr. Raila Odinga kama muganga, I think Kenyans should read that one with a lot of sensitivity. Hiyo ni kukosea different cultures za Kenya heshima. Nimeona Mr. Raila Odinga severally akienda huko Kilifi kwa Wagiriama, anavishwa manguo zao, anawekwa pahali, maybe wanamuombea, wanafanya vile wanafanya. Hiyo ni kacha yao. Saa zingine namuonanga anaenda huko kwa Waislamu huko nini, anavaa kanzu yao. That is their culture. And we have to differentiate between Western culture and our indigenous African culture. And there is no any, hata unaona saa zingine hata Wakikuyu wanakuwa na ile mambo yao, unaona wanachinja wapo, watu wengine wanakula matumbo hapo, nini vitu zingine. It is their culture. Wajaruo kule wako na culture yao, Waluya kule wako na culture yao, and hata watu ya Mbaringo kule ndio ulikuwa unaona hata ile soko ya kuuza mbuzi ile ya nimesahau ile soko ya kuuza mbuzi. It's a certain tradition wako nayo. So the time when you start calling somebody muganga sababu ameenda Kilifi na akavalishwa nguo za hao watu, hiyo ni kukosea that culture heshima. And I'm surprised that Kenyans cannot demystify these lies when, alafu kitu ingine tukifika historia ya Ukristo, sababu unajua I think sometimes as Christians we are never serious, and I want to say this one openly here. Unajua as a Christian uwezi kuja kuanzia kusema wewe ni mzuri kuliko Mkristo mwingine. That one is behaving like a Pharisee. Unajua the person who has the duty and the right ya kusema ya kwamba wewe ni mzuri kuliko mwingine ni Mungu mwenyewe. But uwezi tokezea kwa podium alafu unaanzia kuambia watu, kuambia umma, si mnajua wale ile mambo wanakuanga wakifanya na sisi si mnajua sisi tunategemea Mungu. You cannot come and start telling people like that. Sababu we do not have evidence ya hao watu unasema mnajua maneno yao. We have no evidence. Hao watu tunaonanga wakiwa kwa makanisa na tuna evidence wakienda kuabudu hizo vitu unasema. So I would take it with a personal issue when somebody starts to come here and start saying sisi ndio tunaabudungu au wengine hawaabudu. I will take it with the right contempt it deserves, because it is very wrong knowing that like kama sisi Kenya we are 80% Christians, around 20% Muslims. So I expect any one of us here is prescribing to a certain denomination or to a certain religion. So kuanzia kuja kusema hapa hawaombi, sisi ndio tunaomba, ni kukosea the millions of Christians who we have. Kama sasa mtu kama baba anakuanga kwa makanisa, namuonanga kwa makanisa, kila saa namuona kwa makanisa, deputy president kila saa namuona kwa makanisa. So why should they start attacking one another, wakisema huyu aombangi, mimi ndiye naombanga, ama sisi Mungu ndiye atatuingiza, hawa Mungu hata waingiza. You know, those ideas of people wanting to use God for manipulation, it is very dangerous and very bad. Because let me tell you the reason why these people they are doing that. Unajua ukiweka Mungu, you bring vulnerability kwa watu. Unajua kama saa hii ukikuja hapa useme nimekuwekea Mungu ama nimefanya maneno mengine, there is a way of bringing meekness na anti-revenge attitude kwa watu, which is not very good. Whereas hapa tunajua God is neutral in this thing. Haimaanishi ati kuna watu wazuri sana kuliko wengine. No, it is all about the grace ya God. Tunajua ya kwamba we are where we are because of grace of God. But huwezi kuja kusema wewe Mungu ndiye anataka, huyu mwingine Mungu hataki. So when you start individualizing God na uanzie kusema Mungu anatutaka na hataki hawa, it is wrong. Now let me now do my submission in 2 minutes and then I finish. So hii issue ya Raila Odinga and Ruto, I think we are talking of a complete race hapa. Mimi nikiangalia kwa maoni yangu, mimi naona already Ruto ashashindwa. There is all the evidence that any person who wants to win an election doesn't do what Mr. Ruto is doing. If you want to win a presidential election or even ile uchaguzi ya munanda pale, you don't do what this guy is doing. Two things he is doing wrongly. Number one, hata ukienda kwa ile kitabu inaitangwa 48 Rules of Power. Hiyo kitabu ya 48 Rules of Power inasema, rule number 1, don't outdo your boss. Let me tell you, Mr. Ruto, by the fact that he has been able to go against his boss, I can tell you he has lost 40% of his boss support, whoever they are. Na mukisikia Uhuru akisema ya kwamba kura yake ni moja, mujue hiyo kura ya Uhuru, it is a magnetic vote. Sio kura kama yako. Hiyo kura imebeba wazee Kiambu, imebeba wazee Murang'a, imebeba the Kenyatta ward, imebeba ile mafamilia ya kina Moi, imebeba akina nani, it's a spike vote. So number 2, kitu ingine mimi naona deputy president he is doing all the work to make sure that he is the next opposition leader. Number 2, he has not learned from the mistakes of other opposition people. Unajua Kenya tumekuwa na watu ya opposition. Akina Moi Kibaki, ili washinde uchaguzi as opposition, they had to unite. Ilibidi wakuje pamoja kama watu wengi sana. Akina LDP, akina nani, au akina Ngiru, walikuja like 50 parties ili watoe huyu mtu. So you have to unite to defeat ile serikali iko saa hiyo. And what is deputy president doing? Hakuna unity analeta. Ile kitu analeta ni division. Kwanza anatugawa kwa according to the amount of money which is in your pocket. Kwa timu ya deputy president saa hii, wewe kama uko na baiskeli yako, kama wewe uko na kagari yako, kama wewe uko na nyumba yako pahali, ile ambayo umekuwa ukiamka asubuhi kwenda kutafuta, wewe unasemekana wewe uko mrengo mwingine. Halafu sasa wale watu ambao wanafanya kazi za kila siku, huwa almost everybody mnawekwa mrengo mwingine, akina mama. So division. So kitu ya kwanza ametugawanisha. So wale watu hawana kitu, anasema wale ni kama serikali haiwatakii. Wale ambao wako na kitu wanasema sijui serikali hao wameiba kwa serikali ama whatever they have done. So division. Kitu ya tatu ambayo mimi naona deputy president is doing all the biggest mistakes he is doing, it is ya kwamba he is not embracing wale watu ambao wako na image. Kama sahi mimi nikiangalia timu ya deputy president, mimi hata ningekuwa sifikiri vizuri, siwezi mfuata. Ebu angalia wale watu wako kwa timu yake. Wanjiru Margaret, Oscar Sudi, Murkomen, Waititu, Susan Keheka, Waiguru. Ona hiyo timu tu. Wewe hata kama wewe ni mtu afikirii vizuri ama hata ujui history ya Kenya, hao ni watu wa kuenda pande moja na wao. Then the final thing which mimi naona deputy president he needs to redesign his campaign. Kitu ya kwanza, for you to win any election you need to create a euphoria, or because unajua uchaguzi ya Kenya ni ngumu sana. Uchaguzi ya Kenya sio ile ambayo ati tu unashinda hivi. Ukitaka kujua tu uchaguzi ya Kenya ni ngumu, uliza Raila Odinga mwenyewe, uliza akina Kibaki who they ilibidi waanguke uchaguzi, uliza akina Matiba who are already dead. Matiba had already created the euphoria which was needed, na bado hakuingia pale because moja alienda pale, kura zikagawanyika, Wakikuyu wakakuwa split. So Mr. Ruto has not been able to embrace ile unity ambayo inahitajika so that you create a euphoria, because even for Uhuru to become a president they created a wave through ICC, si atu walishinda tu. So watu wa Central na watu wa Rift Valley walienda kupigia
na sasa si kuna hii euphoria tumeleta inaitwa earthquake, ama uone kama itaweza?
Wachana na hiyo, that one is very personalized. Unajua hiyo earthquake ni very personalized. Nasema kitu ambayo it is ina flow with all the communities. Wachana na hiyo. So unaona kama ICC, story ICC iliweza kushinganisha community mingi, na watu wakasema hawa watu the only way ya kuwatoa ICC ni tuwafanye viongozi. It was a wave which was created. Sasa Mr. Odinga, although wave yake bado ijafika, at least Mr. Odinga wave yake anaicreate na inclusion and na kuleta story and bringing that idea other communities can lead. It is a wave which can be created. The deputy president wave yake, it is about dividing people.
Wait a minute. Nasema wave ya Odinga ijafika, na wao umesikia Wetangula in Nakuru before he could say Kenya Kwanza, he forgot and talk about Azimio. The other
I agree. Bado ijapata steam, tunaingoja. So by April hiyo wave itakuwa imejidirect, but at least
so
inaoneshana direction. But wave ya Ruto from 2018 it was very popular. Actually Kenya tungefanya uchaguzi 2018 hakuna mtu angeshinda Ruto, lakini from 2018 na saa hii ayuko. 2018 I can assure you Central yote ilikuwa na yeye. Saa hii I can assure you Ruto the only support akonayo saa hii in Central and maybe in the Ranja Mount Kenya. The only place nakwambia he still has some people ni places in Embu, some places in Tharaka Nithi, pale Kirinyaga najua watu wamegawanyika. Already umeona saa hii attack zimeanzia kutoka Isiolo watu wameanzia kuruka UDA. Sasa Meru, Kiraitu na huyu jamaa mwingine Munya. Unaona Munya ameweka condition, anasema tutasupport yule mtu ambaye atakuwa Azimio. So be assured Kiraitu cannot make that mistake because he will be out campaigned. So already Meru hiyo ashafungiwa. So Meru hata kama ni kura atapata majority, pengine apate Mbao. And then one thing which you need to know, Kiraitu ako na bus, na hiyo bus ita infiltrate Embu. So I'm even double sure hata Embu itakatika in the next 2 months. Kirinyaga najua Jubilee itapenya huko. So huko Kirinyaga na kina Kiambuyo ni Jubilee. Lakini hii basi itakuwa Embu na Wameru. So incidentally Ruto tu atabaki hapo tu. I think Kenya need to see. Unaona hata hii wave ya Kibaki ya 02 tuliona ile wakati tu akina Kibaki walienda Oktoba hapo September, wakakuwa tu na ile mkutano yao na akina Ngiru. Hiyo wave yao bado iko imeshika vizuri, but 1 month later hii wakati akina Odinga walikuja sasa wakaingia kwa hii team yote. Sasa the wave now created. Hata hii wave sasa ya Odinga by April I'm expecting akina Karonzo wakiingia ndani na Mount Kenya. Sasa hawa watu wote the stakeholders, business people and the rest wakuje waingie ndani, na then sasa tufanye hizi mind disease apate. Mr. Ruto. So actually, I can tell you, and I'm predicting this, Mr. Ruto,
Do you
mimi
come
naona
from
hata
Mount
he's
Kenya?
not vying. Namalizia,
Do you come
Mr.
from
Ruto,
Mount Kenya?
Mr. Ruto, I see he will also defect from UDA. It is my
Do you come
prediction.
from Mount Kenya?
Sorry?
Do you come from Mount Kenya?
I come from Mount Kenya, but I'm suspecting Mr. Ruto will
Wait,
defect.
I ask you a question before you conclude. We are here to analyze. Conclusion letter.
Okay, sawa.
Yes. So, what do you make of Red Army? There was a Red Army unveiled. I think from the last 2-3 days we have been seeing a Red Army. We have been seeing even the invitation for people to block for Jubilee. So, what do you make of a Red Army? Is Jubilee coming back with a bang? I saw also on the newspaper they are talking about Cecil Kariuki, who was saying that there is a wave that is coming that will sweep UDA from Mount Kenya.
Okay, thank you for that. Mount Kenya is not relying on Jubilee alone. Mount Kenya, vile itaingia box, Mount Kenya will have many political parties. So Jubilee is one of the vehicles. So ile kitu itatendeka, Jubilee, it will take like 30%. Because it will take like 30% of Mount Kenya. Then in Embu and Meru tuko na Mbasi. Mbasi itachukua, so Mbasi will compete, ita-compete hapo na hao. Then Jubilee, in the 5 major counties za Central, Jubilee ita-compete na UDA hapo. Na hizi chama zingine za kina Moses Kuria and all the others. So in Mount Kenya, what we are budgeting on is many political parties. We are not assuming that we are going to have one big political party which will come and wrestle UDA. Remember, kuna pia challenges za Jubilee. Unajua pia there is also a risk ya kutegemea Jubilee because unajua Jubilee pia iko na mashida in the current government. So kuna vile sasa tukitegemea Jubilee sana and everybody goes to Jubilee, kuna hiyo story ya kuharibiwa jina because of some of the mistakes which have happened in the government. So for security, Mount Kenya will have like 5 or 6 political parties. Na hiyo kura yote itakuwa imekatika katika. Na hizo political parties finally debe yao moja itakuwa Azimio. That's what I see it.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Jack Kendube, how are you?
Sijambo Wakesa, habari yako?
Niko salama.
Umekuwa ukijificha kila ninapokuwepo.
Wewe kama mzee, an elder of wisdom, huh?
Asante sana Wakesa. Asanteni sana.
An elder
Mama
of
Salini,
wisdom. Tell us, the president calls for a meeting for youth, then he tells him the whole story about how his relationship was with his DP and whatever. So, and then we are seeing it like Jubilee is coming slowly in stages, but it's taking its place. Is Jubilee a factor 2022?
yes. Jubilee, mimi nasema asanteni sana. ile hotuba mazungumzo president alikuwa nao na wale youth ni kwamba ile mbegu alipanda pale ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu hiyo ndio maana kuonyesha kwamba Jubilee inarudi kwa vishindo, ita sweep watu sehemu nyingi, kwa sababu vile vile hata hizo vyama vingi ambapo vimetokea ni kwa sababu Jubilee ilikuwa ni kama ilikuwa inalala. Lakini president akiamka sasa, nafikiri Jubilee kwa maoni yangu inaamka. Na ukitaka party iwe na idumu na iwe na nguvu, ni lazima upande hizo nani za chama kwa vijana, kwa youth, kama wale wa jana vile president alizungumza na wale vijana. Kwa hiyo ile euphoria niliona pale ni kuonyesha kwamba hata watu wa UDA watakuwa na shida sana, kwa sababu president tayari amerelease tuseme ni kama mtu ameachilia nyuki au vijana ni kama nyuki, amewachilia kwenda kuzungumza na vijana wenzao. Kwa hiyo watazungumza kwa lugha ambayo ni rahisi wao kusikiza. Kwa hiyo mimi huo mkutano wa jana ilikuwa ni nzuri sana, na sisemi eti nampongeza sana rais kwa nani yake, kwa jukumu zake.
Another question. It appears the team Kenya Kwanza are packaging a message to show that when Uhuru campaigns for Raila, is making him a project, but Uhuru is coming out categorically and saying that it is time for him to showcase what Jubilee has done and why people on the Jubilee ticket needs to be re-elected. Do you think the project tag when Uhuru comes into the campaign will affect Raila's chances of becoming president?
Kwa maoni yangu, hiyo mambo ya kusema eti Raila ni project haitafanya kazi. Na wakifikiria kwamba Uhuru to campaign for Raila kwamba itafanya Raila aonekane ni project, hiyo ni uongo mtupu, kwa sababu ukiangalia vile ile uchaguzi ambao ulifanyika 2002 na hii ni tofauti kubwa sana, kwa sababu ile ya 2002 watu walikuwa wamechoka na KANU, na KANU ilikuwa imefanya madhambi nyingi, ilikuwa imeumiza watu wengi. Sio sawa na vile Jubilee, sio sawa na vile rais wanavyoshirikiana na Raila. So hiyo ni tofauti kabisa. Kwa hiyo president akienda kucampaign, watu wa UDA wataumia. Ndio maana wanalalamika, ndio maana wanasema president awe neutral, kwa sababu wanajua kwamba akicampaign atakuwa na wafuasi. So mambo ya kusema eti ni project, hiyo hakuna, haitafaulu. Jambo lingine mimi nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Mwaura kwamba watu wa Central, mimi ningelewaomba hii mambo ya UDA, watu wa Central watoke, kwa sababu hiyo mambo UDA ni kama KANU ile ilikuwa ya Moi, ile KANU ya Moi. Ukiangalia wale viongozi ambao walikuwa Moi alikuwa nao, ni viongozi ambao walikuwa hawana, viongozi ambao walikuwa ni watu wa kusema ndio, na walikuwa watu ambao hawana msimamo, watu ambao hawangeweza kufanya chochote. Walikuwa ni kazi yao ni kumpigia Moi kusema mtukufu rais, mtukufu rais, mtukufu rais. Na hiyo ukiangalia katika timu ya UDA iko namna hiyo, na watu wa Central wanatakiwa waache. Angalieni Waititu, mnachagua mtu ambaye hawezi kufanya chochote. Hiyo hatutaki kwa serikali, hatutaki mtu namna hiyo kuongoza watu wetu, kwa sababu Central ni sehemu ya Kenya, na hatutaki mtu namna hiyo anarudisha maendeleo ya nchi yetu nyuma. So watu wa Central, tafadhalini chagueni viongozi ambao wanatija, mtu kama Waititu. Na ukiangalia Bwana Mwaura umesema, ukiangalia hiyo timu ambayo inafuata Bwana Ruto, ni timu ambayo kwa kweli huwezi kuiamini kuiachia Kenya. So na ninyi bado mnafuata, watu wa Central wengi sana wanafuata UDA, na hiyo ni hasara kwa nchi yetu, kwa sababu timu hiyo, wewe mwenyewe hebu angalia, unasema ni timu ambayo uiamini, haifai kabisa. Sasa kama hiyo timu yake haifai, ndio kusema hiyo ndio kusema sio mtu ambaye anafaa kuongoza nchi yetu. Haifai hata kabisa watu wa Central wajaribu wafuate pati zingine, lakini sio UDA, kwa sababu huyo mtu tushamuona ni mtu ambaye anapenda watu ambao watu ambao hawana tija. So hiyo ni jambo ambalo alifai. Jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kugusia, mganga. Lazima tuseme Kiswahili sanifu. Mganga ni mtu ambaye anatibu sawa na kusema daktari. Mganga kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye hutibu. Mchawi ndio witchcraft, ndio wale watu wachawi. So watu wanatumia ati mtu mganga. Ukiita Raila mganga, kwa mimi sioni ubaya, kwa sababu Raila ni mganga, kwa sababu amegangua mambo mengi kwa Kenya, kwa sababu akitibu kama kuna solution inatusumbua, akitengeneza hiyo kitu, hiyo ni uganga. Kama unataka kuita ni mganga, amesuluhisha, kwa sababu tunataka suluhu. Panapo jambo unataka suluhu, panapokuwa na tabu mahali fulani tunataka suluhu. Kwa hiyo kama ni mtu unamuita mganga, ni mtu ambaye anatibu vitu ambavyo zinatuletea matatizo. Si ugonjwa tu ndio unaweza kuigangua. Si tuna madaktari ambao hata sio watibabu wanatibu vitu, si ndio? Tuko na maprofesa madoctors ambao si hawashughuliki na kutibu watu hospitalini, bado ni wanaitwa doctor, kwa sababu wamehitimu katika hizo sehemu ambazo wana njia ya kuleta suluhu. So mimi sioni watu ni kwa sababu watu ambao mimi kwa maoni yangu, watu ambao hawatumii lugha vizuri, mtu anasema eti ni mganga, inatakiwa aseme mchawi. Mganga ni mtu ambaye anatibu watu. So hiyo mimi nasema, mimi kwa maoni yangu, mtu atakisema hivyo huwa hainisumbui, kwa sababu najua huyo mtu hajui lugha. Inatakiwa amuite mchawi, ndio nitaona vibaya. Lakini akimuita mganga, kwangu ni sawa kabisa, kwa sababu ni mganga, ametibua mambo mengi hapa nchini. So mimi naweza kusema kwamba nimefurahi sana na rais, na ni haki ya rais kujiweka kiwanjani kukampeni kwa mtu yoyote ambaye anataka. Hiyo ni haki yake. So isiwe mtu kwa sababu Bwana Ruto alifanya makosa, huwezi kuanza kutukana mkubwa wako, bosi wako, kwa sababu yeye hasa unapokuwa vice president, wewe ni kama spare wheel ambaye imewekwa tu pale. Kukiwa na shida, kama kukipatikana puncture, ndio unatumika. Kama hakuna puncture, wewe ni spare. Huwezi kusema ati na wewe maendeleo yote ambayo yamefanyika hapa utasema ilifanyika katika kipindi cha President Uhuru. Hauwezi kusema Ruto. Hiyo kitu lazima watu wajue. Ruto ni spare wheel. Yeye yuko tu pale, anaambiwa na president fanya hivi. Anaweza tu kumshauri president privately, wakiwa kwa nani, wakiwa kwa ministerial meeting hiyo yao, lakini hawezi kuja kusema ati kuna kitu fulani amefanya. Hiyo hata sisi wa Kenya lazima tujue hiyo ni uongo. Kwa hiyo Bwana Ruto ni mtu ambaye amezoea uongo. Hiyo ni makosa yake, anasema uongo throughout. Anaweza kusema ati hawezi kuwa denied kwa sababu vitu fulani ilifanyika wakati yeye alikuwa vice president, ndio, lakini ilikuwa chini ya usimamizi wa nani? Wa rais. Nani? Hata saa hii watu wanasemaga Kibaki. Nani anasemaga mambo ya Raila? Si ni watu wanataja Kibaki, serikali ya Kibaki. Hasemi mpaka useme serikali ile ile ambayo ilikuwa ya nusu mkate, ndio sasa unaweza kusema Raila, lakini president anajulikana ni Kibaki. Hapa tunajua president ni Uhuru. Mambo ya Ruto ni spare wheel, hawezi kusema eti kuna kitu amefanya. Hiyo ni uongo mtu. Kwa hiyo
na kuna hiyo upishano when it comes to successes, anasema tulikuwa kwa hii serikali nusu kwa nusu. Kukikuwa na failures, anasema ni hao watu ya handshake walikuja kuharibu. So if that be true, then in fact there is a time they were claiming about presidency. They talk about presidency at there are two. So there is no way you can separate the two. So the question then is, if presidency, in one way you want to acknowledge successes based on the presidency, why don't you retire together as a presidency pair? I also want you in 1 minute to comment on this video, and then we go to the next person. We have there's a meeting that happened for Eastern.
Okay. Thank you so much. First, I would like to. Is this working? Okay. Very well. Thank you so much. First, I would like to comment on the good work that the professionals from our region have done, coming together on their own, deciding that it looks like the leadership is not showing them the way, and they decided to take charge and show the way. So I want to say that now you have invited us here, we want to tell you that we will work with you all the way and to ensure that we are going to be in the next government. Quite honestly, you never procrastinate. Procrastination is never allowed in politics and in leadership. And this is what we have been kind of wait and see. There is no wait and see. I think clearly we now know that 5 months to general elections, having been out of government for the last 10 years, all of us in the community want to be in the next government. And anybody who is still waiting, then that person does not see where the next government is going to be. And the leadership is guiding people on the right track, on the right path, where people can benefit as people. And looking at now the two horses that have been, now one horse has started to get ahead of the other. I think the one that has been using wheelbarrow, sasa imeshindwa na tinga tinga. Na tinga tinga imeenda mbele. And we want to go with that one because obviously, having been out of government for the last 10 years, we cannot be another one day out of government. And that's why I want to assure the professionals meeting here and professionals who are meeting here from our community, from all shades, engineers, doctors, lawyers, business people, they have come together on their own will. We only came and they told us, are you part of this or you want to go a different direction? And we said we are part of this. And therefore we say, our professionals, please go ahead. Get us the right information and we'll bring it to the people. But all of us united, we should be able to go to our people and tell them that this is the right way. This is the way to go. I do know our people have been very anxious because they wait, they are asking which way to go. Today, information is so fast that people can see, can hear. Wherever you are, you know what is happening where in this country. And therefore, this is not when information used to take days and days to get to you so that you can make a decision. We now know where this country must go. And we are looking for a leader next general election who can lead this country as the president of Kenya and who has some kind of experience, understanding, who can be trusted, who can be reliable, who has been tested. And there can never be any other than the Azimio La Umoja.
And we are very happy with His Excellency the President, because he himself also says this is the way to go. He cannot be wrong. He has called one of his lieutenants, mtu wa kutangatanga. And really you need to ask yourself, if you are deputizing somebody and people are supposed to be working, at what point do you sit down to plan and then to go and implement? If you are every single day, morning to evening, on the road, on top of a vehicle, telling people what they need to do, I think time has come for us as Kenyans to know there can only be one person who can help this country. And most importantly, is his work of the past. Raila Amolo Odinga has fought for change in this country. We are saying we want more resources to the counties so that we can deal once and for all with the poverty issues that are affecting our people. We know him. He is not just a politician, but also an engineer who we expect is going to re-engineer the economy of this country. And he understands it. He is going to take over this Big Four agenda, especially manufacturing, and put our young people to work. So with this, and what our professionals have done, we want to tell you, ECHO, well done. Please move on. You have spent many, many hours planning for this. I can assure you on my own part, and of course my colleagues here, we are now going to hit the road running, and we'll be there in the villages, kwa vijiji, na wapi, na makanisa, na hata nyinyi, although I know usually professionals don't talk too much. But ukiona nafasi, hata ikiwa ni kanisa, usome one chapter, one line, ile inasema Raila kuingia kwa State House. Na ziko because ni kuomba na kuambia
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Can be comment on that 1 minute and then we go. Yes.
Wekeza hiyo ni rahisi jamani, nitasema nini? Nimejaa na furaha tu.
Ngoja kwanza Jakendube. Ukisha comment, I will Eric will have to make his submission.
Asante, lakini mimi nimejaa na furaha tupu. Sasa ndio kusema mimi vile ninavyoona ni kwamba watu wa Eastern kusemu za Ukambani wanangojea Kalonzo awaonyeshe njia, lakini inaonekana anadilidali. Sasa ndio maana profession wameona kwamba hawataki kuchukua, hawataki kufanya kubahatisha, wanataka wahesabiki, wanataka wawe pale mahali watu wa Kenya wanaenda. Kwa hiyo mimi nawapongeza sana, hiyo ni jambo la muhimu, naweza kuambia Wakenya wote kwamba hiyo ndiyo njia ambayo inatakiwa sisi sote twende, kwa sababu hiyo ndio azimio ambayo itatuletea umoja, itatupatia economy ambayo tunataka, itatuletea kitu inaitwa stability, political stability, ambayo ndio mama ya maendeleo yote. So mimi napongeza Mrs. Ngilu sana. Na jana nilisema, mtu mmoja alisema eti Raila anapoteza watu wale amefanya nao. Raila apotezi mtu yoyote. Hakuna mtu Raila amepoteza. Hao watu ndio huenda peke yao na wanarudi peke yao. Na wakirudi Raila yuko pale anawakaribisha. Kwa hiyo nimefurahi sana na hiyo azimio la professions wa kutoka sehemu za Ukambani. Ni jambo la muhimu sana. Asante Bwana Wekesa.
Thank you, Eric. My namesake. Make your submission, and also you may comment on the video.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa. It has been long. I've not seen you for a couple of days. Hope you are fine.
Yeah, I'm Baba's faithful soldier. And I've
Okay.
never missed this show, by the way. Even when I'm not there, I always watch.
Ah, that's cool. So let me just say hi to Mr. Kamau, the driver. You know, those years we used to see Mr. Kamau. Kamau, Mama Selina, kuna Cliff na mzee Jakindube. Nimeona Mwaura alikuwa lakini ametoka. So, na wasalimu wote. So I'm so grateful for this moment I've been given to contribute and to submit my opinion and what I think and what I see about this. I think as I've confirmed and each and every day I keep on confirming that everything I've been saying before, it's working very well. I think whoever who was on the panel, I think the other day, heard me say about what is cooking in Uhuru's kitchen will soon come out, and people can confirm it has already started. And everywhere now, people are running up and down and crying foul. And the point is now, the politics dynamics have started changing. And the way we used to lie ourselves about that William, the deputy president, was leading, now things have turned against him. And you know, they started with the Asla Nation about bottom up. These days they don't talk about bottom up because we interrogated them. We did a research and they came to understand that that one cannot work in their campaign. They changed their narrative to about the project. And also I've seen the project is not working anymore because the project that we know, it's people's project. There is no state project, but people's project. You know, you cannot say someone who is controls half of the country population, it's a project. It can work. It can't work. So let me just go direct to the today's debate. About Murkomen. Murkomen is, I may say, is a malicious person. He just talk. Murkomen is not a, he doesn't know much about politics. He doesn't know much about leadership. Those are the people who are elected in the constituency, then they run away, they came to Nairobi and stay in the city. They even visited their places. 30% out of 100%. So 70% they don't go back to their constituencies. So Murkomen is a malicious person. So for him addressing to Mr. President, I think it's lack of knowledge, I may say so, on my own opinion, because head of state is not head of state of one tribe, one region, it's head of state. That means he's the president of the Republic of Kenya. He serves every tribe anywhere in Kenya, the whole of the nation. He is the president of the nation, is the leader of the nation. So he should be respected regardless of what. And I keep on saying we better joke with we play around with the MCAs, MPs, and governors. They are people we can just draw them out anytime we want because they don't have a big impact to lead this country into a worrying situation. But the president, head of state, is the person we should be very careful on, the person we get as our president, because the president is the one who holds the country. He can betray the country or secure the country. And that's why you have to be very careful about the presidency. You can see, sometimes back I said in Kiswahili, ngoma ya vijana haikeshi. You know the meaning of that. You can confirm. Sometimes vijana wadogo wakienda mziki usiku hawezi fikisha asubuhi. Ikifika saa 8 usiku washapigana, wamekosana, na hiyo mziki inaishia hapo. But watu mature people, mature leader, they maintain peace and order, and they have values for what they are going for. You cannot compare me, Eric, and Mzee Jakindube or Mr. Cliff. You cannot compare me with them. We can check the age, the experience they have. They have seen a lot. They have history, the history that I don't have. They are the one to tell me the history. What I don't know, they are the one to tell us. The moment you find someone doesn't want to get about or to hear about the history, you must be very careful with that person. So about Murkomen, let's forget that. That's a malicious person. We go to Azimio in Busia. You can see Baba is not around. And sometimes I said the other day, you know, the way the father raised the children, the foundation the father gives the children is what matters in their life when they grow up. You know, Raila Amolo Odinga, it doesn't have to keep running day and night like the way William Ruto is doing. William Ruto has never mentored anyone politically. But Raila Odinga has mentored a lot of people in politics. And those are the children. They are his children. That's why he can even sleep and relax and everything will be done correctly because he gave them a good and nice foundation. You know, the foundation is what? A concrete and a strong foundation. It's what will lead.
Selina, nilifikiria utasema amen hapo.
Okay, you know, the concrete foundation, it's what makes the nation to prosper. You see, let me just go back to the politics the way we started. Like UDA. UDA started like 4 years ago, politics. Because they didn't lay a strong foundation of their politics, of what they want, of their promises. They didn't have a strong foundation. That's why you see right now they are suffering. That's why you see they are suffering. Na uliko inasemekananga kutangulia sio kufika. They started 4 years ago, but now they are being disturbed by people who started 3 months ago. You see that balance, meaning for the last 3 years, 8 months, they have been doing nothing. They are just be talking, lies. And you know what? Kenyans are very wise these days. We listen, we go, we do a research. Because of one thing, we have history. Even if we are being tried to be duped about no history, let's not go about history, we normally go for history because whoever who doesn't have history doesn't have future. Kwa hivyo ile kitu tunajaribu kusema foundation ndio a good foundation ndio inapeleka watu mbele, na baba ayuko, he is not in the country, and you can see everywhere in the country anapigiwa ndebe kila mahali. You go to Mount Kenya where I come from, kampeni yake inaendelea na yuko. You go to Western, he is not there, inaendelea tu. You go to Mombasa, you go everywhere because Mr. Raila Odinga is a father. You know, hiyo jina anaitwa baba, si alijipea hiyo jina, ni kupewa, amepewa na wananchi because truly he is a father. He knows how to mentor his children. Baba is the best choice. Kwa hivyo hii siasa vile inaendelea, what I can say, DP should look at, or let me say the other, our friends UDA, they should look at the perspective of how comes Baba, everybody is following Baba. They should ask themselves why. I think you ladies and gentlemen, we can confirm that. Just go and check the Azimio rallies. Nobody is wearing a t-shirt or a cape. It's very rare. But if you go to UDA, they are spending a lot of money to buy t-shirt and cape. And there is one thing they don't know. You know, someone wearing on a t-shirt or a cape, he cannot change the mind. You know, I think the other day I was in Wajir, place mbali sana huko ndani, nikapata mtu na t-shirt ya Jubilee. Na hiyo t-shirt si ya jana, ni ya more than 9 years ago. Wajia na huko ndani, hata siasa haijafika huko bado, unapata mtu ako na hiyo t-shirt. You understand? So those are the things that the UDA should be concerned about. T-shirt means nothing. It's just for pictures, but they mean nothing. What Kenyans need is something to help them. And I keep on saying, we Kenyans, we don't need money from the government. What Kenya needs, it's a conducive environment to do our business. If we have that, we are good to go. And the conducive environment is what? The taxes, the licenses, our agricultural product, we get markets, subsidies for fertilizers, the seedlings, such things. We have water, we have electricity, and moreover, we have the value addition industries in the county level. That's what we need. We don't need money from the government. And I'll keep on insisting, if we get lied about being given 100 billion or 50 billion for youth, I'm here. We had a youth fund, ilikuwa inaitwa pesa ya uhuru. I was a chairman in a group in Eastlands. We were 40 members, and the check we were given was 50,000 Kenya shillings. 40 members, we were given 50,000 Kenya shillings. If we go to calculate which business as youth we can do with such amount and earn a living, 40 people with 50,000. So those are the things that we youth Kenyans have started looking at and see. This issue of DP, it's a lie. This thing cannot work. Because if you are given 1,000, which business can you do with 1,000? These days, nothing. So for the sake of this nation, we need a leader, we need a father, and someone who has experience, someone who cares. Confirm, in Baba's house, you see women. Baba support women very, very much. You go to youth, the same thing. And if you see Raila Amolo Odinga, wale watu wako nao kwa kampu yake, you can see those people are leaders. They qualify to be ministers. They have worked, they have experience. Go back to the DP, wale watu wako nao, ni akina nani? I think we can see. Ni akina nani yako nao? Who can be a minister of finance? You remember in 2013, 2017, what they did. So for that purpose, we need to think very much big, and Raila Amolo Odinga is the best bet for this country moving forward. And from Mount Kenya, things have changed and changed and changed. And it's a matter of time. I think Raila Odinga will be at 70%, because we know Raila Odinga We have track record, what he has been doing, what he has done. The time he has been in the government, we can say what he has done. But for the DP, I see nothing. Because the time I could have given a DP, looked at track record is 2013, 2017. Nothing happened. The track record was what? Corruption. Corruption,
you.
corruption, corruption. So
you.
for now, let me say that my submission. And I think once I get another time, I'm going to talk about the Ukamban leaders, what they said. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clifford, how are you, Naktari?
Hello guys, how are you?
We are fine, huh?
Naona Mama Selina Yuko, she never goes away. She never sleeps, eh?
Yeah, Mama is a residential panelist on this
Sahi
channel.
ni 6:30, ni 6:30, ni
Together,
5:30.
Yeah, it's 5:30 where I am. Where? Okay, so we're on the same
together
time
with
zone. That's
community
okay.
ancestor.
All
Together
right.
with community ancestor.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I'm sorry I came in late. I had some commitment, and also after this, I might step aside a little bit, but I'll be joining you guys later. I've got some things to attend to, but however, it was so important for me actually to see you guys and maybe say hello to you, like kama mtu wa Kidubei tulikuwa na yeye jana. I'm really honored for your commitment to this particular cause. Today I did not have much time to go through YouTube's and see what was happening back at home. Although I just was glancing here and there to kuona matusi huku na huku. You know whom I'm talking about when you see guys who are using some language which is not even family friendly. I'm so surprised that people who are coming to the public, to the wananchi, to beg for votes are using some languages that I would not like my kid to attend some of their rallies. It's a shame. Somebody should come up with a way that can cover that kind of occurrence back at home during the elections. Because what we are doing right now, they're actually just they're growing seeds, planting seeds, which our seeds will ape tomorrow. And when their time comes, they'll continue abusing each other and calling others some names which are so unfamily friendly. However, ndugu zanguni, I've got a few things to discuss with you guys. Sorry, somebody's trying. Just hold for a second. Hey. Okay?
Okay, as he comes back, how are you, Aaron?
Yeah, niko fiti.
Sorry guys.
Yeah, amerudi.
Poleni. Don't worry. Okay. So there's something we are lacking here. I don't know how we are tuned out for this, because I find that our civics rights and our voting rights back at home are so infringed. Most people even don't know why they're voting, mostly the common person. You guys, you know why, that's why we are following here. But at home, you find somebody in a meeting, instead of trying to find out what that politician is bringing to us, what he will do, he's asking for that guy, give me, nimelala njaa nipe shilingi 500 ama 100. So it's equivalent like buying the votes. Actually, this is what leads to most of the people being put up there. People going to the parliament are people who don't know what they're going there for. Because some of them are going there to enrich themselves. Some of them are going there to safeguard some of the things they have stolen from the common mwananchi. Because when Ruto is talking about the economy, build the economy from the ground up, this is not something new to some of us who have traveled abroad. This is not something new from what we know about some of the established Western world, where the political democracy is well defined, most of our people. the economy of from down to up has failed everywhere. And I'm going to give you an example of what's happening in America. The Democrats believe in the economy of from the ground up. And the Republicans, they believe that the economy should come from up to down. What it means is that the rich people, you empower them. And when they're making their, when they're contributing, that money flows down to the ground. Whereas the Democrats think that you start from down, you build the people up. All of them have got some shortfalls. Let's look at Democrats. Let's look at the economy from down to up. If you start giving people free money, which is a very common thing, if you give me free money, why should I go and work? How will I go and develop? I'll wait there for the money to come for me. All right? I won't go to work. All right? That's number one. So you are not developing people. That's incentive for people to work hard and develop the country won't be there. Just an example. And then if we talk of the economy of up to down, then those few people, unfortunately from where I come from, those who stole from us before, because it's our money, it's the taxpayers' money, it's the money that the president, Kenyatta, or rather those who are there even before him, were going around and begging for development. And then it comes only to the top people and get into their pocket and they reach themselves. It's so sad to see that a young person like Fredman, 28 years old, he's a billionaire, but he does not, he's drive a Toyota. Warren Buffett, he's a billionaire. He's driving a small old vehicle. Hey, what do I hear about Musalia Mudavadi? What about a thief like Ruto? I'm sorry to use that word. He's going to drive a chopper. He's buying a chopper, 10 choppers. It's sad. Now, Musalia Mudavadi is coming with a chopper from Nairobi to Vihiga, and in Bale, below him, there are people selling Kamaindi, Kamayai. This is stupid. And the same guys, you're going to tell them that I'm going to develop you. Where have you been? Just sell one of that chopper of yours and nobody will sleep hungry in Vihiga. So our civic rights are infringed, and we are not asking these people hard questions. We should be asking them hard questions. They are promising us heavens. Where are they going to get the money from? Have they looked at our national debt? How are we managing our national debt? These are some of the questions we should be asking some of these politicians. That's why we should close our ears for people like Murkomen. These people don't know what they're talking about. They're just there for their stomach. They're not there for me and you, for me and my grandmother who cannot read, who sleeps hungry unless I say something to her. It's so sad. These are the things that we should put to these guys. They should come up with clear policies, well-defined, where the resource is going to be. They don't have the money. We don't have money in Kenya. We are struggling. It's a struggling economy. We are borrowing. We are beggars. And yes, somebody is telling us that he's going to make sure that every matatu guy, he's going to tell me to invest in that border. Can we do something better than that? This is some of the things we should really address before we start fighting among ourselves. Last but not least, I've got a problem with church in my country. I'm a Christian, but I've got a problem with church. Just like people used to do bad things and then they run to their tribe, that me, I'm being molested. Right now, people like, unfortunately, Dr. William, whatever, the first thing he goes, he finds himself with church. The same money he stole from us, the taxpayer people, the money that came home, is the one that's going to contribute. Poor people don't understand where the money is coming from. Unfortunately, People like that, people like Mudavadi, are the Robin Hoods of our times in the wrong way. They are stealing from the poor and giving a small piece of it to them again. You steal from me and you bring me $10 there, sorry, 5 Kenya shillings, and tell me I'm the best guy, and you think I'm a good guy for you. This hurts my feeling. That's why I believe, I'm sorry, my case, I'm gonna put my case up there, and I think I've known Raila for a very long time. When I was in college, the fights we had, I grew up in Kisumu. I was a neighbor to Raila and his father at Ofafa Hall. If somebody lives in Kisumu, they were bigger. I remember his brother, Ajuma, who passed away, was my schoolmate. He was older. I was looking towards him. I know him as a person, but he can do better if we give him support. But right now, he's got support. The support is that if us as a tribe we come together and work somebody, I don't care. Like, I give Kenyatta my credit. The things Kenyatta has done at home, Chief, those are things that if he was not there and somebody else was there, or Moi continued ruling, would not be where we are right now. That would have taken us another 20 years. So this is the importance of tranquility and also people coming together. And when we forget about tribe, that's what can be achieved in an environment like that. But an environment where we are fighting among ourselves, my tribe, my tribe, my tribe, is what has left us behind. That's what has called kill jobs in the country. That's what has made us people live in poverty. Chief, you are lucky. You can see me through here. Some of us, we don't like being abroad here just because we want to. I want to be home. Why should I contribute here with the knowledge I've acquired? And yet my people who fought for me, who worked for me, I want to come home. I want to get that job. I want to go to Nairobi Hospital. I want to go to Kenyatta Hospital and work out as a cardiologist and give to my people what I have learned out here. But I cannot, because somebody's going to pay me $200 per year or per month. How will I feed my family? We should look at that. Someone should come up and see a way. We've got so much brain out here, so much brain. My people, Kenyans, are up here with a lot of brains. Like I can give you, I've worked in some places. I worked in Fidley. Half of the staff there, the top doctors, are Kenyans. If you are in the Eastern Coast, if you go to Philadelphia, the cancer center, the chief cardiologist, no, the chief cancer patient there is Dr. Patel. I grew with this damn guy in Kisumu. He wants to come home. What am I going to pay him? These are the things that are killing us. It's killing the morale. We are just like, we need a change. And I think Raila is the guy to do this. I don't know. He might not make it, but he's the right guy. Ruto will not. Ruto has proved that he's not a guy who cares about the second person out there. He cares about himself. His greed. I close my case.
Thank you for that powerful submission. Perhaps just a side question. Why do you think, as much as we claim we have people with competence and brain, intelligence, why do you think we are always ruled by the fools?
It's the mindset, our mindset, the way we've been tuned is one thing that, one, let me look at it. When you want a job at home, it's whom do you know, regardless of your academic, how smart you are. Nobody cares about that. It's whom do you know. If I talk to anybody at home, the first thing he's going to tell me is, I can't get a job because I'm of this tribe. I don't know somebody here. Let's everybody get something out of merit. Let me get my job because I qualify for that. So, and then if you prove to be too good, like right now, so many guys have I kind of have got I've got an interest in Kitale. where I think that's where I'm settling in. And I've also got an interest in Mombasa, where I've got some stuff which I've invested in. I get thousands of letters. Come and join politics and leaders, because they look at me as if I've got the money. To me, the word being rich is relative. I might be a very poor man where I am right now. And being poor is also a relative word. So here they're telling me to go there to help them. All that behind their mindset is that I'm going to contribute by giving them the money. Not because what changes can I cause there? How can I uplift some of those younger people there to be like me, if I'm anybody to be emulated to? So we are selecting those big people, those people without brains to be there, because like right now I've got a project which I want to go at home. I do not think, let me give you an example. The Central Bank of Kenya, in the day before yesterday, I saw that since the year started, they've been saying that they're not going to allow crypto changes in crypto and cryptocurrency trading in the country, which was a very stupid thing. Why did they do that? Then, after 2 months, about 10, they're saying they're going to allow it. They have sent a letter to every bank, and they're asking for public knowledge about crypto. This is the new technology. This is the blockchain technology. It's coming like the speed of lightning. It's everywhere. Putney has just accepted it. El Salvador is made like a national currency. We are struggling with our small Kenya shilling, which is a bullshit money, or the dollar which we worship. So we are getting these people because we are taking that people. We don't look at the way they are thinking. I'm not saying that you must be educated, but you must just understand a little bit of something. So if I go to that parliament right now and ask the senators, can you explain to me what a blockchain is? They'll look at me as if I'm coming from another planet. And now they're being told, Central Bank of Kenya, I can display the letter here, which is everywhere, that they're accepting blockchain, and we are going to work on this. These are the issues we have got. We should look towards technology changes, and we should look at people's capability rather than how much money somebody has got. That's why
I'm still pinning you down. I'm still pinning you down. There's something that I wanted it to come out. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm asking you. So how, us who are intelligent, us who has the brains, how comes we lost it? We are not even near power. So how comes we are being ruled by the fool? Because why can't we use our own intelligence?
Very good. We are accepting that because you don't know how to say no. You as a person, you and me, we have not learned how to say no. We are so scared. We are scared in our pants that if I criticize Ruto, then I find myself in where JM Karaoke was found. Okay? We should tell them on the face, Ruto, that's not right. Ruto, that's a lie. It won't work. Okay? And let's have an open discussion. So is our mindset, the way our mindset is that only if you have got money, you go into politics. And then when these people go up there, even when they forget about us, and we don't ask them until after 5 years again. We don't ask them the same questions. We only go by shouting and praising people and climbing on top of vehicles and singing and abusing each other. We are not actually, literally, we are not asking them hard questions, and they're not answering us the questions. Or rather, what I'm trying to say, Mr. Wekesa, is that we do not, we vote by what somebody gives us, but not what somebody presents as a person, an opinion. It does not give us any opinion of what it's going to do. So, civic education is very important. That's why I told you from the beginning, we should have a defined
my brother, education. My brother.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm not on the voter. I'm on these good guys who are not stepping out to bring the change they desire. I'm not on the side of the vote. I'm not asking you how the voters, because these voters are like, let me give you an example. Maybe 3 years ago, voters did know something called wheelbarrow. Somebody came and fed them that software. Now they are singing wheelbarrow. So these good guys with brains, intelligence, why are they not fitting these people with the right things so that they can begin singing? So I'm not on the side of, I'm not talking about the vote, I'm talking about these good guys who think this is how the country needs to be run, but they are not doing anything.
Exactly, because we have got a mindset. We've been from childhood. It is like our education system, where it's set in a way that you are told, go to school, perform well, you must be number one, go to college, be an engineer, and you live a good life. That is the way our mindset is. Now, even those good people who have got those brains think that way. They think the government is impossible. You do not address anything against the government. So we must. And how does it start? It starts with you, me, Selena, and Temba. We need to start off from there and educate. So the civic education, people to know their rights, is very, very important. I just read we have got 41 billion, which is going to be spent on election by the ICB, whatever. That's a lot of money. You can use that before the elections are clear to educate the people to know their rights. People don't know their civics rights. If they knew that, and if we can, people, we shall change that mindset. That's where the problem is. So these are the people who have got the brains are scared to death. They don't want to be involved because of what we have seen in the past. If you do that,
okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that generous contribution. Community ancestor, how are you?
Yeah, niko fiti. I'm
You
good,
have
Baba.
restored the name I love.
Yeah, around ancestor, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Themba ndio waliniambia manzee hiyo jina nising'oe yote kabisa.
Yes, unless you are being intimidated by UDA to erase history. You know, ancestors teach us history.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, today we have we had a myriad of rallies. We had Busia and the other one Malemba, but also Oka were in Lugari. Then there was a Red Army in Kirinyaga, and then there was a rally in Mombasa coast there, and then another one where. Yeah, there are quite a number of rallies. So what is your take?
Yeah, in fact,
Yeah, the one I had forgotten was the Meru by Peter
Munya.
Munya. Yes.
Yeah, maybe by the way, what I'll be able to tell my my people is that as Azimio, in fact, is the way to go. Reason being, Azimio is a big house. That is why you've seen, at least in every region, you find Baba's troops are there to continue consolidating votes on his behalf when he is still away in India. Na kitu ingine ningesema, kuna swali umeuliza hapo, why do we always elect these fools? In fact, uwanga inaletwa, maybe this is my person. Kitu ingine, hii mambo ya handouts na nini uwanga zinafanya, in fact we elect these fools, these tags, these in fact these thieves, because in fact they are using the same money they have stolen from us alafu ndio wanaleta those money kuja kutuhonga sisi, ndiposa again tupate kuwapigia kura. Na si ajabu uone tena these same people tukiwa re-elect, imagine in these coming elections, and yet in the ground you find that they have done nothing. So in fact hata mimi by the way nashangaa Wakenya wenzangu kuwa in fact utapata in fact the likes of Gashawas ambao wanaulizwa hii 200 million yenye iko in question, hawezi wakaanza, but still pale Madhira atakuwa re-elected ama it is a sad story, but I hope this time round ningependa Mungu wa mbinguni in fact atujalie to overpower wale ambao watafutia these fools, wawe ni wachache, lakini wenye watafutia the right person ambaye ni baba na wale leaders ambao wanataka our future in fact iwe bright for us and our children to come in fact tuwe wengi, tuwazidi, because I'm very sure these fools still watakuwa re-elected, but as time goes by, hii mambo ya civic education vile ndugu yangu Naktale amesema, in fact maybe as from 2027 inastahili pesa ziwekwe, watu wajue right zao, wajue ni viongozi gani ambao inastahili wawajipishe kwa kuangalia rasilimali zao na mambo mengine. Halafu ningependa kurudishia Mungu shukran kabisa kwa our freedom, one of freedom fighter, because even at this place hii Mtembei TV it is amongst the freedom fighter ambaye who is living, ambaye ni baba, because wengine wameshatangulia kwenda kaburini, na tumepata hii njia ya kufanya nini, ya kuongea. So in fact freedom fighters tunajua kuwa wako na places tatu, one is a prison, 2 exile, 3 grave. So Raila Amolo Odinga ukiangalia mbili zimemwangukia, hiyo ya prison na exile. We thank him so much for that, and I'm very sure wale ambao washamtangulia wenye wako kwa grave mahali wako, in fact they are smiling wakijua kuwa baba the way they wanted things to be, in fact he is gonna, once we give him opportunity, is going to deliver. Sasa nikuje mambo ya Murkomen kusema kuwa I pity President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Murkomen, in fact this is the very person who has failed the deputy president kwa kumadvise wrongly, because nowadays I don't hear the deputy president speaking of a hustler nation, speaking of bottom up, speaking of that they have changed the politics of today, that people are now speaking of economy. You see, but Murkomen, instead of continuing telling the deputy president to stick on his narrative and about a bottom up, now and nowadays they are just waiting Azimio to speak something which irritates them, so that the deputy president and his team can counter. It is very wrong. It is very wrong. So in fact Murkomen and the entire brigades, in fact they are misleading the deputy president. And also Murkomen is so bitter with President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta since when he was ousted from Senate Majority Leader, because in fact that seat, as we know, was attracting a lot of pacts. So this guy is bitter on that. And as I finish, again, I guess UDA, in fact, right now, they're in panic mode, because in fact they thought that President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was playing Baba. But at this very time, we have seen that already the president has endorsed Baba and is ready to use his vote to ensure that Baba ascends to power come August 9 elections. So it is right now, it is the president who is supposed to pity Murkomen, because Murkomen, as from August 9, August 10, he will be in opposition. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Wekes.
Okay, thank you for that generous contribution. Let's have Themba. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Today I was reading some, I think was it on TV, these social media updates, and the guy who resigned for Kericho seat is called Keter, making a quote that even if there was no handshake, still Uhuru could not have coped up with Ruto. Okay, they were going, walikuwa wanaenda kukosana anyway. So do you, that is a tips of the iceberg. Do you have any information what to inform that statement?
Thank you. To respond to your specific statement, you realize that Keter is a very close friend to Ruto, and from him they started working with Ruto politically from 2002, according to him. And they left KANU. Then, of course, later they joined the ODM, and of course the journey went on. Ruto fell out with Raila. So for him, he was an understudy of Ruto all through. So they have worked together, that journey, URP, up to the time they came to the government. So if he says that statement, then for us listening, you can first of all, when you are listening to a word, someone speaking certain statements, you see who is speaking and how close are they to the subject matter, the person that is speaking. So that definitely tells you that he's speaking the mind of Ruto. He's been in the core of things. So that definitely tells you from my avowed hypothesis from what he has said. It means, therefore, the relationship between the president and his deputy was already broken way before even the handshake. And that statement is supported by Murade's assertions before even the 2017 election. Murade had said that the president will be ruthless in his second term, if you can remember those statements pretty well. So it means that this relationship, by the time they were going to the elections, it was already, it's like a relationship that was, you can see those people who work in public as married people, but inside the relationship ended many years ago. So publicly they can be working together, but inwardly the relationship was already done. So when Morales said those statements, and I think at some point, if you can remember, they were very sure of their second win, to the extent that I hear in some of the Jubilee meetings prior to 2017, were like you hear Kina Murkomen talking, they were dressed down. you know, that the president was not necessarily, he was already behaving, you know, like he doesn't need them. So what actually made them tone down was the nullification of the election. You know, when the election was nullified, I hear he toned down to try and calm things. You know, the president was furious, but he had to tone down so that they can go for the repeat election. And here during the repeat election, the deputy president was really ruthless. You know, he was speaking so with a lot of anger. If you can remember the election that they did in October 26th, prior to that election, if you could hear the deputy president speaking, and even Murkomen saying that in some of those, in fact, Murkomen's statement was that the meeting of Jubilee was only nice because the elections were nullified. So I think the statement by Qatar can be supported with other assertions by Murade and what Murkomen said. In the basis of that backing, I think it's true that either way their relationship must have ended. And it also gives credence to what has been in the word in the wire, that the president was getting a little, you know, uncomfortable with the idea that there was the concept that the deputy president had put his people in very strategic positions, and that was affecting especially the issues of corruption and even fighting it. And that was a very tough part. And of course, the statement in the wire that the deputy president had boasted that he had actually took charge of running the government, you know, and his word was more important than the president. So I think it speaks a lot to those who have read issues of how to manage power. You know, if we are given a certain power, and of course now to quote you know, Robert Greene in the first, you know, the 48 laws of war, law number 1, you need not show your boss that you are actually strong. So you see, he had already gone ahead to show his boss that he's strong and he can actually do anything out of that. So I think it's true, in my view, that there could have been already strained relationships even prior to the handshake.
So in other words, can we then conclude that handshake was not the cause of the problem, but it was a trick of the already ongoing battles that they were having? So it gave him an excuse. In fact, let me use the word excuse. It gave them the excuse to part ways.
Yeah, it was yeah, you're right, because you see, let me take an example of you, and probably let me give an example of you and your wife. You see, they say in issues of relationships, and especially married individuals, when you find your friend going out probably with your wife, the problem is not your friend. There's already an environment that is strained in your marriage. So the problem is that there doesn't exist a relationship. There's already a strain. So that creates a ground for growth of something else. You know, so if your friend did not go out with your wife, someone else would still have gone out with your wife, because already there's a safe ground that can attract such moments. So what you're saying, the ground was already ripe for anything to happen. So even if, let me tell you, for example, even if it wasn't going to be a handshake, something else was going to happen that was still going to strain the relationship. So a handshake just happened at that point, and it became, it was a very welcome thing at that time, and it saved the moment for the president. Now the handshake was going to save him many things. One, it was going to help him, because I hear the word in the wire is that the deputy president with his 160 MPs were going to cripple the government running, and that was the tag he was holding. He was saying that now if we go back right now, then I'm going to cripple the government. And word in the wire is that there was also some you know, people sent emissaries sent to the Raila camp to try and help the idea of even considering, impeaching the president, for that matter. Now, in the event the president was going to be impeached, then definitely the deputy president was going to come in. So you see that word in the Y is being confirmed by many things that have happened. And indeed, I want to believe the idea that yes, like you're saying, the handshake by itself did not cripple the government. If it was the handshake, then what would have led into Morade saying that the president in his second term was going to be ruthless? That is number one. And secondly, what would have led into because this strained relationship was not necessarily seen after the handshake alone. It was before the handshake. For those who are politically keen and they follow the stories, you realize towards the end of their first term, there was already that kind of a strained relationship. Things were not really working as they were starting. The camaraderie was not so much as strong as was witnessed earlier. So yes, I believe that the handshake is an excuse, a pretty good one politically for them, because they're imagining that people will run away with that, and for political reasons, they need to use that to their advantage. But they have realized it is not working. So what have they resorted to? They have now taken the battle straight to the president's doorstep. And if you heard Rashid Echesa, his language and their language lately for the last like 2 days, when they are talking, they seem to have now started branding. They are trying to take the battle to the president's doorstep. They are criticizing the president more than they are talking about what they are going to do to Mwananchi. And that is what tells you, what comes out with when you lack an agenda, and what you're doing more, you're acting out of anger on perceived lost gains that you had. So I think that explains their anger, and it explains their attacks on the president in every talk. But I do not blame them, because if they have taken Rigathi Gachagua as one of their key propaganda machine creator, it is Gachagua that is creating the propaganda for them, and then they are using the likes of Dennis Itumbi to spread it out. But what they do not know is that there are not as many Kenyans on social media who are going to vote. The people who vote are actually people who interact with the leaders one-on-one. So these are people who can be talked to, who can be told, hey, you are disrespecting, someone is disrespecting someone you actually elected. That alone is enough. Who wants to elect someone who disrespects the leaders that they have voted in? Rashid Echesa talked badly about the president. Now, that is not going to work so well in Central. You only need one word to say, this person is abusing your leader. Yeah. Someone is talking?
Who is talking? Okay,
Steve,
Themba,
mute.
just hold on.
Wekesa, Steve, mute.
Vijana wachache wenye waliitwa kwenda kule State House wakiambiwa heti kuna future yao mahali. Mimi nataka naulize nyinyi vijana wa Kenya, hata kama wewe uko na kasoro, mtu amekuwa president kwa mwaka 10 good years, aje kusaidia. Sasa ndao kutransfer kwa mtu mwingine, na ule mwenye anakutransfer kwake hata wewe mwenyewe unaweza jiangalilia. Halafu nilishangaa mnapiga makofi mpaka mnaimba. You are not serious you guys. Hapo mngeingia tu mchukue hiyo pesa ya COVID, mchukue pesa mambo mingi bado tutawaambia hapo mbele, na mtoke tu hapo polepole. Mkijua hii 1800 tumepewa 10,000, hata haiwezi kanua bambas ya watoto yako wenye unaenda kusaa, na mtu amechukua 55% ya Kenya. Na wewe umeenda hapo watu unashangilia. Unashangilia nini? Unashangilia hewa. Please. Kama wewe haungeweza kubadilisha ama kusaidia vijana wakati wako, Sasa unataka kuniambia ukitransfer vijana kwa mtu mwingine ndio anaweza saidika? This country iko na sarakasi mingi sana sana. Hey.
Yeah, the reason I brought it in, you are talking something about abuses and Murkomen. You can wrap up it up with that one. Are these guys helping to improve the image of the deputy president? Or are they scaremongering us when we try to imagine the UDA government?
You see, I think, Wekesa, I don't know what is happening in the deputy president. And I think someone put it well yesterday. There was an interview that was, I think, conducted, and I heard the Laikipia governor, Nderito Morethi, saying that there seemed to have been some kind of a mess that is going on in the deputy president's campaign team. And let's give it to them. When they started, they were thinking they will build up a euphoria. And of course, when they came with Dynasty versus Hustlers, they thought that will build for them a euphoric moment. When they came in with the bottom up, they thought that will make more people that, one thing they didn't understand is that, Mama Mboga and Mutu wa Boda Boda, these are people who are found mostly in urban centers. These are not people in villages. So that in itself is not a very uniting statement. It is more of Mama Mbogas are people who are found in urban centers, because who will go to Mama Mboga is someone who is working at a factory or somewhere, who is going out. Before I go in the house to cook, then I need to go out there to buy some boga so that I can come and like those the stalls and stuff. You don't find those people in lots of places, So it's a concept that they thought will push lots of voters towards them, but you cannot hold that for long, right? And probably that's what informed their they are going back. You can't start strategy. You can change tactics, but you cannot change a strategy. So your strategy should go up to the time you win an election, but you can change the tactical approach to it. Now for them, they are changing strategies. When you change a strategy, it means you are starting from zero. Now when you start from zero, it means that if the other person had a bigger strategy, it means that they are ahead of you. And what is happening right now, the Azimio guys had a strategy, So what they are doing is tactical approaches. And what you are seeing as they are moving, as they are going forward, you are seeing a lot of their tactics were very, very calculated. Right now you see Baba is not here, but there are bombs being dropped every day. There's something going on somewhere about Azimio. Baba doesn't have to be there. You cannot run your strategy on the energy of an individual. So your strategic approach is Ruto. Ruto is your strategic approach. And you see, whenever they are going anywhere, someone says that, you see the way Ruto says, you cannot run your strategy on the way Ruto says. You run your strategy on what are the agendas that anybody speaking on them is confident to speak about them. But you see, the UDA team, unless Ruto speaks on it, nobody else can explain what is going to happen. So I think in that case, therefore, another problem that I notice in the UDA guys is like most of them are not necessarily speaking to the agenda. They are speaking and insult so that they can much more endear themselves to Ruto, not necessarily to the person who is going to elect them. So anybody picking a microphone is competing with the other who is going to be so close to Ruto. You cannot do that. You cannot run a campaign on that platform. And that's why Chester speaking is hurling insults more than the previous speaker who hurled insults. someone else speaking is hurling more insults. So they are competing on who can hurl the most insults so that they can endear themselves to the chief. I think is the chief, sponsor of their campaigns. That is the unfortunate bit, and bit by bit, they have now resorted to playing catch up. Now they're saying, let's take the battle and abuse the president more. And in my view, that will work negatively because they are going to Central. And if they go to Central, the Central guy are going to ask them, this leader that we elected, you have been hurling insults on him for all this time. So how sure are we that you're going to take care of us? Today, Echeza said something that is dangerous. He said, which I think is going to decampaign them. He said that if I'm given an opportunity to be even an assistant defense, whatever, interior minister, I'm going to camp at UHURU Muigai's place so that he can return all the money that he has taken from people. You see, already you are showing that this team is a team of vindictive individuals. Not even once someone has said that we are going, as much as people have said that Ruto ni mwizi, nobody has said they are going to camp at Ruto's place to make sure that he returns all the shambas. But you see, already that statement shows that you are told to go and say it. So that team is actually supporting that kind of nonsense. Now, how are you going to campaign? How are people supposed to even understand what you're saying when you are full of such kind of, frothy mouth? You're talking about insults and insults wherever you go. So yes, I agree with you. The team, there's no teamwork. And I think also there's a lot of competition. I think there's a competition between those young, the politicians who are surrounding them and the technical team in Ruto's side. Then I think when they brought in ANC and Ford Kenya, they threw the campaign team into, another confusion because now they have to accommodate. Initially Ruto had said anybody coming to join his team have to disband their teams, disband their parties to join it. So those people who were in Ruto's team thought that they were the only ones who were supposed to run the show. So right now you see a clear confusion in terms of who is actually running the show, and even when they are speaking, you see there's a confusion in terms of who is the point person. So they talk about Ruto, but they are struggling to mention these others. And our friends, Mudavadi and Weta, even those people, they are struggling. And you see there are no Mudavadi and Weta's people in those campaigns. So that becomes another problem that they are facing. I think Ruto will not necessarily, this thing was for him to win, but he is now losing it because of the confusion existing by themselves.
Okay,
and that kind of anger in Sanzu says that a good fighter, a good warrior, do not fight in anger. So that anger is also what is going to eat them up as they are moving forward.
Thank you for that incisive analysis. Okay, let's have Sam Owanga. Sam.
Wekesa, can I add one more point before you go to Sam?
Yes, and
just one point, then we go to Anga. There's this thing about Sabina Chege on the issue of election being stolen. I think their confusion has led them to even not understanding. Sabina was on a very clear. She was on a very clear agenda. Ruto has been going around in most of his rallies. He's telling the people that, hey, wanasema kuna deep state itaiba kura. Kama kuna deep state, si mimi mwenyewe am a deputy president na mimi ni deep state. So that is one. Number two, because that statement was supposed to reassure the people that hakuna kura inaweza ibiwa, na kama ni kuibiwa, mimi niko hapo, ninajua how it works. Secondly, you heard what Rashid Echeza said. Rashid Echeza says that si hao ndio wanasema kwamba sisi ndio tuliwaingiza na tunajua kuwaingiza na sasa sisi tuko hapa. That was a statement. So the question was, okay, fine. To counter that, let's see how they'll respond to this. You create doubt on them, you see, so that if they respond to it, then it means, therefore, whatever they had been saying is null and void. So Sabina comes and says that nimesikia wengine wakisema hapa ati kura iliibiwa. Now that statement, you see, is very wide, because the Supreme Court said that the election need to be repeated. So that statement is neither here nor there. So she said, yeah, ni kweli. So what happens? These people, they actually, you know, they got into the hook immediately, and then they said, wanasema wataiba, watafanya nini. You know, already that one paints doubt on their people, that actually you people, you don't have anything, no clue, no nothing. So even if you vote, if it is going to be stolen, you guys don't have nothing. So already they fell into it. That is lack of, first of all, awareness and wisdom in their technical team. And that, for me, I think is a show of disorganization. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. I think I had forgotten that point. I think you have brought it out very nicely. I also thought, yeah, they were caught pants down. They could not even respond well. If they were wise, they would have just left the statement to go. But in fact, this owing that the deputy president is the first person to jump on the statement, it shocked even some of us. Sam Owanga, I have two things I wanted you to respond to, then you can make your submission. One, there was a propaganda that went ahead of their Kakamega rally that there shall be a defection of Oparanya to Kenya-Kusha Alliance, of which Oparanya had to respond and say that I would rather go home and be a farmer. So why do you think they had to do that? What is happening in their camp? And then two, these guys, the deputy president now, gloves of coming straight to the president, says that wacha kuchificha nyuma ya Raila, come and face me. What is your take?
Thank you, Ekesa. I first of all want to thank you guys for for being consistent on the vision for Kenya. That's my first point. Number two, I have been trying to get in, but this past few weeks it's been crazy with the forum. I mean, everyone wants to get in and voice their opinion about Kenya. But first things first, Themba is my witness. I told you at one time that there's no third force called Kenya, called One Kenya Alliance, and my words have come to pass. Now, you asked a question about hii maneno ya defection of Oparanya. Oparanya now stands out to be one of the key leaders in Western Province. Oparanya stands out to be someone who is has a large constituency. And this is one thing that we have always hammered on this forum, that politics is a question of, number one, perception. Number two, numbers. When you walk out there and you say, hey, Oparanya is going to defect. And look at where Oparanya comes from in terms of votes. All right. And there's a reason why I brought in the issue of One Kenya Alliance. Then you look at Bwana Masika Wetangula, and you look at the small constituencies that he has, which we are very sure is not even controlling that county, because Abu DAP is in there. All right. Now, when people hear that Oparanya is going to defect, then they know that we now have the numbers and we have clout on our side. Right? There are things that Themba said, and I think one of the guys also talked about it. Now moving to your second question, because I think the first question is never happened, and therefore the constituency stays. It doesn't affect Azimio. Azimio is moving forward. Voters are not stupid. Voters are watching. Voters know where the promises are and where the fake promises are. I mean, it's clear as day and night. Now, there's on the second question, there are things that Themba talked about, and it and you've just mentioned it about gloves coming off. When you say gloves are coming off, then we know that it's going to be a brutal war. Now, if it's going to be a brutal war, then there will always be a winner. And the person who has the winner in a political battle is a person who has, in most cases, has the instruments of power, right? And that person happens to be, according to the Constitution, I know we elected the presidency, but there's only one guy who wields the instruments of power, right? And right now, we see public servants resigning left, right, center. But let us also not forget that a government is a government. A government is not an individual, right? And with Ruto as a number 2 coming out and removing his gloves and say his gloves off, and even daring the president not to hide behind Raila, and we know very well that he is not a clean man. I think he stands out as a politician who is short-sighted. That's the way I would look at it. He stands out to be a politician who is short-sighted. And when you are in a democracy like Kenya that still does not have the long tradition, right, about political issues, we are only into 56, almost 60 years into the political tradition. I think he needs to tone down. He needs to tell his people that when you move into the presidency and you attack the presidency, because we might look at it as he's attacking Uhuru. He's really not attacking Uhuru. Themba said it. When you make that attack, you're attacking the presidency. And you have about millions of voters who voted for the presidency. How do they view you? Because communication, when you're communicating your information, they look at the communicator, the person giving out the information. They look at the message, and then they as a people also receive and evaluate that message. That's when the communication is complete. So don't think that by throwing those things, we are not evaluating, right? I think on that, I want to, when he says gloves off, I'm looking at him as a short-sighted politician, right? And especially for a president who has thrown his weight behind the people's choice. That's the way I'm looking at it. So it means everything has shifted. And Themba also talked about the abuses that are coming out. Those abuses that are coming out, we now see even Mudavadi coming out of his shell, political shell, and hurling almost the same words, right? Now, those things are coming out because of frustration, nothing else. They're frustrated. They try to create a message, it's not working. They try forcing this message, they change tactics and they do this, it's still not working. Now, on to my submissions. I would want to start off with two countries that are really diverse in East Africa. One is Tanzania. Tanzania is diverse in terms of tribes and communities, and they started on a good social note. We as Kenyans started on a wrong social note. and in a way we are paying for it. And on that note, I would want to urge Kenyan voters to interrogate. I mean, let's vote policy. There are things that really don't make sense. We have talked about wheelbarrows day on end. We've talked about Hustler Nation day on end. But we want these guys to run a government that is all inclusive, government that supports everything that Kenyans yearn for. But now we cannot be distributing money left, right, and center, hoping that things will work out. So I would urge our people to vote policy, vote for Kenya and what is good for Kenya. Our candidates, some of them have a long history, and it's a history that does not mean well for Kenya. Even onto cabinet appointments. One of the last comments that Themba made was about Echesa. I mean, Echesa, I think you appoint Echesa or recommend Echesa for appointment. Something is wrong with you as the person making the appointment. We know what happened when he was a cabinet minister. He didn't even qualify to be there in the first place, but he was there. And we know what happened in that ministry. We know what went on after that in the deputy president's office. And now, before the earthquake, we know what he said about Malala and the politics behind it. So when you hear Echesa talk, I think Echesa, I would just not even discuss it longer than this. He's a political comedian, right? And then we have voter education. One of us talked about voter education. When we talk about voter education, have we ever bothered to find out from the IEBC what is the content of that voter education? What are they trying to teach the voters? And then what is their target population? And so, he also mentioned that we have to change our mindset. Who is supposed to change their mindset? Because the target, usually IEBC, when they go out there, they go out there for people. I want to believe in people in the villages. That's usually their target. Or they go there where poverty is, or they go where, because they believe that's where their target is. But now, what about the teachers? What about the engineers? So what is their target population? Because when it comes to civic education, everyone needs it, everyone deserves it. Everyone needs it, everyone deserves it. And those are some of the big changes that made Biden be elected as a president. Because all along, the former president was spewing all kinds of garbage, political garbage, and it took investment in civic education to train people, to talk to people that this is not the kind of guy that we need for another 5 years. Because if we are not going to talk about civic education even amongst the elites, then we will still have the same number of spoiled votes in our system, in our electoral system. So we need, as much as we talk about change of mindset, we also need to broaden our targets for voter education. And then someone talked about Murkomen. Murkomen, yes, he's got all the qualifications. We respect him as a fellow in the legal profession. But I think at times we carry too much education into our politics, because politics at times is also run by common sense. He's used to opening his mouth too much, and out of it, no content, right? My fear is that the things that these guys are saying, Echesa, Murkomen, and other people, is kind of breeding a very big gap that might lead into chaos. And none of us wants the 2007 issues to come back and haunt us right now. Then Wekesa also brought out the issue of Charles Keter. I agree with him when he says, "Oh, he was an understudy of the deputy president. He was in government, and he stayed in government for a very long time, right? Even when Ruto's people were being, were facing issues in their ministries, he stayed. There's a reason why he stayed, right? There's a reason why he never faced the sack. He recognized who is the boss, right? He recognized authority, and he was wise enough to let his personal ambition, my personal ambition, if I want to be the governor, let me stay put until that time comes, right? And you can go back and look at Keter's history as a government officer. He rarely engaged in politics. He rarely came out so strongly and said, "Okay, this president of mine is like this, like that, like that." He rarely came out, and I think it's wise of him to have done that, right? As much as we still have issues in energy sector, thanks to him, but there's a lot that we can learn from him. Then we come to his sentiments.
As you finish in 1 minute.
Then we come to his sentiments. This is the last thing that I'm going to say. We come to his sentiments. He said these guys would have gone apart even without their handshake. It means one partner was suffering. What we don't know, who was the partner who was suffering? It was a marriage, or it looks to me, what I can say is that this was a marriage of convenience from the very beginning. But because Uhuru had come out and said, "Oh, kumi yangu, kumi yako," and they held on to that, and we will crucify this guy based on that statement. Otherwise, thanks a lot for your contributions. I'm learning a lot about what's going on, but those are my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that generous contribution. I think you have shed light on many issues. Let's have Patriot. How are you?
I'm very fine, Wekesa.
Good morning.
Say something.
Yeah,
good
now
morning,
that you're
good morning, sir. good morning, sir. Wekesa. Yes.
Yeah, I heard Oka was in Lugari. I haven't managed to watch what they said, but I know you are an interested party. You can perhaps update us on what they said and how is correlating to I hear nowadays, even when you are in a UDA rally, you might cough and sneeze and the word Azimio comes out.
Okay, Wekesa. If that means I contribute, then let me pick it up from there. Thank you so much. Wekesa, my fellow panelists, it's always a great pleasure to have this opportunity to discuss matters politics and where we are heading as a country. Austerity and prosperity are, words that have very thin lines in terms of pronunciation, but they mean different things altogether. I want to start by answering the very question that you have brought forward, my brother Wekesa. I watched, of course, I'm an interested party. You know that. I'm happy that you have not forgotten. I'm an interested party. And every day, my interest builds up. Every day, my shares in cryptocurrency matters, politics in this country and where it's going. It is going up. The shares are going up every day. So it is true. I have immense interest, and my interests are going up every second, every minute. In as far as the rally of Oka was concerned, for the first time, for a very long time now, I was able to smile. I managed to smile from my heart, not from my mouth, not from the side of my cheeks. I was able to smile for a very obvious reasons. The son of the great president, the late Moi, Gideon Moi, was able to tell us with his own words, they are joining Azimio. That was great. That was weighting. That was important. I loved that. Number two, I'll of course give the words, because if I use my paraphrased one, some people will pick a different meaning. I'll say what they say. Probably you get it clearly, because I can see Themba is developing an interest there. The person who brought the story home much clearer than anybody, this is Jirongo, my former party leader, right? Before I joined ODM, I was with Jirongo. Jirongo was actually my party leader. So I can authoritatively say I can speak for Jirongo in as far as the words he used in Western today are concerned. Jirongo said, tunaendelea kuongea na wenzetu wa Azimio na tutaelewana. You know, I'm paraphrasing it still. Tutaelewana na mjue, tupe tu nafasi. They seemed to be agitated from the demand that was coming from the crowd. The crowd were anxious. They wanted to know, where is Oka? This middle ground is something that people seem to be uncomfortable. It is an impatience that you can see that is growing in every crowd whenever these guys are showing up. So they were like, and Jirongo was able to read the mood. So Jirongo answered them by telling them, we are talking with the other people, and you know obvious where we can't go. And that was echoed by Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi said, hiyo mazungumzo hiyo inaendelea, tutaongea, tutaelewana, tuko hapo, lakini mnajua mahali hatuwezi enda. Mnajua mahali hatuwezi enda. To me, that is the closest indication that one will ever understand in as far as where Oka is going to be. And for me, that's not news, Wekesa. It's not news. I said this yesterday. I said this the other day. And let me paraphrase it from what I know. The NDC that is going to happen before the end of the month. We're going to have ODM having the NDC, our NDC, at Bomas of Kenya. Then Jubilee will have theirs at KICC the same day. And then we will have a culmination party that will be at Nyayo Stadium in the afternoon. There, I wanted to predict, and I still hold the same views, that Kalonzo Musyoka, Gideon Moi, and Jirongo will be the guest of that big party that will happen at Nyayo Stadium. Wait to the space. It is going to happen. So for me, I think I've given more than an answer on that one. Can I now, give a contribution generally to the topic that I see here? Wekesa, if I may.
One thing, then you make a contribution. Huh? What is the relevance of Jimmy Wanjiki's threats on ODM's NDC? Are they consequential?
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Wekesa. The last time I checked, Wanjigi is not a lawyer. He's a businessman. And I have not seen any case he has won straightforward, unless he'll win that case after Baba has cleared his 10 or 5 years. If it means they'll have a verdict after 5 years, that's okay, because Baba will be ending his first term. I don't know that I've answered that to a case in simpler terms. It's inconsequential and it's not going to happen, in my view.
Okay, you can make your submissions.
Okay, thank you. I want to proudly announce to fellow Kenyans that, especially those who are in the diaspora, that the die has been cast. It's very clear that the story is over. Actually, that's the new terminology. The story is over. The game is over. It's over. It's over. We pick this from the crucifixion that Jesus Christ went through. For those who understand crucifixion very well, the day when Jesus Christ was crucified, that very day, I spoke here before I left, that very day, there's something that was auspicious that happened that day. Between noon and around 3, there was no sunshine. It became dark. That was memorable. We remember that. And the most important thing that happened within that period is the voice that came from heaven that said, yes, this is my son. You know, many people doubted whether Jesus Christ was a person who was professing to be a son of God or he was a son of Joseph. That was the day. So you don't need to wait until you behave like Thomas to touch the ribs of Jesus to know that he has gone through the process and he has gone through resurrection. So for us, I think those are enough signs that what we saw in Western today, where you had all the 3 protagonists, for that matter, for the lack of a better word, the Oka group, the UDA, and of course the main, brigade of Baba Azimio La Umoja group in Western. What seems to run the topic of the day was that the minority lost today and the majority won. The voice of the Oka and the voice that came from the campaign trail of the bandwagon and the people and the big boys who were supporting Baba, including the DAP, they seemed to shape the results that we are expecting. And remember, if you are to ask me, you can easily classify Western province as a battlefield that will be divided between, in my view, because of the UDA and the combination of that with a bit of the traction that comes with Musalia Mudavadi. I think they'll get about 40%, giving them the best. 60% will go to Baba. Kisii, Nyanza, we're going to have about 70% for Baba, 30% for our brothers who will be preparing to join the opposition. So when you look at the numbers of the Western, Wekesa and Rift Valley, Western, Rift Valley, and Nyanza, including Kisii, the 2 groups coming together for those competing numbers, then you will see that as we come to the other side of the country before we get to Rift Valley, Raila should be leading from my mathematics with about 400,000 votes. Then when you come to Rift Valley, we talk about Nakuru. Nakuru will be shared, in my view, well, this is hypothetical, that Nakuru will largely go to UDA at about 55. The Azimio La Umoja will take at 45, and then we go to Kirinyaga, Laikipia. I'm talking about Laikipia. Laikipia will be largely a divided area, but as things are looking now, the president coming into campaign will end up getting at 50-50. So Nairobi is for Azimio. The only area where UDA seems to be having enjoyment of some numbers is actually in Rift Valley. Unfortunately, we'll balance those numbers with Nyanza Luo and Nyanza Kisii. Then Western will beat them. We come to Nakuru, we divide. We get to the larger Mount Kenya. We will have closely to 45, in my view, or 48%. The rest will go to UDA. Coast is for Raila, Nairobi is for Raila. Part of Eastern, now that Kalonzo is coming, will actually seal the deal. To me, I think that's how the thing seems to be flowing. I am not worried. I don't see wheelbarrows anywhere. They are going to be very scarce. Neither the yellow fever, now that we have Azimio Zeneca, it's not going to be there. So lastly, as I quickly conclude, the president has declared war. He has really shown us that he's a captain. He's actually the sheriff in town. You don't need to have a new sheriff in town. The president has actually told you there's no vacuum. And if the music that played at State House is anything to go by, this guy has been doing serious rehearsals behind. When you see you are trying to fight a man who is not responding, be careful, because the day when he'll come, he'll give you a knockout. So the numbers are clear, and I think the most underlying important issue in all these that I've presented is the coming of Oka to Azimio. The fact that Oka has come to Azimio, I think is a done game. It's a done game. Baba will come in as a proud Kenyan who is going to take this country to the next level. Thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa. There's a lot to say, but let me leave it at that point. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's have Leonard. How are you, Leonard?
I'm fine. My name is
sorry, I was
Leonard.
trying to upload some video, but it didn't pick. So let's have Leonard first.
Okay. My name is, the way you've seen, is Leonard. I am new here. I was introduced by my friend Njiru. We studied together here in overseas, the way where we are. And I've been following about Mutembe for a while, the political dynamics that are changing in Kenya. And I'm really impressed with the debate, the way it's going on. So I am a UDA fan. I am a UDA supporter for deputy president. And so far, the way the graphs are really changing in Kenya, it's really alarming for me. But the thing that hasn't brought my attention well is Raila Odinga. To me, my submission, Raila Odinga has been in government for a while, many years. And before I came here to America, I used to work in Chemelil and all those sides of Siaya. I've really stayed with the Luo people down there most. And considering the situations that the Luo people in the villages are really, really poor. They're really suffering. If somebody has been in those sides of Siaya, Awasi and Chemelil, will bear me witness. And the thing that made me turn my mind away from Raila was he has been in government for many years and there is no little transformation he has ever done for his people. So I stand to be corrected for that. I'm still young in politics, but for me, politics is not about what you say, it's what you deliver to the people. So I haven't seen substantial delivery measures of Raila, especially from the Nyanza people, directly to influence their lives. That's what I want to see. The second thing is the reason why I stand for, I am not saying the deputy president is so much perfect for that. DP Ruta has many weaknesses, I know. He has a lot of weaknesses. I come from Nandi too, and Eldoret Kapsabet Road has been always imekuwa ikipigwa kiraka kuanzia 2013 hadi saa hii, na the company that imekuwa ikifanya ni Ditman Construction Company, and that's DP's Ruta company affiliation that has really shown a lot of selfishness, as if Kenya haina other contractors who can do that, and the quality has been very bad for that. So those are some attributes that I can see. I cannot say I fully support UDA, and I cannot say I fully support Baba. I am still gambling with my vote, whom should it go to? So that's what I can say for now. So that's my submission for now. Concerning siasa ya Kenya vile inaendelea for now, what UHURU did yesterday to the youths, for me, I saw that was kind of manipulation, total manipulation. Those youths, most of them, I am very sure 70% of them are unemployed like me. I'm a youth too. They have bachelor's degrees, and the UHURU administration promised 1 million jobs, which they never delivered anything. So what UHURU did yesterday with that singing and all that applause against DP Ruta, I didn't like it from my perspective, because it was like manipulation, because you know by yourself personally you have never helped those people to improve the life of those people. So for me, it's all about the direct influence that you give to the community. It's not about what you tell people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that submission. I know
Yeah.
there are questions that are going to come, but let me ask you this before I allow other people to ask you questions. Do you enjoy the democratic space that is in Kenya? Like you
Yes.
can talk anything against the president, against the DP, and nothing happens to you. Do you enjoy that democratic space?
Of course, there must be regulations on what you address the people in power. There are some regulations, of course, but
No, wait fast. I think that's not the trajectory I'm bringing. I'm saying, do you enjoy that democratic space that you can talk? Okay, it may not be perfect, but at least there's a wider space between Kenya and Uganda, and Kenya and
Yes, we
Tanzania.
enjoy. Yes, I enjoy. I
Yes.
enjoy.
So don't you think there are people who paid for that? Does it directly influence you? Like
Yes,
we
of
normally
course.
have people who come on this platform from Tanzania and they say they can only join Kenyan space to discuss these issues, but they cannot do it in their own backyard. So don't you think there are people who paid for that?
For the freedom of expression and all that
Yes.
democratic.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
So don't you think it's directly influencing you? Or it has to be in something tangible like a hurbar or somewhere, or some of the developments people don't see. Okay, they normally say like on your body, a hand is seen, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when you talk about body parts, you will mention those you see. I have a hand, I have a leg. But most of the unseen body parts, like the liver, they are not seen, yes, but yet you cannot survive without them.
Okay.
But this seen, you can survive without a hand. They can chop off your hands and you still survive. But those unseen parts are very crucial. So what are we saying? We are also saying that when we look at development, this nation does not develop in terms of only roads and then buildings or what. There's the software part of this nation and the hardware you see. The software, there are people who have contributed to the software part of Kenya. Talk about democracy, what? It's the most expensive thing, yet people don't value. Those who fought, if you ask Mau Mau, what did they contribute to Kenya? Did they build any road? No. But they fought for our independence, and that is what matters. So if we continue classifying our development as just the structures you see and not other things that you don't see, yet they are meaningful. Even in church, we are taught that things that are not seen like love, they are the most expensive thing. We need to be all round. So are you seeing that Raila has played a major role in this country? Why do you think his name cannot be erased in the history of Kenya? Is it because of the roads he has built? Why do you think Mandela is known in Africa? Is it because he built the greatest road from South Africa to North Africa? Why is Mandela revered and remembered? So I think we need to balance our argument when we talk about, has he helped me? Are you getting the point? I will allow Patriot to ask a question. Then Themba, kindly take charge.
Thank you, Ekesa. With a lot of indulgence, I would like to paraphrase your statement. It's not a question; it's a rebuttal. Just a quick one. That would be good for me. Thank you so much, Leonard Kiprop. It's good that we are meeting you here today, and I'm sure if we were doing a disservice of this platform, you wouldn't have gotten the courage to join. I'm sure you've been listening from behind. There are people who have, made you get the courage to come forward And I want to believe whether it is directly from some of us, including myself or any other person, I want to report that we are proud as a congregation that we managed to have you come on board to discuss with us. So that's where I should start. The next thing I wanted to say now, straight to what you said, is this: you sound a very fairly young man and very straightforward. You don't talk from emotions, just like the governor of Eldoret and nasema naongea kutoka hapo nje. I think you're one person one can handle well, and you will handle whatever you be told, whether it's factual or illusions or sloganary. So I want to say this, just like the way the speaker Wekesa has just put it. There is the spirit in what you do that really counts than what you actually do. The activity is not really defined by the visible, right? But the contexture of that is in the meaning of what is in the spirit. You know, the spirit of what somebody is doing. Let me paraphrase that. There was some mama in the Bible, keep in case you read the Bible, who gave some 2 penny, right? And the rest gave more than her. And God tells us that that was greater than the rest, meaning her spirit was richer. She gave from her heart. She gave all that she had. So I want to let you understand that there is a different spec. You need to look at the president currently, and I'll tell you why Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta will go down as the most loved president of this country. That I give you for a bank, for banking. That I tell you, and I give you the reason.
Patriot,
Yes.
can you hold Forte for me for like 10 minutes?
It's okay, Prem. Okay. Who will be next? Who will be next, Tembe?
I know by the time you're done with Bernard, because I know there's Sego, there's Kenyo. By the time you're done with the Leonard, I'll be back.
I'm here to stay. Tembe, I'll take care. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. So I was telling you, Kip, that from where I sit, history will look at Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta the opposite of what you are narrating, and I want to give you the reasons. You see, Kip, there are very few people, when they have the opportunity to have it all, who can give something. You know, when you have the opportunity to take it all, and you have the powers to do so, very few people from the human contextual thinking are able to give without being forced. You know, let me give you an instance. You are the elder son in a family. Your father, for some reason, he decides to write the will that Kip will own everything, all his ranches in Eldoret. Hapo ukienda njia ya tuseme Cherengani, all the properties zinaandikiwa Kip, Kiprop. There's somebody who has not unmuted, please. Themba, you unmute. He left it on. Oh, okay, wow. Anyway, so it will be, I'm saying, Kip, it is within your refusal to be sympathetic to your siblings, or you retain everything because your father just put your name there. Okay? So, rightfully speaking, you can tell the rest of your brothers, I don't know why my father made me the only, the only inheritant. You know, I wish he was here, and maybe he has died, right? So it takes the heart of a gentleman to think of the rest of the siblings, because you have the right to refuse. Okay? So let me bring it back to the situation of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was described the president of this country, all right? Rightfully so, or thereabouts. He will have ignored Raila Amolo Odinga and said, liwe liwalo, kama ni baya, okay? Nobody, I mean, Raila didn't have the powers. But the fact that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta chose to donate his heart for the peace of this country, just that itself, Kiprop, that's why we are here. Because I am sure I will not have had time to speak to you. You must have voted for Jubilee. I voted for Raila. You can imagine where the country will be. We'll not be shining and enjoying and looking at each other the way we are, because even as we speak today, whoever will win the election, life must continue. So for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, I want to urge those of you who are in the UDA, it is not bad to attack Raila Amolo Odinga. That's a give and take, all right? Because you are competing against him. That's all right. He's in the ballot. But attacking a president who is trying to manage his succession and who has his political right as a Kenyan to choose who he will support, because he doesn't stop being a Kenyan. Then we hype what others people tell us, and then you throw that to him. So Leonard, I think that is the reason why I wouldn't like that you take that trajectory. Number two, I want to say this. I am very happy that you are honest as to why you support the DP. And again, you seemed to be not sure why you're supporting. And you quickly mentioned about his weaknesses. That is very candid of you. And that's a gentleman, because a gentleman tells even his father, you can't do it. That's the way we go. And you've gone as far as mentioning some of the wrong things that he has done. So I think what we will do is this. We are not angels. We are not angels. Our leaders have their own shortcomings. But I'll call upon the leadership, you know, the young leadership like you now, the people who have been experienced, you've gone out there, you have education, you have traveled out of your country. Let's get out of our tribal cocoons. And let me just mention our tribal cocoons. Let me not see Kip. I just know Kip is new day, all right? Or you see Onyango, you just say, we are Nuababa. We want to see a situation where we have Onyango supporting, all right? Ruto, okay? I want to see Kiprop supporting somebody with good reasons. That is the kind of a country we are looking for. And let me now finalize by telling you why we support Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is the face of sacrifice in this country. The person who has fought for us, and his years are actually on his sunset. The only thing that Baba can fight for today is not about his life. He has very few years to live, right? He can only do that if he's doing that at the interest of this country. And I'm being very candid. You look at that from a serious perspective, and looking at the weakness of the DP, the way you have described it, you're in a great danger to give a man who handles the way things you've mentioned about the DP than Raila. One, I want to be very personal. On a light note, Leonard, this is just very personal. Assuming you are newly married, okay, you have a young woman in the name of a wife. But now on traveling, you meet two people on the road. They are giving you accommodation because it's late in the night. One is the name of Raila Amolo Odinga. The other one is in the name of our deputy president. And then you are told, you continue, you will come tomorrow and pick your wife. Where will you be comfortable to have your wife sleep if you are gambling between the two? The answer, your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. So I am trying to say that it reaches a point where you must choose. You know, they could not be right? But you must choose. You know, this old man, at least he can be sympathetic because my wife might look like the daughter, right? But here is a man who is still excited, right? With grappling with everything, okay? And you know that. So in my view, we have reasons why we think the ambition of Raila Amolo Odinga has been cut by age to size. A second, my brother, just a second. Just a second, Jiro. I mean, a second, I'm almost finishing. So, and I'm not also advocating to say that Raila is perfect. That's not what I'm saying, Kipro. Raila has his own challenges. But given the fact that we have Raila Amolo Odinga here, who has constantly given us advantage in terms of constitutional making, a person who has fought for the environment that has become what we enjoy today, I think for all fairness, it is time that this Mzee was given a chance. For me, that's the reason why I'm voting for him. Okay, when I look at the history of the two, one seems to be outweighing the other. I know Ruto has his own advantages. There are things we admire about him. The reforms he did in the educational sector, not that we don't know. He's a hardworking person, right? He's ambitious, he's brilliant. And but when you compare the two, one is an enigma. There's a bit of a difference. You know, it's like saying you have an opportunity to fly on a private jet or use an Airbus. You know, you'll choose, definitely, and I'm sure your choice will be correct. So this is what I wanted to bring into. If we choose Raila Amolo Odinga, this country will have made 3 serious steps. 1, tribalism will have been put to sides. Number 2, watu wataheshimiana, ile mambo ya kusema kabila fulani haiwezi kutawala. Number 3, we'll have a sense of belonging to all of us without me looking at you as kid. Now you ni fulani. That is why we want Raila to be the president of this country. Yes, Njiru, you have something. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question for my brother. Eh? Yeah, I know my brother, maybe there is something which could be disturbing him a little bit. Najua ile kitu inamsumbua kidogo ni ile yangu 10 na yako 10. I think he is unable to get out of that, but I hope with the time we'll be able to understand. 2 questions for my brother. Number 1, Mr. Kiprop, can you comment to me about insubordination from the deputy president? The fact that the president has admitted that his deputy is not working or his deputy does not work, and he tried to stop him not to do early campaigns. He had done some promise to him earlier. So can you tell me, in terms of character, in terms of obedience, in terms of wavering, and in terms of listening to his boss, can you comment about that? Number 2, can you comment about the list which the deputy president, because I want us to analyze people from their character. Can you discuss with us why did the deputy president allow us to not to have the face of Kenya in the cabinet secretaries? You know, I don't want to expound that too much. You know, he brought people from one region and he put them in the cabinet. So can you discuss about that? Because it is something which it is in the modern history. Then number 2, can you try to discuss about, because you know we need to support small scale investment, large scale investment. Can you tell me large scale investors, businessmen, billionaires, people, factors of production owners, and all those people who are key in the development of the country, who are supporting the deputy president and the way you want to support those people who own the factors of production? Can you discuss to us those things, because they are key? And then number 2, can you try to discuss with me the face of deputy president politics, all the people who are supporting him? Try to describe the image of those people. Do they have international reputation? Do they have the local reputation? Because you know it's campaign people and the people who are supporting him. Then from there we can discuss a lot. So can you try to describe to us the campaign team which Ruto has, and do you think those people they have appeal to the people? I think you can discuss that, and because once you discuss that, I think you'll understand yourself well. Thank you.
Okay, Njiru, I think you have said number 2 for 3 times. And you have asked me like 5 questions. I'll just answer you. Like, the first thing is about when the disagreement that the deputy president and the president had. I don't know the background, but what I know is they had a policy difference. That's what I can say. They had a policy difference. The way Ruto wanted to run the government, the affairs or implementation of some projects wasn't the way the president wanted. And that's what brought the disagreement. So what I know is you cannot always agree on your boss. I think that's what I can say. You cannot always agree on your boss, but to be sincere, I don't know what brought them to divide to that. Maybe it's the handshake, maybe not. So I am not an expertise on that. I cannot know, because things to do with the political power that the president and the president and Ruto had, I don't know, because they were okay after the election. And after the election, I don't know what happened. Yes?
Yeah, sorry, my mic was misbehaving. Let me give you some fodder. It is true, our brother asked you many questions, and you are right. There were about 6 of them. So I almost wanted to tell him that he's taking you back to the university to write a concept paper. But you try to answer what you can, and then the rest to Tasaidiana.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Patrick. Okay, another thing Njiru, you asked when the president, I think that was 2013, when he appointed the cabinet secretaries, and he was too much tribal. I think he really wanted to raise his popularity. That's what I can answer you. He really wanted to have a team in which he can later have an opportunity to recruit in his political ambitions for the upcoming elections. That one I can answer you for Frank. Ruto wanted something as a gang for him to have, so that he can spearhead him for the next coming political ambitions. So that one I can tell you about it. So
just a minute, Kiprop, just on the same note. So your personal take on that, hasn't that painted the DP as a tribalist? That's what we want you to expand, because I know you know the undertones of that act. How does that go with somebody who wants to be the next president? Don't you see those are underbelly, soft spots that that opponents can use to actually puncture his vehicle? That's please, say
let me just explain to you something. Kalenjins have one weakness, and I can tell you this. You must offer something special for them so that they can give you the votes. I can assure you, you cannot come to Eldoret, to Nandi, wherever you're coming to campaign, and give generic promises. You can't get anything. Now, Kalenjins have an habit of where they need something extraordinary. So for Ruto to gain popularity in Rift Valley, he had to do something extraordinary. And what was that? To show to the entire Kalenjin community that he can recruit people into his government, so that this image of the representation of the Kalenjin community to be so high in the government, so that he can get the trust of the people that he can really help the community. That's what I can tell you.
Hold on there, Kip. I'm just building on. I'm not interrupting. I just want to like interpret that further. So what you're simply saying is this: between the nationalhood, the fabric that defines a president, the DP chose the cultural demand, the community, trajectory and merit on leadership at the expense of the national fabric. That is what you have said, and I think I agree with you 100%. However, in my view, that is what is going to paint him wrongfully, because he's going for the presidency now, running for the MP, going for a deputy presidency. That is the best thing one will do. But I'm seeing him having difficulties to, distance himself from that now that he's going for the president, because we are not Kalenjins. You cannot tell us that. I'm just saying the rest of the Kenyans are not Kalenjins. So he will get the support of the Kalenjin, and I get it. He is actually the kingpin. But now he has to rabble, he has to gabble between that and transiting to the national matter. And that's where I see there is a problem. Continue. Thank you, people.
Okay, so for that case, Ruto didn't expect the outcomes of what will happen, because For him doing that, he already knew he has the support of the President Uhuru Kenyatta that time. So he was doing that knowing that I want to have a block of my side being secured very well, because he knew Uhuru will bridge the gap for him or any other allegations that will come by later. But now, because he didn't expect the president to defect from him, it's now becoming a challenge for him to gap that. That I leave that aside. Another thing that Njiru
No,
mentioned,
Kiprop, that's a very important topic, and I want us to know usiruke hapo, endelea tu. Now, the other thing is this. Kiprop. As you move to others, Njiru will still be patient. My point is this, because that's very important. Now, my question is this. If you are yourself in the same shoes, okay, assuming you are the deputy, you expected support from the president. Kenyans have used your pitfalls in the way you have run the affairs of a deputy president to deny you the opportunity of ascending to power in the House of the Hill. In these circumstances and time, you in the shoes of Ruto, what is the reality of the situation currently? What are the challenges you are facing? What are the chances of you, explaining to Kenyans that this is what I meant? Do you see him coming out clean out of that quagmire? If you are to advise him, do you tell him, please accept umeshindwa, or struggle, Mungu akusaidie uone vile itakuwa? Because he really needed Mount Kenya and the support of the president. And it's now very clear that the president and a good number of Mount Kenya followers are not going that direction. So, what is the current circumstances? Do you still see him leading? Do you still see him winning? If you're in those shoes, what should you be alive to now? Because I'm sure now you understand the spirit. I'm happy the way you've analyzed that. Please tell us.
Okay, for me, I see now he's trying to salvage that opportunity. The way you saw the other day, the earthquake, they were talking about Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula. So what Ruto is trying to do is trying to create a political machinery using a UDA by trying to be diverse as much as possible with the people getting into UDA. I can give you an example. Have you ever seen of late any new member of parliament or any new member that joins the UDA that is challenging? You can't see Ruto posting that. You can never see Ruto posting on Facebook or any other social media any other challenging that is getting into UDA. But you will see Ruto posting other tribes. You will see Ruto welcoming a certain MP in Luyaland. You will see Ruto welcoming a Kikuyu. You will see Ruto because he's trying to salvage and show to Kenyans that he too is as political diverse as the way Raila is, as the way other political members are. So for me, if you see the UDA task force now, is more diverse. Trust me, Patriot. It is well represented for now. Even the way you are talking about that image of the cabinet secretaries the other time, it's fading away from the Kenyan perspective. Because trust me, politics of Kenya is about the perception. It's not about the realities that took place in the past much more. It's about the current perception that people see in you.
Allow me.
I'm thinking Ruto is trying to brush
Just a minute.
Uh-huh.
A minute, Leonard. Ngoja, tulia. Don't take advantage of the erratic Wi-Fi. That has. I want us to move the way we've been moving. I want you to repeat what you have said, Leonard, for clarity. Repeat what you've said. Then we can know what you did. Hatujakusikia. Rudia hiyo statement ya mwisho.
Okay. My last, I was just saying, the idea of Ruto being tribalistic, he's trying to salvage that away by the way he's now trying to be so much tribalistic diverse by recruiting people from different tribes all over Kenya. The way you saw he won the heart of Mudavadi and Wetangula and those Luya kingpins. And if you are very serious and follower of how the Ruto is handling his social media, any non-challenging, be it a political leader, member of parliament that gets into his forum, he will really post it publicly. He will really show it. But any other non-challenging who is getting into UDA, Ruto does not post that. You can't see Ruto posting any other recruitment. Huwezi ona akivalisha kofia mkalenjin aingie UDA, but you will see Ruto recruiting actively members from other tribes, and he's trying to paint that picture away of him being tribalistic. Even the Neza could tackle that issue for me. So for me, and actually the perception of Kenyans now see UDA being so much diverse.
Yes. I know. I want to allow you a bit of time to breathe as I put some things into perspective. I can see, we have followed you very clearly, but you are trying to digress, and the digression is showing there is no road ahead where you're going. There is no road ahead. Let me remind you to come back, kwa sababu hiyo barabara unaenda hata tinga ipitangi hapo. Umekuja vizuri, umefika hapo Kipkelion na unaanza kuingia kwa shamba. That is land. Hakuna hapo barabara. I like using those kind of whatever for you to understand. You are a bright man. What I want to tell you is, you see, there is no way you can have that as an explanation, whereas the deputy president himself reminds people kwamba kuna watu wanang'oa railway na tunajua waling'oa miaka 20 iliyopita. Alright? He wants to give us the impression that tunakumbuka hiyo, na yeye anataka tusahau cabinet ambayo ilitoka juzi 3 days ago. That's the greatest impunity in thinking. You get what I mean, Leonard? Because huwezi niambia nitasahau akina our able ministers waliotoka kazi juzi na uniambie my memory nikumbushe railway iliyong'oka 20 years ago. You get? So it is not right to say that Kenyans will forget this new atrocity that has been committed by the DP, having 50% of the cabinet going to one community. There are our brothers, yes, but he decided to give, and you have explained it clearly, to one community, while the president was left with a half the bread to share with Kenyans. I want to tell you, Kiprop, from where I sit, Kenyans ni where I live, and there's something the DP has always said, na nitakwambia, this is for banking. This is an open check. Wajinga Kenya waliisha. That is very true. Wakenya waliisha ujinga zamani. Sisi wote ni werevu. Kiprop, you know very well. You cannot tell me Kenyans will forget something that happened 5 years ago that has been with us up to now, and then they remember something that happened 20 years ago. Are we talking matters memory then? We are not talking about matters memory. We are talking about something else. Hiyo itakuwa sasa ndio hiyo mambo mengine. So lastly, let me say this as I allow you to finish the other questions. Kiprop, if I am lying, I don't need to tell you I'm telling you the truth. You get? It's obvious you can tell that's a lie, right? And I want to tell you that for sure, somebody will easily say, wewe umekuwa mzuri lakini umefika mahali unafanya ile vitu wanaita equalization fund. Unapeana huku na huku ndio ionekane huko neutral. The truth is wewe una support the DP, but you don't want to give us good reasons, though you've donated a little bit of his bad character, and you wepe useme hata Raila ni mbaya, alafu useme sasa Kenya isimame because hatuna viongozi. We have a leader in the man Raila Odinga for the reasons that we have given you. The DP has failed because one, he's tribal, there is evidence. He is so egoistic and he does things so selfishly that he cannot give a contract like Kiprop. Kiprop ungepewa contract ya shilingi milioni 50, haungekuwa uko ng'ambo mahali unang'ang'ana na maisha. You could be Eldoret. Yes, I am sure. I am sure if you, especially you, the Kalenjins, you are people who love being close to home. If the opportunity was better today, keep. I want you to challenge me. Ungekuwa nyumbani, you will be here. I am sure you're not happy being away in a country, hauna voice. Ukitaka kwenda kucheza disco na wasiwasi, ngozi yangu inaangaliwa namna gani? I know for sure that if opportunities are given to this country, very few people of us will go to the diaspora, because home is always the best. You know that, Keep. Home is always the best. East, west, when you're home, you're always feeling well. So I want to end by saying this without boring you with many words. Take your time to look at the two leaders, look a little bit of their history, where your conviction will give you genuinely. Vote for that person, because at the end of the day, I know majority will choose the right leader for this country. Thank you so much. Mama Selina, karibu sana. You're welcome. Mbona unashika na uso namna hiyo? Wewe umekasirika nini? Ongea kama umesimama, ongelea. Mbona unakasirika mami?
Niko na simu ya Kenya, wacha nimalize simu ya Kenya alafu nitaingia.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know whether you can still do one more of the answers to Njiru, so that it looks like, Leonard, I have not suffocated you. If you remember anything before we toss it to Njiru, please.
Okay. The last question for Njiru was the political image of Ruto. So far, to be sincere, political image of Ruto is a little bit shaky. I can't hear you, Selina, what you are saying. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I have a phone in Kenya. I'm talking with Kenya. I will come back. Namalisa, I'm atinye simu eno ba Kenya.
Okay.
Nyata rabiru.
Okay.
Kongwe.
Okay, so I was just saying the political image of Ruto, Sudi, Murkomen, who are the other pioneers, like Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, Susan Kiiga. I can't see any billionaire there. I can't see anybody who Ruto should really engage with to really actualize this idea of bottom-up economic system. So for me, what I'm waiting for Ruto to do is to look for serious people in the society. We have a lot of serious people in the society who can really show the actualization of his idea of the bottom-up economic system, because you can be talking that, but we cannot depend on government to create jobs and all that. We need the machinery of the people who are able, who have money, to actualize his agro-processing, to actualize his agenda of empowering the youth from all that models of economy. So what Ruto's team for now is political team. I can't see economic or stabilization of the people who are really serious in, like Manu Chandaria. I haven't heard Manu Chandaria talking about Ruto. We need such kind of people, like the way Raila has like the way Raila akona huyo anaitwa nani Mwangi, huyo wa
huyo nani the Equity boss,
yeah, so I cannot answer.
Just a minute, as you continue on that line. Why do you think he doesn't have them? Is it because they don't exist, or because he has chosen not to engage them, or because he has a bad relationship with them? What is the reason? Why? Is it because he doesn't know them? He doesn't have them? He doesn't relate with them well, or he has no time for them? What is the problem in your view? Because they're there. What is the problem in your view?
Because Ruto has lacked to link between the hustler people and the billionaires. If Ruto will crack that code to link the rich people and the hustler nation idea, so that he can engage the rich people into his forum to discuss his political agenda, that's where those rich people will come in. But as so long as Ruto anaendelea kuongelea only the hustler person, and in Kenya, the people who dictate the economy are the billionaires, that's where the problem comes in. That's what I know. So I think that's the reason why those billionaires are distancing themselves, because Ruto hasn't linked the gap between the billionaires and the hustler nation. That's it.
Thank you, Kip. You are very right. I can read what you're saying. Unmute a little bit, Leonard. Unmute, Leonard. Unmute. Yeah, I think for you used those words because of the lack of better words. The better words are this: the political ideology of the hustler nation is not an inclusive ideology. That's what it means. The ideology of the hustler nation is not an inclusive ideology. And you have given examples of the most important component of the economic growth of a country that is not included in that ideological thinking of the DP. I am sure the DP has friends. Not that he doesn't have friends. I'm sure he has friends who are billionaires. But politically speaking, they cannot assign their duties to help the DP ascend to power, because the ideals that the DP is propagating are exclusive of those who have. It's actually a classical battle that is between the have and the have-nots. So he has, either by design or by omission, decided to propagate a class war that has excluded the people who automatically will have probably been his friends, but because they have, and those that he's trying to push across don't have, then automatically the rest naturally fall apart from him. I think that is a classical example of things fall apart, or the Troy in the city. Those are the books that define that. So really, that's where it is, and I find that to be a very tricky trajectory to detach himself now that we are actually, short of the election, some few months. We are talking about 130 days thereabout. It will be very difficult for him, in my view, to paint a different picture, given the fact that, one, we are busy, as those who are opposing, painting the picture of him being a tribal leader, a man who does not really think about other people, because he's the only poultry farmer that we know who has made money from Rift Valley. So we sometimes wonder whether the chicken that he raised, they've been giving, the eggs, is it gold, made of gold or bronze? I don't know. But as far as we know, he's the only chicken keeper from Rift Valley who has the money. So you get that narrative. So we feel that the bringing in of the hustler has even worsened the way he has related with those who have. So Leonard, I think the DP has his own achievements as a person, but when you now meet Raila Amolo Odinga versus Ruto, you can see, I don't know whether that is Arsenal versus Manchester or Chelsea. That game is very clear how it's going to be scored, because in my view, he has so much of the explanations to give today to Kenyans than Raila, if he has to explain why he needs to be our president. Because there are many people who have issues. Lastly, I want to say this before I allow somebody else to speak. Every time you want to go to, upper, step of your employment levels, as you get through the lane of, when you're scaling up, in your discipline, is something that is always very important, and it is part of that meritocratically, accepted uptake of you moving from one step to the other one. I want you to listen to this, Leonard. That's personal disturbing. This is for you. You must give what we call a recommendation from where you've worked, right? You agree with that? You must give recommendation. The previous boss gives you recommendation. There's that recommendation later that says, keep prop here in the US, he's been a good man. He has not he works on very minimum supervision, very responsible, very active. He's human. He is able to go out of the way to do blah blah. You get, and then he says to whoever it may concern, we recommend him for. You get that kind of a letter. If you are to ask all that the DP has worked under, I bet none of the bosses will produce that letter for him to be vetted as a candidate for the presidency. If Moi was alive, even with billions of money, he would not have given that letter. Starting from Jirongo today, who they started with, even if you bought a chopper for Jirongo and gave him 1 billion shillings, he will not produce that letter for the DP. Come to Raila Amolo Odinga, who, right? He worked under. Of course, he will not because he's running. Not because he's running. Even if Raila was not running for the presidency, he will not produce that letter. And I want to tell you why. Uhuru has 2 reasons why he will not recommend His Excellency, the Deputy President, to be the president of this country. One, he betrayed the president when he left him in Kanu and joined Raila without consensus. I don't know whether you know that history. I'm sure Selina knows that. He actually left Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for Raila Amolo Odinga without consensus. That was something that was left as vengeance. Number 2, he has decided that he will be a boss when he's supposed to have read the book that talks about 48 laws of power. He has tried to outsmart the master. Now, you are told, just give us one single letter from where you have worked. We make you our president. So the only thing you want to tell us is slogans. The only thing you want to give us explanation as to why you cannot bring the letter. It is difficult, my brother. Kenyans want recommendation for you to be the CEO of this country. And unfortunately, the DP doesn't have one. That's a very serious credential letter. Thank you so much. Back to you, Tom.
I have one question. One question.
Okay.
I thought, Patriot, you are rebutting my friend Leonard. Leonard Kiprop, habari gani?
Mzuri sana Temba.
Habari ya masiku bwana.
Temba.
I'm fine. Yes.
Let me reconnect you, Temba, so that you flow with what we were doing. I have been rebuttaling our brother Leonard. It's only that now we have moved ahead. I wanted to give Njiru to speak to that, and then we move on. We have really dwelt on that for some time, and I think keep is in order. Thank you so much.
Okay, Njiru, go ahead so that we can come back to Leonard Kiprop. He seems to be, this is an Azimio person. Ni ile tu sasa nataka kutafuta reasons za kuendelea kuja Azimio. Don't worry, kuja Azimio pole pole.
Ni sawa. I want to advance Kiprop more. You know, I don't want to tell him anything about Ruto or Raila. I want him to talk to himself until he can be able to make a sound decision. Number one, Mr. Kiprop, I want to ask you 2 questions. Now, I don't want to ask 6. Number one, as a young man, and putting into account what you have told us, as a young man, and somebody with a lot of ambition, and somebody with a lot of future, can you be happy to be associated with deputy president character? Just that, question number 1. Then number 2, can you, according to your own perspective, can you describe to me in terms of respect, in terms of character, in terms of diversity, and in terms of other key characters which an individual is supposed to have? Do you, in a scale of 1 to 10, how much can you give the deputy president? Thank you.
Njiru, I think you are really grilling me so much. I don't know how to answer that, but I can say they are two different things. I admire Ruto character as a personality, as a father and his family. And he has always been hardworking. He's someone that anybody can admire on his hardworking journey. So in a scale of 10, I can give Ruto a 7. In my opinion, I can give Ruto a 7 out of 10. That's what I can say. Politically, Ruto has really tried his best because since 1992, he has an experience of more than 27. Now it's almost 30 years. And for someone that really came the other day to reach to a level of he becoming the deputy president, I think that's a credit to give. That's an achievement to give someone, even if you dismiss so much on his political achievements. But for what he has done to himself, 30 years margin, and to become a deputy president, and also is aspiring to be a president, I think that's a credit to give. That is not something that will come out of a silver plate. That's what I can say for the DP. Back to you, Njiru.
Okay, at least you have given the DP 70%, and you have also said that you are proud of him. Okay, in the same scale, because I know you also know Mr. Raila Odinga and you know the history. Again, I would like to ask you, in a scale of 1 to 10, in terms of the way I just asked you, like the deputy president, how much can you give the prime minister, the former prime minister? Then in number 2, what do you think, which one thing do you think the deputy president beats Raila Odinga, according to you? Just tell me one thing which, according to you, you think deputy president performs better than Raila Odinga.
The deputy president has something known as actualization policy. That's what I can say. He can make things to be. Raila is more of a wave mover and a fighter for the Kenyan democracy. But the deputy president is more of implementation of the projects that will affect the ordinary mwananchi directly. I can give an example, like trying to make the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Agriculture to be more prosperous in his time as a CS. That really affected the Kenyan directly. Raila is more of a freedom fighter to me. Raila is more of a freedom fighter. He fights for the rights of the people in Kenya, but not actual policy implementation to the people. That's what I can say. So Raila is a freedom fighter. That's for my take.
You did not rate him. I wanted you to give Raila a score in 1 to 10.
In 1 to 10, I can give Raila 5. That's in my case, 5 of 10.
Okay, Leonard. Those are pretty good questions, but I want you to you have concentrated so much on Ruto family, man. You have glossed over the idea that Ruto has achieved a lot in becoming a deputy president. Did Mudavadi achieve a lot by becoming a vice president 3 months to an election just before Moi went home? Had he achieved a lot?
No.
What makes you that of Mudavadi being a vice president not an achievement, but Ruto becoming a deputy president an achievement?
Because Mudavadi was raised in a rich family. He never saw any struggles. His father and Moi were friends, or or am I wrong to say that?
Okay,
He
Ruto
has
was
led
raised
a
in a
soft
poor.
life.
Wait, twende pole pole. Ruto was raised in a poor family. What evidence do you have to that?
That's what his biography says. I don't know his family, to be
What
sincere.
evidence do you... Hold on, Cliff. What evidence do you have to that?
I only know his mother. I don't know his father.
So, so what you're saying is you don't have evidence to Ruto being raised in a poor family.
Yes, I don't know. I don't want to lie.
Good. So, you know, that is not... So the idea of Ruto being raised in a poor family, first of all, is a narrative that anyone can come up with and you choose to believe. So already that one is a no. Now, let's move on. You have said that Ruto, according to you, he has achieved a lot in his family front, right?
Yes.
As a father, right?
Yes.
How do you know? You are muted.
I'm saying for him to actualize his life as a successful business person and keeping himself on toes, we have never
What
had.
businesses? Okay, what businesses that Ruto ran that you know?
I know of a couple of them. I can say he is good in hotel industry, Hotel 680, the Western Hotel, and there is an hotel in Eldoret known as Noble. I think he's a prime shareholder there. So those are the kind of things I can see from his
Okay,
personal
that aside, what is the governance thing that you think about Ruto that you think makes him successful? Governance issue.
He was the MP of Eldoret North for almost 3 terms, if I'm not wrong, or 4 terms. And during that time, Eldoret North was really received a tremendous shift and change in terms of infrastructure and school. That one I can say. There are many projects of implementation that took place during that time that many schools and illiteracy level really rised up.
Illiteracy level.
Illiteracy levels were suppressed.
Naweza saidia Kiprop kidogo?
Koja kidogo, nataka Kiprop aongee from a point of fact, because when the problem, Kiprop, let me tell you something. You know, the problem with those who are supporting Ruto, they do not have facts in their fingertips. They are relying so much on reported speech. So there's no like something you can pick, governance, because what are the things that you require of a leader? Governance, leadership, integrity. You know, those are the things you look for. You get. So if you're going to look at governance, how has this person proved himself in governance front? How has this person proved himself in leadership, integrity? All right. What are some of the track record that this person has shown continuously in his life that indicate to me that he can be able to do the next kind of a job? All right. So you're saying issues of being an MP. Do you know how Ruto became an MP?
I think that's, for me, I don't know, because I was still young, so I don't know.
I mean even Kenya got independence when you are still probably not born, but you can bother reading, you can bother looking for information.
Yeah, sure.
So you haven't cared to know how he became an MP?
I don't know. I don't want to lie.
And you haven't bothered to know how he continued to be an MP in Eldoret North, twice, thrice, or whichever time?
I haven't analyzed, but I know he was being voted in, right?
The Kanu time, right?
Yeah.
Kanu time he was being voted in.
I cannot recall. I
Temba,
haven't.
let me assist Kip. Unamuuliza maswali ngumu na ako
Selina,
chini,
Selina,
kidogo
relax.
tu,
Selina, relax. Hold on,
kidogo tu.
relax. Selina,
Nakubali,
Goja, there's something.
lakini
Selina,
nataka
hold on. There's somewhere I want Kip to get to, you know. And the reason why I'm asking you these questions, Kip, yeah, is because is to first of all excite your need to go back and search if it is there, all right? If you'll come across it, it will much more affirm your belief on the person you believe in, okay? Because when I ask you these questions, it is also jolting you to go back and say, okay, fine, I've been saying Ruto he has been an MP for Eldoret for this. How did he become the MP for Eldoret for all this time? What were the good things about it, or how did he manage to sustain that? You see, if you had an idea, you'd have told me this is what he did and this is why they kept on voting him. There is enough information that you can access. All this is public information that you can be able to access and see. How did he become MP? How did he remain in that whatever for all that time? What happened? What were his roles? How did he even become an MP in the first place? You see? What was his role in KANU? I've asked you the first question nilikuuliza. You said that Ruto grew up kwa nini ya umaskini. You don't know. You can go and check out. Umaskini wapi? Ni wapi alikuwa? Who was the father? What are the things that made him? How did he come into politics? All right. What businesses have Ruto run? You know? What has happened along the line? You get what I'm saying? So that by the time you are coming, Mimi as a person who is on this side and you supporting Ruto, when I ask you questions, you help me understand your man, because I'm not supposed to tell you that information. You're supposed to be the one giving me. You get what I'm saying? So that you help me understand Ruto as a leader. Now, normally I say when people come here, we have in this forum people who are listening, who have not made decisions, okay? They have neither made a decision for Azimio, nor have they made a decision for UDA, okay? So it's up to you as the person supporting your candidate to come here and make a convincing, you know, for that person ambaye hajaelewa Ruto, unaelewa? So nikikuuliza swali is not like I'm trying to pin you there. I'm trying to make you sell your candidate better. You can only sell what you know. Ukiuza chips, lazima ujue chips imepikwa namna gani, iko na nini gani. Ukikuja kuuza Ruto, unakuja kuuza mtu ambaye unajua who is my candidate. All right? And when you do that for you, even if you are like Njiro said, we are not here to make you join Azimio kwa nguvu. Hapana. We are here to debate. So if you come here and sell your candidate convincingly, who knows, someone listening out there atakuja sema nye Kip ameniconvince leo. Na I think hizo ni vitu sikuwa najua juu ya Ruto. Let me do what? Let me follow that guy. You get what I mean? I don't know if you understand me. You get what I'm saying? Okay.
Yes, I'm getting you, Temba.
Okay, you just hold on right there. There's this Cliff who had something to say before I bring Selina. Cliff. Cliff,
Actually,
unmute, yes.
Thank you. I've done that. Bwana Ruto, Leonard, nice to meet you. So glad that you have joined us here. That's great. And also, you're in the hot seat. Those questions were too much. Even if I was the one being asked, I would run away because I would have no answer for that. Okay. Timba, I do agree with you. There's some qualities in a leader that we look for. And all the things you mentioned, integrity, what he has done, all the things we have done, those are, when we check them out, Ruto is like down there with maybe a 2 out of 10, which is very sad. I would vote for Ruto, but from the history, from the public documentation that we have got out there, I'm a bit hesitant because everything he has touched has turned into a scandal. Can you just imagine? In agriculture, there was a scandal. And even when in politics, if I'm not wrong, correct me, Tim, but maybe you know him better than me. Maybe you're old enough like me to remember what happened in the Operation Moi win. You remember that? Where they made the money. Him and Jirongo. Regardless of Jirongo being my trustman, I will not even vote for him, whatever happens. Okay? Because the things they did, they made acquire the money, and Ruto just continued acquiring the wealth. And Mr. Kiprono, when you tell us that Ruto came from a poor family, you are being judgmental, and you're looking at it from a different perspective. Because from my perspective, even me, I came from a poor family. Am I fit to be the president of Kenya? I'm not. I've got some loopholes here and there. So we cannot judge somebody by what he has achieved. We have got so many self-made millionaires in the world. Bill Gates is a millionaire. Job is a millionaire, who's a millionaire. Sam Friedman, he's a millionaire, the youngest millionaire. They didn't come from rich families. They came from poor families. Jay-Z is from a slum. But that does not make them leaders. So let's not talk about people, how you came up, your background will shape you to be what you are. In fact, people change. There's something, I was out of this meeting. I was waiting for a small trip out here, but in the car, I was listening. And Mr. Kiprono talked about the poverty that is existing in the Nyanza province, or rather in West Nyanza province. Can I correct you? I stand to correct you that you are very wrong. There are people in Rift Valley who are suffering than the people in Nyanza province. Majority, I know of so many. I'm talking like that because I've bought land in my neighbors in Rift Valley, where I bought my land now, are very poor. They're surviving from hand to mouth. So you cannot just generalize and say that people in Nyanza province are poor. Now, if you talk about the development that Raila could have done in Nyanza province, we're looking at a very small circle. We're only looking at a small piece of Kenya. Raila has helped so many people. And there are records there. I don't need to tell you how many. Maybe even me, I'm one of the beneficiaries. Ruto, if there's anything, he has concentrated to himself. That's a very selfish person. Very selfish. I want to know from records, how many people has Ruto uplifted to be where he is from nothing? And how do you do that? Going to churches and dishing money? Is that the way you're helping them? Giving those boda people 500 Kenya shillings, which is equivalent to $5? Is that what we call about development? Yes. Is he a businessman? He's a successful businessman because he's in leadership. He's protected. If he wants a license to buy 680, whichever hotel you're talking about, you'll get it because of his clout around him. So we should not generalize this. We look at a person as he is. Raila suffered politically. He's not a freedom fighter. He's development-minded. He's running a successful business, which has never flopped. Remember, we've got the Raila Odinga's company, which is so successful. One of the is a big Spectrum, I think it's called Spectrum or something like that, supplying those cans to East and Central Africa and beyond. He's just creating jobs. Just the other day, James Karioki's daughter, a Kikuyu, not a Luo, has worked for Raila for how many years? 10 years. I really doubt if Mr. Ruto can come and give us a Luo who's worked under him for 10 years from the time he went to leadership. I close my case.
Okay, Selina, what was it you wanted to say?
Okay, one, nilitaka kuambia Kiprop ameongea na ni mzuri vile amesema, na mambo ingine tunasikianga tu vile watu wanasema. Kiprop, Eldoret North ilikuwa inawakilishwa na Saina, from Saina ikakuja Chesire, Ruben Chesire ni mtuken kutoka Baringo. Nilihusika kuja kunyang'anya, tulikuja kurik Saina, tukapatia Chesire kiti, Ruben Chesire. Ruben Chesire Moi hakukuwa na familia, hakukuwa na wasasi, lakini baba ya Chesire alikuwa mtu wa kanisa ya kwanza Baringo, na Moi alikuwa anaenda kukaa kwa kina Ruben. So Ruben was like a brother na Sibora Kitony, ile unasikia mama Sibora Kitony ya maendeleo, nafikiri huyo ndio watu wengi wanajua. So Ruto after 92 YK 92 alikuja akasimama katika Eldoret North. Eldoret North ni constituency iko mashule kwanza siko mbaya. Can you imagine mpaka saa hii kuna mashule katika Eldoret North ni saa mapati, ni saa mchanga. So in terms of that, nilikuwa nataka tu niseme ya kwamba okay, Ruto pia vile mnasema, Kip amesema mkweli ya kwamba hajatoka sana kwa familia tajiri. Baba yake alikuwa na wamama wawili, baba ya Ruto, lakini Ruto amelelewa na Moi kama mtoto yake kisiasa, na hata mambo yote amepata, mali yote amepata kwa sababu amekuwa na karibu sana na Moi. Alifanya siasa ya Moi sana. Alikuwa na kina Kirwa, kama unakumbuka Kirwa ya Cherang'anyi enye amemweka sasa kuwe vice chair ya UDA. Hawa ndio wakati walikuwa vijana, na Ruto alikuwa ni mtu arrogant sana. Hata wakati ya ministers walikuwa namwambia Moi, chunga huyu kijana. So moja, Kip, nataka kukuuliza, tangu deputy president amekuwa deputy kwa Kenya for 9 years. Akiingia tulikuwa na watu yetu walikuwa wakubwa katika serikali ya Kibaki, kama waliwachiwa na serikali ya Moi, wakakuja serikali ya Kibaki na walifutwa yote. Ulisikia mpaka wakati wa Kalenjin walikuwa nalalamika, wanasema watoto wetu wamefutwa. Nataka Kipu niambie, wakati alisimama na akasema muniulize wale watu wote walifukuzwa kama PC Rukut na wengi na wengi na wengi. Nataka leo uniambie, apart from Caleb Kositan, apart from Baruk PA yake, na apart of Sudi na Murkomen, ebu Kiprop unaweza kuniambia kina Sally Koskei, kina Franklin Bet, wakubwa yote, watu yote wase, watu ya samani wa Kalenjin. We have Kalenjins, prominent Kalenjins. We have prominent businessmen. Wale kabisa wako na matajiri kama watu wengine. Na nataka Kiprop niambie, tangu deputy amechukua kiti, kama kuna siku amekaa chini na professionals ya Wakalenjin ama matajiri ya Wakalenjin asemekane amekuwa associated with. Na hata leo Kiprop akifauliwa kuwa rais, nataka unihesabie professionals ama watu Ruto ameinua akawapatia kazi. Ukweli ni kwamba yeye ni yeye, asikiange maneno ya mtu, awezi atufaisiwa. Is the man, is the big boss, is everything. Na hapo ndio unaona mali ameangukia. And I'm genuinely, nataka unihesabie kama iko, wacha ile watu yetu wanakambeinia huko kando. So Kip ni mzuri, ni mtoto wetu, hatuwezi kumukana, lakini kwa hiyo 10 years ameingia kwa serikali, watu wa Kalenjin wameumia kushinda vile walikuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki. Tuliumia wakati ya Moi, na watu walitutarau sana kwa wakati ya Moi, lakini ukweli ni kwamba karibu 60% ama 90% of Kalenjins hatuwezi sema hatukufaidika. Vile nilikuwa nimesikia watu wengine wakisema serikali ya Moi ilikuwa mbaya. Ilikuwa mbaya kwa mambo ingine, but tulikuwa na amani. Moi alikuwa amesimamia peace. Hakuna vile ilifanyika kitu mbaya wakati ya Moi, na hata wakati alitoka alitarauliwa, lakini after some time watu walirudi wakaona Moi alikuwa mtu mzuri. But Ruto akitoka sahi for 10 years amekuwa deputy president, hakuna mtu hata moja atakuwa proud kusema deputy alikuwa kwa hii serikali na tulifaidika. Kama ni mahindi iliisha, kama ni kila kitu hatuna. So kama kujifunia kuwa Mkenya ama kujifunia kuwa Mkalenjin kwa serikali ya Ruto, sidhani kama tuko naye. Wakati ya Moi tulikuwa na wanajeshi, tulikuwa na watu walikuwa na vyeo, tulikuwa na watu walikuwa na vyeo kwa polisi, na saa hii hatuna mtu karibu kwa siasa ya juu, kwa sababu Ruto apendi kupata mtu atamuchallenge, and that was so bad. Ndio sababu Kikalenjin inasema 1 minute kagile magirari yege lagapchi kagile ndangibae kipkelati iboitai nebo mununwa maimuch koyai tuguchotok tugul. Kongoi missing. Hapo nimemaliza Temba.
Okay, Kiprop, nataka kuuliza swali. I don't know if I've gotten what they have said, but I want to ask you my way of asking. Kinara Pole, I had not muted, and I had to sneeze, so I'm very sorry, Kinara. It affected you. Let's say, remember mute. Okay, I have muted. I muted. Kiprop, I don't know if you're learning from this, because the idea is not necessarily to make you move to any side, okay? The idea is to make you get facts about your candidate. My plea would be, after this, you go back and research. If you, whatever it is that you believe in, I usually refer to, there's a biblical, I don't know if you're a Christian, but there's a part of in the New Testament, there's a part where Paul preaches to these guys in Berea, and then the Bereans, what they did after they had heard the message, they would go back to read, so that they can know, was it actually true what was said. So what I'm trying to say is, once you come out of this, you can go try and ascertain what you believe in. If it's you look like a bright, brilliant young man, you can go back and try and ascertain what is being said. But again, you can still hold the candidate that you have. But when you come, give us better facts, more facts that you can help us understand your candidate. Maybe there's something we don't know. What do you think, in your view, we don't know about Ruto that you think can make us? Give me at least 5 things that you think we don't know about Ruto, that according to you, it convinces you that he is the best president that you can ever have. I mean, give us 5. Convince us, talk to us like someone who has never met your candidate and you want to sell him as your preferred candidate. I'm giving you time. Feel easy. Just talk about Ruto on the things that you think makes him the best. But don't tell us about being a DP. That is not a qualification. Don't tell us that he's a family man. He has family, because there are issues even in his family side. The other time there was the issue of he became Baba Abi. You know, something that also is there. So there are issues in that front. So you can, I mean, if you live in Kenya, or if you are a Kenyan living outside, you have read about that. He has whatever issues. There are so many issues that have come around. Forget about the picture perfect that you guys give us. We know those other issues. So tell us something that, according to you, can convince someone who has never met Ruto. Has he performed well according to you? Okay, fine, he's a deputy president. Has he performed well according to you as a deputy president? Is he consistent in his words? Have you seen consistency in the deputy? Because a leader needs to be consistent. Can you find consistency in him? Let me not give you what you want to hear, but tell us, according to you, what you think can convince another young person like you that we are safe with the Deputy President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Kiprop, I'm giving you time to talk to us.
I'm here. I'm an undecided vote. Tell me.
Okay, to be sincere for me, the way you have told me, I think I'll just go and dig down because I only have the outer picture of Ruto. The deep things about Ruto, I don't know. I'm being sincere for that. I don't know the deep facts about Ruto. I only know the outer image and his political administration and how he has already tried his best to come up as an outstanding political person in government of Kenya. So I am not...
Keep ukiendelea, watu yote wa ofisa ya serikali wamefanya kazi kwa ofisi ya TP, wote wameenda hapo wakiuawa, wakisema wamechinyonga. Utuambie pia katika hiyo, watu yote wamekuwa associated na yeye kwa ofisi yake ya serikali, hawako uwai.
Yes, because one of the factors I know is if ukitaka kushindana na Ruto inakuwa a very big challenge because you will end up disappearing. That's one of the factors I know about him. You can end up disappearing because, like, you remember when there was a policeman that died who was a guard in his office, and he really made a statement saying, I wish I could know where he came from. It couldn't happen. So there are some weaknesses of every politician, but for me, Temba, the way you have told me, give me, I'll go and research tomorrow, and I will be back with solid information about Ruto. Trust me on that. I'm good in that, and I'll do it. I'll come back with solid information about Ruto. Today was my first day here. I've been following, so I'll be back. I can't say more now because I don't have much to say for now, but I'll be back with some solid information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiprop. I love your honesty. I love your sincerity, and I love your need to learn and desire. Believe you me, it will be good for you and for other people that will be listening to you. One problem we have been facing here consistently and time without a number are people who are coming from UDA side who cannot sell their product. You have a product that you think is going to serve you good, but you cannot sell it to someone else, you know? So our plea, and like I said to you, is go back, research on the product so that when you are going to sell this product, you can give some clear facts. Forget what they have painted about themselves. Anybody can say anything about themselves. I can wake up and say anything about myself. But there has to be a way you can interrogate that statement, and you can be able to come up with, to actually verify that fact, verifiability of information. If I say I did A, B, C, D, can it be verified? Can we have an alibi? For example, one thing you can go and research, which market did Ruto sell chicken from? When was that? When was it that he was selling chicken? And when was it that he left? What's the alibi? Who are the people that he sold chicken with in that market? You know, that's something that nobody has been able to tell us. You know, Mama Selina here said that he comes from a poor family. We don't know. There's no fact. There's no proven, even nobody has said, okay, this is a place where Ruto grew up. We have never been shown the house of poverty. Where Ruto, this is where they were living when there were 2 children. This is the house. You know, being who he was, I'm sure that would have been right now public knowledge in his trajectory, journey, like they used to live in this 2-roofed grass thatched house. Raila Odinga, the father, used to live in Jericho, and they have shown that house. Yeah, Jericho. They even showed the house where he used to live. So you know you have a, like, you would go back right now. Deputy President being who he is would have actually been taken to the neighbors who used to live with the father and the people whom they used to borrow salt from. That would be a story. Never, you cannot see that anywhere.
Temba wako
Where
na temba kidogo. Tibuti ako na mabrothers yake na Kibu ende uchunguse kama kut mama wao manduku yake uwezi amini ni brothers ya Ruto, maskini ile ya mwisho, as we go for real. Baba ya Ruto alikufa akiishi nyumba ile tunaita ile ya kupiga plaster kwa bibio ingine, alafu mama yake anaishi huko site ingine Sugoi. So saa zingine si mzuri kukuja kutoleana manguo hapa, lakini mkifuata kuna brother zake maskini na walikuwa wanamuomba kazi, wale wanaita step brothers and step sisters, wako maskini ya Mungu kutoka Kamakut, and everybody knows that. Na kuna ndugu yake
okay, Selina.
Yes, kuna watu kufuata ndio mjue uongozi inataka unaanzia nyumbani ukienda juu. Watu wengi walijipata kama wasasi walioa mabibi wawili. Kama mimi nimetoka kwa polygamy family. Mama yangu ni mkubwa, niko na mama mdogo na brothers, but kuna watu walipatikana hivyo na wamenyanyasa manduku sao mpaka baba yao alikuwa anatembea na baskeli na akakufa na akaenda kwa Moi kusema usiniuie watoto wengine, huyu mtoto nilikupatia, na alikataa kusikia maneno yako. Ngoja tu, alikataa kusikia maneno yako na
Selina, you're taking over my conversation.
Watoto yake wengine wasilaniwe. Kwa hivyo Moi wakati alilania ilikuwa ngumu.
Kiprop is a good young man, and he's going to research, and he's saying that when he comes back here, he'll come back with information. Kiprop, go look for that information. It's good for you. It's good for the people. It's good for convincing even other people who would love to join Ruto, because we have a lot of gray area when it comes to certain things the deputy president is saying. Contradictions after contradictions. His statements are left, right, and center. You cannot find, like, the deputy president of 2013, the deputy president of 2017, of 2020, 2018. Now those contradictions, they're not tying up. So, and for you who is looking up to him to show you a future, you need someone who can give you that kind of stability. In my view, and in the view of many of us, we don't think he's offering that. He has his good sides, the energy and all, but the track record, the many other things, we are yet to be convinced. Maybe you are the person who is going to convince us. Maybe you are that person who is going to give us information that will make us believe. And maybe out of you, we'll have several other people giving him votes. So welcome to this forum. This is your first time you're coming, and I wish to really appreciate your choosing to come on, and also appreciating that you can engage and also interrogate. Now, whichever leader, we usually say, whichever leader that you're going to choose, learn to interrogate. You don't just speak because they have told you. We don't want a people or a voter who is not knowing that they have the power to interrogate that leader. We have been taught so many times that now we are helpless. A leader comes and then they tell us what they think they want us to believe, and we go with it. We want to raise a new generation of voters, a voter who can interrogate information that the leader gives them. And that is what we want to. Someone actually has corrected me. Jaramogi was living in Jerusalem. Jerusalem and Jericho they are almost neighbors.
They are neighbors.
Yeah, they are neighbors. Yeah. I had an uncle living in Jericho, so we were always, moving around those areas. So yeah, it's important to have that information. By the way, Jerusalem, I mean, it's good for you. You can go, I think, in house number 10. Is it? It was actually brought to the media sometime. Yeah, in that place. So go search that up. Now I want to allow, I think, Ziana to speak. Ziana, karibu. Uliingia kama nimeshaingia, karibu hata wewe uongee. Are you still staying on Kiprop or you are going? We want to listen? Okay, fine. You stay on. Elziana.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Mimi nikiguzia tu kidogo alafu ndio niende kwa mjadala wa leo. Nikiambia Kiprop, umesema vizuri sana rais, deputy makamu wa rais alikuwa maskini. Unajua wakati wowote watu wakija hapa wanatuambia makamu wa rais alikuwa maskini, ndio sababu mimi nataka kumchagua kwa sababu alikuwa maskini. Sasa nauliza swali, Kenyatta wa kwanza alikuwa tajiri? Tukirudi Oginga Odinga mwenyewe kama sio kujitafutia, si alijitafutia? Sio lazima ulelewe ati kwa umaskini ndipo upate nini kuwa rais. Sasa tunamchagua kwa sababu ni maskini. Mtoto wake je, hatataka kuwa rais? Swali hilo. Kama siku nyingine atataka kuwa rais, hata yeye mtasema ulilelewa kwa utajiri, kwa hivyo hui rais sahi kwa sababu ulilelewa kwa utajiri. Tuache kuangalia wakati huu, tuangalie hata na wakati zijazo. Si tunaangalia tu sasa hivi, angalia wakati ujao. Kwa hivyo history, sasa utaangalia history ile hutaki kuangalia. Kwa hivyo tusije tukasema umaskini. Wakati wowote mimi hapa huwa nasikia wale wanaotaka kumchagua makamu wa rais huwa wanasema nataka kumchagua kwa sababu ya umaskini, alitoka kwa familia maskini. Haya, niachane nayo, wewe uende ukariri hayo na uangalie, usirudi kusema unataka kumchagua kwa sababu ni umaskini, ametoka kwa familia maskini. Nikizungumza kuhusu Murkomen, Murkomen ameona tayari serikali imeshamponyoka mkononi, na unajua yeye ndio the right person wa DP wa makamu wa rais. Kwa hivyo akiangalia upande huu, anaangalia upande huu, anaona kuna giza tororo, hakuna mahali pa kuenda, kuna mahali anaweza kanyaga. Kwa hivyo lazima, unajua ukishaondoka mahali sasa unaona hakuna njia, lazima uzungumze tu kuhusu nyumba ile ulikuwa unaishi ndani, uanze kuzungumza hata hiyo nyumba baba yetu hakukuwa mtu mzuri, hata baba alikuwa anatusumbua sana, baba alikuwa anasumbua mama kila wakati ni kupiga kelele. Sasa hiyo ndio inatendeka na Murkomen. Ndio watu waone kuwa baba hakuwa mtu mzuri. Sasa watu wamhurumie mama kwa sababu mama, sasa baba amemtoroka mama. Lakini angalia, chunguza vitendo vya mama yako kabla hujazungumza kwa vitendo vya baba yako. Zungumza kwa vitendo vya mama. Hata mama alimwacha baba afanye kazi mwenyewe, akizurura, akizunguka, hata kuna kazi anafanya vizuri. Alikuwa anazunguka, anaambia watu vile mama afanyi kazi, vile baba yetu afanyi kazi kwa nyumba. Kwa hivyo deputy Murkomen achunguze mama yake kwanza, ndipo akuja aongee, azungumuze kuhusu baba yake. Tukizungumza kuhusu boda vile Busia kule, tunaona ya kwamba Junet badala yeye naye pia ambie watu kuhusu, anasema Sabina Chege alikuwa tu yuko sawa sawa kwa kusema hivyo, badala ambie watu ya kwamba sio Sabina Chege alianzisha maneno, ni makamu wa rais mwenyewe alianzisha maneno akiwa huko Western. Makamu wa rais mwenyewe alianzisha neno la kwamba kwani mnaniona mimi naweza ibiwa? Mimi mkiniangalia hivi naweza ibiwa? Hii alimkuwa anamaanisha nini? Anamaanisha ya kwamba kulikuwa na wizi. Mtu akizungumza akisema mkiniangalia hivi mimi naweza ibiwa. Kwa hivyo tuangalie, Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Mimi nikirudi, Kenya ni yetu sisi sote, na kila wakati mimi husema kabila, amna mtu anaweza kuniambia yeye ni kabila moja, kwa sababu ukianza kuangalia kule ulikotoka, sisi wote ni jamii moja ya Kenya. Ukianza ufuate hii, utakuja unajipata kumbe vile nilikuwa nafikiria mimi ni Mkalenjin, kumbe mimi ni Mluya. Ukianza kufuata tena, unakuja unasema mimi nilikuwa nafikiria mimi ni Mkisii, kumbe mimi ni Mkamba. Ukifuata kabila yako, kwa hivyo utasema wewe ni Mkenya. Kabila hizi zote za Kenya zilitoka mbalimbali, lakini zilikuja zikaungana na zikaoana. Kwa hivyo mimi kile nasema, tafuta MCA wako, ule atakutendea kazi. Usichague ndugu yako kwa sababu ni ndugu yako. Kama ni ndugu yako na atakuwa ni mwizi, achana naye. Kama huwa anaiba kuku pale nyumbani na wewe unataka tu kumchagua ati ni ndugu yako, ataenda kukusaidia, hakuna. Usimchague. Chagua mtu mwingine yule umeona amewahi kusaidia watu pale. MCA, anza na MCA. Huyo ndio mtu wa karibu nawe. Ukifuatilia mbunge na senator na governor, rais, hata ukimchagua, ugatuzi ulishaletwa. Ugatuzi. Mimi nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, muwe waangalifu mkiwa mnachagua wale watu mnachagua. Asante sana Bwana Themba.
Kinywa Eric, bado uko hapo? Huyu alilala Before I bring on Njiru, because he said there's something he wants to say. Of course, tunaenda tukifunga. Ngoja kidogo Njiru. We are almost closing. Just hold on a second. I want to read some comments here so that watu kwa comment section wazione ni kama tumewaacha sana. Peter, nimetuma link. Kimutai anasema Stanley Nyakundi, that's right, boss. Kenyans will decide. Ruto's time has come, no matter what the enemies might be planning. I know his time has come. Yeah. It's okay for you to support Ruto. Hakuna sympathy vote, sheria msumeno. Na jamaa anasema Kinara anasema Ziana ukae kwa taa, uache kukaa kwa giza. Kariso official has said it's totally impossible to convince us. DP is full of rhetorics, a big liar. David anasema Ruto alikuwa maskini. That is a no. Nyakundi anasema kwamba Themba, you speak a lot. Kuja uongee kama unaona ninaongea sana. Karibu. Hapa ni faraga. Unajua ile kupiga gumzo. You talk and talk and talk. So yani nimeongea sana, basi wewe ni msikivu sana. The problem is not me. The problem ni wewe unasikiza sana. Ukiona unakaa hapo na unasikiza hiyo yote nikiongea, then unasikia sana. That's a good thing. So keep listening. Selina, I know it hurts when your fellow. Why do you keep interpreting and reducing the conversation to tribe? Selina Sego, I know it hurts you when your fellow Mkale shines all over. Anyways, Hustler Nation is unstoppable. Yes, you can be unstoppable. They say it is not how fast you are going, it's the direction that you are going. You can go so fast to the wrong direction and you will arrive there. So you are unstoppable to the wrong direction, and that is what we are saying. It's not about the speed. It's about which direction are you going, and that's what we are trying to say. Ruto, generally, according to our belief and how we see it, is headed to the wrong direction, but he's going to that wrong direction with speed, which is up to him to think. It's not for us to really think. But for Kenya, we are going to have the conversation and call him out. That is why you see all these people coming here. These are not idle people. These are people, someone is thinking that these are idle people. They are not idlers. These are people who have their profession, they have their work, but above everything else, most importantly, they share the concern for Kenya and the direction that they want Kenya to be. That's why you see all these people staying up late at night, wengine mchana, they are coming here. They are concerned about the country and they are commenting about everything about the country because they are concerned about where they want Kenya to be. So that's why we talk here. That's why we spend time here. We are using it. We are not spending it. We are using it to educate the Kenyan, to make sure that you get the important information. When you come here without facts, we call you out. When you come, we tell you how we want you to reason and even look at the policy, governance issue, your participation as a citizen. As a citizen and a voter who has knowledge is able to make appropriate and effective decision. Because we are sick and tired of Kenyans being taken for granted. That you can be told anything and you just go with it. No, we are not that stupid. Literacy level in Kenya is one of the highest in Africa. So that means we can read and we can write and you can listen. So nobody should take you for granted. Nobody should come in and stay in a position for 5 years doing nothing and you are paying that person. What an example to our leaders. What kind of leadership example? Today, they pointed out that the president called youths to State House. So according to them, the president was kind of, he was making the State House, cheapening it. Now, the last time we checked in the Constitution, the presidency has the president and the deputy president. So that means the current official residence of the deputy president is actually part of State House. So how many people have been going to official residence of the deputy president? Why haven't they called that out? Why haven't they talked against it? What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're talking about calling people, the deputy president has done that 101 times. So we should be able to call them out, what we talk about consistency, so that it is fair for everyone. When you're talking about someone making a State House look like it's just another place. And that's why we are saying the disorganization and the anger on the side of the deputy president's team cannot be tolerated in Kenya. And how can it be gotten out? It can be gotten out through a voting. It is their right to have the political competition because it is constitutional right. And we are saying we don't want anybody being thrown out not to vie, but Kenyans must make the right choice and decision. I want to invite us at this time to, let's start with Njiru. Aziz making his point, but also make your final comments in about 3 minutes because we have several, we want to finish in the next like 30 minutes. So kindly take 3 minutes to make your final remark as you comment on what you had said about Leonard. I hope he's still. Leonard, are you still around? Leonard? Leonard Kiprop.
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Jiro, go ahead.
Okay. I want I want to spend one of my minutes with Leonard. Sorry, I want to spend one of my minutes with Leonard. So, Mr. Leonard, I want us to spend 1 minute with you here, debating a little bit. The deputy president decided to run in 2017, and he has been running for the presidency from 2018. So, deputy president has campaigned close to 4 years. And so my question is to you, why have you been supporting the deputy president without the details all that long? And according to you, what motivated you to support the deputy president without any details? Please, can you answer that one? What is your motivation to the deputy president without information? Unmute, please. Unmute.
Jiru, you are taking me back again. Okay. So for me to be a UDA supporter was actually the policies that the UDA team have, the bottom-up economic system. The first thing was the failure of the Jubilee administration. That was the motivational thing that gave me. If you look at the debt index of Kenya now, is in, we can't even explain. I think 2 months ago, the World Bank was giving Kenya the warnings on how the public debt has really escalated. The inflation of the Kenyan economy has really gone up. And being a graduate, I graduated in 2018 in a Kenyan university. I tarmacked for more than 3 years before I went to school for abroad. And the rate of unemployment in Kenya is unexplainable. You cannot even explain. And the idea of Ruta bringing the empowerment of the lower income people or people who are less fortunate from the society to really become useful people who can really generate their own income and be stable financially is a brilliant idea that, if it can be actualized, will bring most of the Kenyans from the poverty level to a middle class economy. And that's something that we can be proud of. So that's the thing that really motivated me to support him, because of the policy that is really advocating for people from low class earnings or people who doesn't have any job to be empowered and given support to bring them to the middle class and even be able to survive and sustain themselves financially. That's a model to give a credit for. That's why I really supported Ruto for that. So I don't understand why, because I know he has been also in government with UHURU, and if that is the only thing that made him defect from the president, because he is advocating for people to be empowered and to be brought to the middle class, that's a credit to give for. That's why I support Ruto for that. Being a victim of circumstance whereby Kenya now, in a class of 2,000 graduates, less than 10% of that population will get a job or get to be sustained themselves from the economy. If we talk in reality, that economic model in which Ruto is saying can really be something to be proud of if it will be implemented in a very credible and integrity way. That's it.
let me finish my minute now. You have said your comment. I think that one we will continue tomorrow. I don't want to comment about that. But the worry which I have is that the deputy president cannot do all those things you have said. He is just lying.
Jiru,
The record can speak for
Jiru,
maybe to speak Aritso. The deputy
Jiru, Jiru,
president promised us
Jiru,
9 stadiums. Okay.
Jiru. Hold on, Leonard. Now that Njiru has asked you, Njiru, don't worry, I'll add you 2 more minutes. Now that Njiru has asked you that question, a quick one. Do you know any foundation that is run by Ruto?
Temba, what do you mean by foundation? I mean
any like for
Anything for
example
public interest.
a scholarship program that is run by Ruto?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think it's there.
Okay, it's not there. Do you know any people who have come out, like for example, the way you are saying, you know, he's going to change the like there's Raila Odinga Education Center, there's Raila Odinga Foundation, there are those, many people have their foundations where they actually, there's Ratansi, they are not in any politics, but they give scholarships. There's Manu Chandaria, he's not in any politics, but he's running programs that they are giving funds to university and colleges to raise people above. As in, you don't have to be a president to run something that you are able to help the people, as you're saying. So does he have a corner template, something that he's done that now he's coming to escalate it when he gets to presidency? Something of public interest, like Cliff is saying.
I'm not sure. I don't know,
Okay,
but
fine.
I haven't heard. For what I know, I haven't heard of it.
Okay, you can go check. I mean, maybe when you'll come back, as you'll be talking, you can come tell us Ruto from the year before he started campaigning to be president 2018 or 2018, he was running this public interest organization that was able to educate this number of students, took them to these areas. Now they are in these areas of the economy. And therefore, if he becomes a president, he can be able to do this. Now, that one shows us, away from this, you have actually been doing this without the position. So if you get this position, you'll be able to escalate whatever it is that you're doing. So that one is something you can go research and then you come back and tell us. So let me go back to Njiru so that he finishes his 2 minutes.
Temba, as you go, bibi ya Ruto ako na tempo banking imekuwa successful, hata Uhuru alimpatia Sawati. She has a very successful tempo banking yenye wamama wanapatiwa mpaka ni pesa mzuri sana ya bank tempo banking. Hiyo ni bibi ya Ruto, not him.
Now I know Joe inaitwa Joy War, I know it, but it has also its challenges because kuna watu wana, you know, there's defaulting and they take if you read about that, there are challenges. Forget about what you see about being given whatever. Joy War Association, yeah, we know that, but you can go back to it and get to know what goes on with it. Now let me give Njiru so that he finishes his 2 minutes. Njiru.
Yeah, thank you. I think my brother, Mr. Kipro, when you go to research, please just look for the scandals which Ruto has been involved in, and you will not talk about him again. Just Google Ruto scandal. They are so filthy. You can't even finish reading them. So, on my conclusion is that the worry which I'm having is the problem which Kenyans are having, and this one is trying to show you what a lie can do. I'm not trying to blame you or maybe to say that you don't need to support the DP or what, but Kenyans have tendency of believing that if somebody does promises or they tell them what they are going to do, they will achieve. The deputy president promised us 9 stadiums, which would be constructed between 3 months and 6 months. In engineering, you cannot even do a stadium even in 1 year, a serious stadium. So he was lying about them. So me, what I would like to tell us here is when we are talking about this candidate, let's hold them unto their words. You know, if I want to know the type of person who you are, I will hold you according to what you say or the history which you have. So me, what I want us here is let us learn. Let's go deep onto what people have said, and let's be keen to get more information. And let's not build a propaganda so that we support our candidate. Because actually some of the information which we are saying here, we are building on some of the things which these presidential candidates are saying, and we have not fact-checked them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me go to Leonard, and then I come to Selina, then I'll come to Cliff, and then I finish with Ziana. Leonard, dakika tatu, so that you give your closing remark.
Okay, thank you for the receiving that you received me here. I'll be around, I'll be coming, even if I won't be consistent, but I'll try my best to be coming. It's good when we get to debate and get the facts, and it's something that it's really motivating, getting to learn about our political situation in our country, because it really matters a lot for the current and the future generation. So I close by saying let's continue supporting Mutembe, and we will get to, by the time we are at July, Temba, hata kama nitaingia Azimio by July, utakuwa umejaribu. Ama kama nitakuwa nimeweza kukuconvince uingie UDA by July, nitakuwa nimejaribu. Haya, asante Temba.
Very good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Leonard. Wacha tukutane hapa tuendelee kujadiliana. I mean, mjadala ni muhimu. Selina?
Oh, okay. Temba, nafikiri yangu ya mwisho ni ya kwamba tukienda siku ya leo nilifurahia kuona Gavana Ngilu, Gavana Kifuta na Mutua na professionals ya Ukambani, na baadaye nikaona Ngilu pia akiingilia Kalonzo akimwambia kama hauna pesa tukuchangie hili aweze kusimama na professionals ya Uganda. Ni kwamba ni kama kwamba Ukambani wameamua, lakini kwa sababu wana respect Kalonzo na Wakamba wangetaka kwenda wote, so naona walijaribu kumwongelesha, na ukiona hawa professionals ni watu wakubwa sana na ndio waliita viongozi yao. So naona Ukambani wanataka kufanya vile Wakalenjin walifanya wakati ya Raila. Wakati ya Raila, Wakalenjin wote walikuwa wametangulia kwenda ODM, ni wakubwa yao tu waliwafuata. Si ati kina Ruto ndio walipeleka Wakalenjin kwa Raila. Raila wenyewe Wakalenjin wenyewe walienda kwa Raila wakaita Harambee, na ndio leo nimeona Wakamba hawataki kuachwa nyuma. So naona waliita Kalonzo, na ngawa tunajua on 26 kutakuwa na mambo yenye tunangojea kuona hiyo delegates ya ODM na ya Jubilee na chama hizo ingine ikikuja kuungana kutengeneza nchi. So alafu mkutano hiyo ya Busia imekuwa successful na ikiongozwa na vice chair ya ODM, huyo ni Gavana Joe, na kuna kijana moja sijui nini inaendelea. Nataka mniambie huyu Babu Owino ako na attraction ya vijana aje? Mahali popote anaenda, hata maneno yake anasema sana sana ni ya matusi, saa ingine haya anasema hiyo vidogo, lakini huyu kijana hata kama watu wanamuona mahali ameonekana, timani ya vijana kwa Babu Owino ni kubwa sana, na ninge challenge UDA ya kwamba wako na vijana wengi kwa hiyo mkutano sao, lakini sijaona umati kama vile watu wanapenda Babu Owino. Sijui wanampenda na maneno anaongea ama ni kwa nini. Ni hayo tu kwa leo nataka kusema. Asante.
All right.
Asante sana
All right.
Selina. Cliff.
All right. Najua mmechoka na imagine uko sasa ni kama saa saba ama vipi hapa. All right, it might be very late. Yangu ni machache tu. Actually ninashukuru sana vile tunaongea hapa hivi, tuna discuss mambo alafu tuna weigh both sides of the story. Mimi nataka going forward tuwe tukiongea juu, sio watu wana support peke yake. Kama mimi sasa hivi na support Raila, lakini sitaki kumpa ile tiketi a pass bila kuaddress a few things. Kuna vitu zenye wana promise zenye practically either they're halfway baked in the way that they're not giving us a true picture how they're going to implement some of the things they're promising. Those are some of the things we need to discuss, and then we make up our minds from there. Because just telling me I'm going to give you 6,000 per family, that is a blanket statement. I want to know how you're going to do that, and then I'm going to ask you a few questions. What's going to happen, or what I think will happen by that kind of a move? Because I don't think our machinery in the country is equipped enough to address vitu kama hizo. Sasa vitu dogo kama hizi tunataka tupate solution, tusikie. Kama ndugu Kiprono, ukija next time ukiniambia vile Bwana Ruto ata implement the bottom up system, which I think is almost impossible, I want to hear something about that. Otherwise, I wish you the best of luck. I hope we meet tomorrow again kama kuna majaliwa.
Okay, asante sana. Someone is asking you, how can I contribute to the discussion? Come here anytime, Kenyan time, from 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. And you find the link. When the studio is not full, it can only accommodate about 10 people. If it is not full, just click the link and join. But huwa inajaa sana, so lazima uwai mapema. Ukikaa hivi kidogo utapata imejaa, so you'll have to wait until someone drops off. So anytime you want to contribute, this is an open forum. Anybody can come on and you can get out anytime. Abel Oriri. So saizi tunafunga, don't you worry. Tomorrow there's another debate coming up from 8 p.m. Kenyan time or 9, between 8 and 9. Naanza hapo time. So just come on. I mean, if you see the debate going on, look for the link. Ziana, your final thoughts.
Asante sana Bwana Temba kwa kunipa nafasi tena. Nashukuru Cliff. Hao watu wote ambao unadhania wako Kenya, wengine hawako Kenya. Ni kama wewe tu. Kwa hivyo ninaomba ujue ya kwamba watu wametorokea kwingine kwa sababu Kenya haina kazi ya kutosha. Na tukipata nafasi ya kupata kazi za kutosha, hutaona watu wamekimbia nchi za nje. Wengi watakuwa wamerudi Kenya na watu watakuwa huko na kazi nzuri. Mimi wa Kenya wenzangu nawahimiza, sina mengine mengi, nawahimiza ikifika tarehe mwezi wa 8, tafadhalini mkienda kuchagua kiongozi, chagua kiongozi yule atakaye kusaidia mahali unapokaa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, ukianzia na MCA wako yule umewahi kumwona akiwa anatenda kazi. Kwa hivyo ninawaomba wa Kenya, MCA, MP, Senator, tukiingia kwa governor, tuna ugatuzi nchini Kenya, na kama tutafunga uporaji wa mali,
yeah, very good,
tutakuwa vizuri sana. Ugatuzi itakuwa ni kitu cha muhimu. Hata utaangalia rais ni nani. Utatamani kujua rais aliyechaguliwa ni nani. Leonard, najua unaishi katika nchi ya ng'ambo. Kwa hivyo ukiwa unaishi huko ng'ambo, tafadhali ukiwa ng'ambo ukiangalia, umemjua hata unakumbuka hata rais ni nani? Unaanzia na ule yuko karibu na wewe hapo mahali ulipo. House representative wako ni nani? Hapo ndio unaangalia kaunti yako inaendeleaje. Kwa hivyo nasi pia tukiwa nchini Kenya tuangalie ni nani atakaye tusaidia na ni nani atakaye tengeneza nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo nawaomba wa Kenya tuwe na amani, na tukiweka amani katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, mambo yote yataendelea vizuri. Tuwe na upendo na undugu. Ile nikipatana na Leonard sitamuuliza Leonard wewe ni kabila gani? Leonard ataniambia mimi ni Mkenya. Na kisha niambia mimi ni Mkenya, namwambia hata nami ni Mkenya. Ndugu yangu, naomba tushirikiane ili tutakapo kwenda kwa uchaguzi tuwachague wale watu watatuchapia kazi. Ugatuzi ulikuja, na sisi tusaidie wenzetu wale watakao kuwa wanaenda katika hiyo uchaguzi, wale watakuwa wanaenda kusimama kuwa wabunge, tuwasaidie, ndipo Kenya yetu naye ifanye nini? Ipate kuendelea mbele. Kenya sio nchi maskini, na tukianza hata katika wale wanaosoma Biblia, kile unachotamka kwa mdomo yako ukisema sisi ni maskini, haya basi utakuwa maskini. Kenya sio nchi maskini. Kwa hivyo tusije tukataja ati sisi ni maskini. Kwa hivyo naomba wa Kenya tuwe na amani, umoja na upendo. Ni hayo tu Bwana Themba kwa leo.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, everyone. Let me acknowledge those who are on the comment section. Ibrahim Kala, thank you Themba for the show, and all panelists have a good day and good night. Azimio mbele pamoja. Asante sana Karis official. And you don't have tangible thing to support the DP. Thank you, Martins Wilson. We thank Martins Wilson. We thank you Themba and fellow panelists. Keep coming. We learn a lot because of you. Cheers. Kiprop, kuna mtu amekushukuru sana kwa kuja. Mwitua, huu muhula wa kura is definitely different. Thank you all for your contribution. Thank you muhula wa yeah. Themba, where is Alex today? Hatujui Alex alienda wapi, so he must be somewhere. He will come back. So asante Karis official, Steve Mutumbu, Rugut Kimutai, Abel Obiri, Binyanya Asuku, Michael Mwarenge, asante sana kwa kutusaidia na residents za Jaramogi na wengine. Nyariki Masera, asante sana. Mwitua mwene, I think it's something like that. A little Kamba, I know a little Kamba, Eneseke Kamba, pio. Mwitua mwene, I think something like that. Okay. David Daudi. Mwetu wa mwene, bas, that's the accent. Manisha Daniel, asante sana.
Wakamba kidogo mimi.
Yeah, a little Kamba, Peter Kira.
No, I've got Wakamba relatives pia.
Okay. Thank you so much everyone. Asanteni sana, tumeshukuru. Kama kawaida tunasema kwamba Mutembei Forum is a place for you to come to learn, share, interrogate our leaders, look at governance in Kenya, build Kenya, make Kenya a better place, not only for now, for the future. They say, who that plants a tree thinks about the generations to come. So we are saying you are planting a tree. It's not a must that you enjoy the shade. Someone else will enjoy the shade. don't care about someone who is going to enjoy the shade. Plant the tree. This is what we are doing here. Let's participate in the governance process of a country. We want a voter who is well aware of what is going and is informed, and they can interrogate the policies that the leaders are bringing. We are tired of being used as voters. We are just used as a voting machine, and then after that, for 5 years, someone disappears, then they come again after 5 years to give you the same promises that they gave you the last 5 years. That is wrong. That is not right. It is not right for someone to do that. It is immoral for anyone to come and give you the same promises that they gave you 5 years ago. That's why we are calling you to Mutembei Forum. This platform, we interrogate the leaders, and we are not going to stop on 9th. It will go 9th and over. We are going to continue interrogating whoever will come into power. Kindly, let's keep talking, as I keep saying, because when you stop talking, we start fighting. So we don't want to fight. We want to keep talking. So whether you are in Azimio, UDA, Kenya Kwanza, Okoa Kenya, or any other party that is not represented here, come and sell your product. We are willing to listen. We are not enemies, we are friends. Because as Kenyans, all of us, inside of us, it is the red blood that is flowing inside that. So when you need any donation, you don't ask, are you UDA member? Are you Kenya Kwanza member? No, you need blood. All of us are concerned about Kenya's human and humanity, and that's what we are. So we want to ask you. So we want to ask you that as a Kenyan, every day we are having this debate. It starts at 8 every single day, Kenyan time, 8 Kenyan time, and it goes all the way up to around this time. You can look at that time, global time, anytime. You come in. If you only need 4 things we said. You need a working gadget and a connectivity. You need a working gadget, computer, or a phone. You need connectivity. Then you need ideas to share and a willingness to learn. Come with an open mind to learn. Come with an open mind to share what you know. Because it's from you that we learn, and it's from us that you learn. Finally, kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei channel. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed to Mutembei channel. And also share with your friends. Let them come and share with us. Let us learn from each other. Accept and accommodate each other. When you're coming to type on the comment section, do not insult anyone. Just share your view. If you think your candidate is better, sell your candidate. Just say what is it that you think they are good at. You don't earn your candidate any mileage when you insult anyone. If you call me, maybe this is a Luo forum, or you say this is a Kikuyu forum, it doesn't add any vote to your candidate. You work it better when you say what is positive about your candidate. So when you come to the comment section, kindly do not insult. We encourage decorum, we encourage respect, and we encourage acceptance, because that is what Mutembei Forum is about. Acceptance. We want to change the trajectory and the conversation and the narrative about political discourse, so that it is not about creating enemies, but it's about building each other. We are Kenyans, and Kenya is our business. We don't entertain so much about the propaganda out there in the campaign trails. No, we come here to give each other factual information. If you have anything, go back, dig, read through, confirm it, then you can come and share. Now, even as you're going, before we go, I also have a channel, Themba Ondiege TV. You can go to Themba Ondiege TV and subscribe also. Kindly give me a push. Kwa wale ambao ni wageni kama Kiprop na Cliff, tafadhali pitieni pale YouTube, mtafute Themba Ondiege TV, unipatie subscribers kama 5 hivi, nitafurahi. Themba Ondiege TV, as you subscribe to Mutembei, nimeweka hapo chini kwa comment section, Themba Ondiege TV, you can go there and also subscribe. I will really appreciate. Na mtu anasema Tiara Oscar anasema ni kweli, wale Kenya kwisha wameshajiona, wameshapotea, sasa hawana jinsi, inabidi wafoke sana. Akiwa kwenye mikutano yao ana hasira, they are nowhere to be found. Yes, tusiwe ni watu ambao tunafutwa na hiyo hasira. Hasira si mzuri. Wanasema hasira ni amkizi, furaha ya kunguni. I hear something like that.
Na hasira tena ni hasara.
Hasira ni hasara. Haya basi, kwa wale ambao mmekuja hapa leo, mara nyingi tunamalizia na ombi, na hili ombi letu ni the first stanza of the Kenya National Anthem, and the first stanza of Kenya National Anthem is actually a prayer. So we normally give a challenge to each other. Today I want to give Leonard the challenge. Kindly, auimbi unaisema sema the
Kwa
first stanza
Kiswahili.
kwa
Kwa
Kiswahili.
Kiswahili.
Haya, Leonard, twende kazi.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe na ngao na mlinzi, na tupate na undugu, amani iwe na uhuru. Nimepotea.
Haya, wacha tupatie Cliff challenge. Cliff, twende. Cliff, you are muted. Anza tena, unmute alafu uanze.
No, Temba ndugu yangu, sasa unicheke mimi. Sikiza ndugu yangu. Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na msingi. Haki, whatever. I forgot it, bro. I'm ashamed of it. I'm going to today when you come back tomorrow or this morning, I'll be the one to sing. I promise you. I'm going to go back to that, okay? I swear.
Okay. Okay.
I take the blame. Ni aibu kwangu. If I cannot recite my own national anthem, it's a shame on me. And I take the blame. But I'm coming back for that. All right?
Okay, Leonard, umekumbuka?
Labda niimbe.
Hapana kusema. Aya, imba basi, imba tusikie.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na ustawi, okay. Raha tupate na ustawi. I think that's the final.
Umechanganya.
Yeah, that's the last one. Umechanganya though. So your challenge tunapeana hapo kwa sababu there are some symbols of national unity that, you know, one of our challenge as Kenyans, we haven't found symbols of national unity, and they are not stuck in our hearts. You know, like you have
we
those symbols that
undugu.
Yeah, we haven't found undugu. You know, umoja na haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Haki, kila mmoja lazima apate haki. It is the right of every Kenyan. So you see, when you have the symbols of national unity stuck in our hearts for everyone, it's easier for us to accept each other. Undugu, you know, na tukae na undugu, so that you are treating the other person
Temba.
as, yeah.
And it's also easy for the Lord, Mungu, alete baraka, if we have the undugu.
Yeah, so can we are trying in this platform to take us back to the symbols of national unity, and we are starting with our national anthem. Can you recite, can you say it, so that you capture the words and the spirit in that word, you know, because it's a prayer and it unites Kenyans. So when you are seeing someone, you're not seeing a Kikuyu, you're seeing Ndugu. When you're seeing Kiprop, you're not seeing Kalenjin, you're seeing Ndugu yangu. When you're seeing Luo, you're not seeing Luos, you're seeing Ndugu yangu. You know, when we start transcending, you know, those boundaries that have been created and have been entrenched in our minds, we'll be able to accept everybody, appreciate them, protect their rights, and know that we need to stay with them as brothers. So that is what we try to push here every time. But one thing I found, we discuss passionately about Kenyan issues, but we hardly understand the uniting thread. So we are actually fabric that is not together. The thread that is supposed to hold this fabric together has disappeared. So the symbols of national unity need to come back. So when I see Kiprop, naona ndugu yangu. So namuita ndugu Kiprop, ndugu yangu. You know, you don't want a brother to hurt. You don't want someone to lose. You want them to get their right. So tafadhalini, tuende kwa maombi ya national anthem so that iweze kutuunganisha na tukae kwa undugu, amani na uhuru.
Tutapata amani tukiwa na undugu.
Yes.
Asanteni sana kwa hayo, tuonane tena majaliwa. God bless you. See you later. Yes.
Temba, na ndipo utapata tutafanya kazi pamoja. Hiyo ni stanza ya pili. Ndipo hapo ndio tutakuwa tunafanya kazi pamoja. Nikishamuita Leonard ni ndugu yangu, Cliff ni ndugu yangu, hapo ndipo tutakuja kufanya kazi pamoja.
Yeah.
Hapo nakubali ndugu yangu. Dadangu nakubali hapo.
Before tukue ndugu, before we appreciate that I'm talking to a brother, then we'll be having these banters and flying left and right. Unapiga mtu kwa sababu you don't think huyo ni ndugu, kwa sababu hatujazingatia ombi ambalo liko katika our national anthem. So see you later today. God bless you. Until next time. Bye bye.
Leonard,